Chapter 1. Xiao Wufeng outside the majestic Bayou capital. At the foot of the tranquil Qingliang mountain, a half-repaired stone wall stood amidst a disarray of scattered logs, while a half-open door creaked softly. The desolation before him was palpable, prompting Xiao Wufeng to furrow his brow and inquire, "Is this truly what the Taoist referred to as the Qingfeng Mingyue Temple?" The old Taoist, clad in a verdant robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, bore a smile while casting his gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle, pointing in all directions with his left hand and gesturing to the heavens with his right. He proclaimed, "From every corner comes the refreshing breeze, and above shines the brilliant moon. Is this not the Qingfeng Mingyue Temple? As practitioners, we seek the essence of nature, forging a harmonious bond with all things, merging our spirits with the cosmos." Xiao Wufeng raised an eyebrow, "But it is midday, and the sun blazes fiercely. Taoist, you risk straining your eyes by gazing upward." A series of coughs escaped the old man, who took a step back, awkwardly chuckling. He clapped twice against the blank plaque beside him, stating, "I, an old Taoist, have traveled from the Taoist realm, deciphering celestial patterns, foreseeing great turmoil in Bayou capital. Thus, I erected this Qingfeng Mingyue Temple, not for myself, but rather," he hesitated, shaking his head, "forget it. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. I believe young Master Xiao is far more interested in this matter." The old man retrieved a tattered book from his robes. Xiao Wufeng's pupils constricted, his gaze fixated on the damaged tome. "Your reaction suggests the rumors circulating in the marketplace may hold some truth," the old Taoist sighed. "Xiao Xinjiang possesses martial prowess, a figure among the elite of the third rank. Yet he refrains from allowing his bloodline to practice martial arts. How lamentable." Xiao Wufeng subtly shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Once a renowned extreme sports blogger, he had tragically perished while challenging a once-in-50 years tidal wave, only to find himself reborn in the Tianyuan Continent as a child bearing the same name. His father, Xiaomo, was one of the 10 great generals of the realm, while his mother, Su Chanyu, was the cherished jewel of the Prime Minister, Su Zheng. With such a prominent lineage, he should have been born with a silver spoon, indulging in opulence and embarking early on the path of cultivation. However, the upheaval at the Yingtian Gate a decade prior had seen the Crown Prince Zhao Xiao, supported by Prime Minister Su Zheng, assassinated by the long-suffering 10th Prince Zhao Mu, who subsequently seized the throne and became the current Qinqian Emperor. The Xiao and Su families had long-standing ties, further complicated by familial bonds, making it impossible for the Qinqian Emperor to overlook Xiaomo. Thus, Xiaomo had tragically taken the life of Su Chanyu and forbade Xiao Wufeng from practicing the martial arts of the Xiao family, denying him the resources to do so, thereby demonstrating his loyalty to the emperor. "Is it simply because your mother bore the surname Su? Absurd. A travesty of epic proportions," the old Taoist exclaimed, stomping his foot in indignation, his sleeves flapping vigorously. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, causing the stone walls to tremble, while nearby foliage appeared to be mercilessly slashed by countless blades, leaves and branches swirling in chaos. Xiao Wufeng understood that the old Taoist was seizing the opportunity to showcase his cultivation. The old man stepped forward, scrutinizing the young man before him. With thick black hair and an upright demeanor, those bright eyes do not betray any despair despite your dire circumstances. "Thus, I shall bestow this tome upon you, young master, ensuring it does not fall into unworthy hands." As the old man extended the book, Xiao Wufeng reached out to grasp it, yet the old man's grip tightened, his expression suddenly grave. "There is a harsh truth I must convey. The current emperor is formidable and unyielding. Xiao Xinjiang has sacrificed you and your mother to demonstrate loyalty, irrevocably severing ties with the Su family, which is on the brink of annihilation. Outside forces will not wish to disrupt this delicate balance. I belong to the Taoist sect, and though I am an outsider, I cannot escape the customs of this world. Hence, I cannot offer you the full secrets of our teachings. What I can give you is merely this fragment. I know not its origins, but upon cursory examination, it left me feeling quite bewildered, beyond the comprehension of a mere mortal like myself." After a brief pause, the old man continued, "This tome demands extraordinary insight. Once sold, it cannot be returned." Xiao Wufeng interjected, "Just tell me, how much silver do you require?" After a 2-second silence, The old man released his hold on the tome and held up 2 fingers. Not much. Merely 20 taels will suffice. 20 taels? Xiao Wufeng's lips twitched slightly. Could you possibly lower the price? In the 100+ years since the founding of the Great Qian dynasty, the nation's might had reached its zenith, and 20 taels of official silver held purchasing power akin to 100,000 in his past life. For any descendant of the Xiao family. This was not an insignificant sum, however. Due to imperial suspicion, Xiao Mo had been forced to govern far from home for a decade, and the Xiao family had placed the blame squarely on the Su family and, by extension, on Xiao Wufeng, who bore half of their bloodline. From the matriarch of the Xiao family, Tianyuan, to the elders and family guardians, and even among his peers, Xiao Wufeng found himself unwelcomed. Over the years, he had scrimped and saved, barely managing to accumulate 30 taels of silver. The old man sighed. Young master, you are indeed a pitiable soul. State your offer. How about 10 taels? Xiao Wufeng replied, his left eye wide open, his right squinting. The old Taoist coughed thrice. Are you attempting to bargain as if I were cutting into my own flesh? Absolutely not. It would be a loss for me. My master would surely disapprove. 11 taels? Xiao Wufeng shrugged slightly. The old man rolled his eyes. This is a unique tome. It must be at least 18 taels. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited negotiation, ultimately settling on 15 taels. Xiao Wufeng counted the silver thrice before handing it over to the old man. The old Taoist lamented, were it not for young Master Zhao's exceptional talent, far surpassing the average individual, I would never have parted with such a rare tome. Now, you may leave. Do not seek me again. The old man waved his hand. A look of deep concern etched upon his face. Thank you, Taoist Baiyun. I shall take my leave. Xiao Wufeng clasped his fists in gratitude and turned to stroll back along the shaded path. Standing at the entrance of the Qingfeng Mingyue Temple, the old Taoist watched Xiao Wufeng depart before calling to his attendant, Xiao Lu, change into ordinary clothing and inform young Master Xiao Lianxue that the task has been accomplished. The tall attendant, Xiao Lu, rushed forward, giving a thumbs up and chuckling, Master, you are quite clever. You managed to profit twice from a tome of uncertain authenticity. Ah, but it is not so simple, the old man replied solemnly, shaking his head with a smile. Xiao Wufeng holds a status within the Xiao family below that of a mere collateral child. He is, without a doubt, a pauper, thus can only offer 15 taels. The real fortune lies with young Master Xiao Lianxue, the biological son of the Xiao family matriarch, Tang Yunqi, whose martial talent is exceptional and highly valued by the family. A mere trickle of wealth from him would far exceed what Xiao Wufeng can muster. Impressive. Truly impressive, Master. You are a financial genius. The attendant grinned broadly, his eyes sparkling with admiration. But I do not understand. With young Master Xiao Lianxue's esteemed status, why target a neglected wastrel? Taoist Baiyun snorted. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Hurry and deliver the message. Half a joss sticks time later. The attendant Xiao Lu emerged from the thicket, just as he was about to step onto the nearby official road when he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. Embraced the refreshing breeze. His expression shifted to one of astonishment as he swiftly maneuvered. His limbs moving with precision, evading the disturbance while his robes billowed in the wind. Grasping a tree branch with one hand, he peered down, exclaiming, Who dares to ambush this venerable Taoist? Suddenly, a rush of wind swept through the branches above him. And as he looked up, he was met with a barrage of sticks obscuring his vision, leaving him unable to see anything else. Bang! A heavy blow struck his forehead, stars exploding in his vision as he crumpled to the ground. With a rustle, the trees around him shook, and a net of grass sprang up from the ground, ensnaring the attendant Xiao Lu. Just then, Xiao Wufeng leaped down from the branches, brandishing a staff to rain down blows. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, the attendant cradled his head, cowering in fear, resembling an ostrich. Stop, stop. What does this esteemed gentleman seek? Treasure or otherwise? Just name it. We have no money on us. Perhaps you could seek another? We have not even glimpsed your face, please. Do not strike with lethal intent. He clutched his head tightly, his breath becoming shallower. Quite a hefty lad, but alas of little use. Xiao Wufeng altered his voice, stating, Why has the old dog Baiyun sent you? Speak the truth. and I shall spare your life. I? The attendant Xiao Lu opened his mouth to respond. In a flash, Xiao Wufeng thrust a small clay pellet into the attendant's mouth. What have you made me swallow? Little thing. I hail from the 10,000 great mountains, under the protection of sorcery. This is a heart-recognizing worm, which will discern truth from falsehood. You would do well to speak honestly, lest my little treasures feast upon your innards. Leaving your corpse to rot in the wilderness, drawing upon tales he had perused in his leisure, Xiao Wufeng imitated the dialect of the mountain tribes as he spun his yarn. The attendant was thoroughly frightened. Recounting everything he knew about the dealings between Taoist Baiyun and Xiao. Furthermore, to ensure the attendant did not regain his composure and deduce his identity, he pried into several unsavory incidents from Taoist Baiyun's past. With a sinister chuckle, Xiao Wufeng remarked, "You, little one, are quite astute. You have not dared to peek at me throughout this encounter, so I shall grant you a reprieve." "Thank you, esteemed master. Thank you, esteemed master. Thank you, esteemed master." The attendant Xiao Lu squeezed his eyes shut, repeatedly bowing his head. "Remember, what transpired today is known to you and me alone. Moreover, should I seek you out again, I shall have no need for traps." With that parting remark, Xiao Wufeng vanished into the woods. Chapter 2. Once promised to be the best in the world, half an hour later, Xiao Wufeng returned to Baiyu capital, entering through the towering southern city gate. Not far off stood a fabric shop named Yuifeng, which flourished and was among the most renowned clothing brands in the capital. A tall maiden, hands clasped together, holding a few pieces of silver, awaited beside the wall of Yuifeng. Upon spotting Xiao Wufeng approaching, her eyes sparkled with delight as she advanced to greet him. "Young master, today the shopkeeper Xiao Feng gifted me the payment for the embroidery work. It is quite a sum." Her face, an elegant oval reminiscent of a beautiful jade, is graced by skin as white as freshly congealed fat. Her striking Danfeng eyes, paired with brows that resemble distant mountains, exude an air of subtle nobility, rendering her countenance deserving of the praise of being exquisitely picturesque. Her lustrous black hair is simply fashioned into an updo, adorned with an old wooden hairpin, while she dons a maid's attire of delicate lotus green. Yet this cannot conceal her natural and innocent beauty, as pure as water that gives rise to the lotus blossom. "Sister Mitsai, you need not give it to me. Keep it for your own use." Xiao Wufeng shook his head. The girl, whose birth name is Mitsai, was found as a baby many years ago by Su Chanyu during an outing. Due to the rarity of the surname GMO, Xiao Wufeng has called her Mitsai since childhood, and others have assumed this is indeed her name. "No, what is mine belongs to the young master." GMO Mitsai's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she swiftly approached Xiao Wufeng. The gentle breeze carried the fragrance of the girl. And before Xiao Wufeng could voice his refusal, 5 pieces of broken silver had already appeared in his hand. Leaning closer, her soft lips brushed against Xiao Wufeng's ear as GMO Mitsai whispered, "Young master, you deliberately sent me away just to meet the old Taoist priest you encountered a few days ago, didn't you?" Xiao Wufeng chuckled, unable to pursue the matter of the silver further, and replied, "Sister Mitsai, you are so clever. How could I dare to deceive you? However, given that we are in a desolate area and I lack martial skills, I cannot afford to draw attention while escorting a fairy from a painting." "Oh, you have a sharp tongue," she said, a hint of laughter dancing in her eyes as she gently shook her head. Glancing at the setting sun, she took Xiao Wufeng's hand and walked a few steps away. Speaking softly, "Young master, while I was at the Jade Garment Workshop, I overheard the manager Xiao Feng mention that a few days ago, the 7th young master commissioned a shabby old Taoist to tailor a set of garments for himself." "It must be Xiao Lianxue and the old Taoist Baiyun," Xiao Wufeng replied quietly. "The family's hunting ceremony is just a month away, and any clan member who fails will be exiled. Xiao Lianxue has long sought to strip me of my direct lineage status and drive me away. It is quite something for him to plot against me while the other clan members are busy preparing." "Ah, young master, you know." GMO Mitsai blinked her beautiful eyes. "The man of the mountain has his own clever plans. There's no need to be overly surprised." Xiao Wufeng nodded with a smile. Leaning closer to his cheek, GMO Mitsai inhaled lightly, then teasingly pinched the frayed collar of his garment. "You haven't been up to any mischief again, have you?" "Just a trivial matter. As long as I calculate it properly, I can discern where extra effort is unnecessary," Xiao Wufeng replied somewhat sheepishly. "Come, let us return home. Without a carriage, it will take quite some time. With a few quick steps, GMO Mitsai caught up to Xiao Wufeng. A hint of regret in her eyes as she softly said, "It's all my fault for looking this way. Otherwise, your circumstances would surely be better." GMO Mitsai had been a beauty since childhood, and she blossomed into an incomparably stunning young woman. When Xiao Lianxue was merely 13 or 14, he had coveted her, but since GMO Mitsai had never signed a contract of servitude with the Xiao family, and Xiao Wufeng openly possessed a direct lineage status, Xiao Lianxue was unable to employ many of his schemes. Thus, Xiao Lianxue was determined to strip Xiao Wufeng of his direct lineage status. And the hunting ceremony presented the perfect opportunity. The Xiao family, having established itself through martial prowess, had a family decree that clearly stated, "Those who do not pass the hunting ceremony are unworthy of being a direct descendant of the Xiao family and must accept exile." Suddenly, Xiao Wufeng halted, gently tapping GMO Mitsai on the forehead. "Sister Mitsai, your beauty is an asset, yet you must not belittle yourself. The one who ought to strive is me. Madam once said while she was still alive that you are a rare genius." GMO Mitsai smiled broadly, but her tone shifted slightly, masking a hint of concern. "However, over the years, the Xiao family has never dared to allow you to practice martial arts, which inevitably causes delays. Xiao family disciples begin to consume rare herbs and treasures from the age of 7 to establish their martial foundations, receive guidance from masters between the ages of 8 to 10, and refine their vital energy from 11 to 16. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent, they must wait until they pass the hunting ceremony before they can select martial arts techniques from the family's library." Xiao Wufeng lost his mother at 6 and received no training resources whatsoever. Compared to his siblings, he had not received any nurturing, which was his disadvantage. One must remember the aspirations of youth. One has promised to be the best in the world. Xiao Wufeng tightened his fist slightly, his smile brimming with unspoken confidence. "Though my siblings may have started earlier, I shall surpass them both in speed and distance. Yes, I believe in you, young master." GMO Mitsai nodded vigorously. Not far away, at a window-side table on the 3rd floor of a tavern, a middle-aged man of elegant demeanor and handsome features, bearing a long sword as broad as a door, moved his chopsticks with a mechanical precision that exuded discipline. His ears twitched slightly, filtering out the chaotic sounds of the street, and upon catching a line of poetry, he abruptly turned to gaze out the window. Across the table, a girl with her hair tied in a bun pouted and asked, "Masterly? Masterly, what are you looking at?" The middle-aged man ignored the girl, his eyes lingering with meaning on the retreating figures of Xiao Wufeng and GMO Mitsai. "That young man possesses remarkable courage." The 2 young men seated beside him followed his gaze, and the more muscular of the 2 scratched his head, inquiring, "He seems rather unremarkable in attire and movement. What prompts such words, master?" The middle-aged man cast a languid glance at the 2 youths. "Eat your food and speak less." The 2 youths exchanged glances and obediently focused on their meal. The girl with the bun picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in the middle-aged man's bowl, grinning as she said, "Masterly, since you were tricked here to buy Yujing by our master. Isn't it perfect? You can find the palace eunuchs for a bit of sparring to see who truly masters the sword." A faint smile flickered at the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth, but there was an undeniable hint of exasperation in his gaze as he looked at the girl. "Chen Xiaola, I must warn you. We are here on a mission from the sword sect to select 10 swordsmanship seeds in by Yujing. Do not cause me any trouble, or I shall have you face the wall in contemplation for 10 years. "Hiss," the girl gasped in surprise. The 2 young men lowered their heads, stifling laughter. The middle-aged man shot them a glance. "If you can't keep an eye on her, both of you will share her punishment, which will be doubled." "Ah!" the 2 young men exclaimed in unison, their faces a picture of innocence. Meanwhile, Xiao Wufeng and GMO Mitsai returned to the secluded Qingya courtyard of the Xiao residence. This courtyard is quite remote, situated far from the main entrance, back door, and side entrances, instead leaning towards the small door used by servants. However, the Xiao family servants are quite perceptive, and no one dares to provoke Xiao Wufeng. They have heard whispers of past events and are aware of Xiao Wufeng's lack of favor, so they tend to avoid the Qingya courtyard to escape being ordered about by the abandoned young master. Over the years, this has left the Qingya courtyard in a state of tranquility. With a creak, Xiao Wufeng pushed open the courtyard door and approached the jujube tree in the corner. at this moment. GMO Mitsai tugged at the sleeve of Xiao Wufeng, inquiring, "Did the young master purchase the manual? Can that old Taoist manual be genuine? Not entirely authentic, but it is not entirely false either. It contains one genuine sword technique." Xiao Wufeng retrieved the manual from his robe. GMO Mitsai's brows twitched as she grabbed his sleeve and shook it gently. Manuals are quite expensive. Surely it cost a fortune. For just one sword technique, that seems hardly worth it. Can we return it? Sensing the tremor in her fingertips, Xiao Wufeng gently caressed her delicate hand and smiled. A great martial artist once said, "He fears not 1,000 techniques from his opponent, but rather the one who practices a single technique 1,000 times." GMO Mitsai tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment before grasping that the martial artist referred to a powerful warrior, though she could not recall which esteemed figure had said these words. As the saying goes, a single technique can conquer the world. For me, this one sword technique is more than sufficient. Xiao Wufeng smiled, raising his left hand and lightly tapping his temples with his index finger. Name: Xiao Wufeng, age, 16. Realm, none. Dao Law, none. Unique skills, none. Martial arts, nameless sword technique. Nameless sword technique, proficiency, 0-100, current stage. Not initiated, existing techniques, sword swinging style. Technique description: the vast majority of swordsmen in this world do not even know how to swing a sword. Simplicity is the essence, and to reach the pinnacle, one must lay a solid foundation. The proficiency panel that appeared in his mind had extracted a sword technique from the half-true, half-fake broken manual on the way back. The existence of the proficiency panel allows Xiao Wufeng to refine any rudimentary technique to its utmost potential. With sufficient repetition, he can transform the mundane into the extraordinary, elevating this nameless sword technique to an unparalleled realm. At that time, all mysteries will reside in the swing of the sword, and myriad Tao laws can be broken by a single strike. Gazing into the confident eyes of his young master, GMO Mitsai smiled and nodded. Having lived with Xiao Wufeng for many years, she understood his character well. Xiao Wufeng's thoughts were far-reaching, his actions eccentric, unlike any ordinary young man, yet he possessed a hint of maturity. In all his endeavors and words, he had a clear understanding at heart. With the fragmented sword manual in hand, GMO Mitsai did not peruse it, but returned it to Xiao Wufeng. She glanced around and softly remarked, "The young master acquired the sword manual but lacks a sword. How can one practice without a sword? There should still be some money left at home. Perhaps we could buy a better sword." Xiao Wufeng smiled lightly, bringing his index and middle fingers together. Any fallen flower or leaf can serve as a sword. He then stepped forward, reached for a fallen branch from the jujube tree, and swung it. The proficiency panel did not yield any feedback, causing a sheepish smile to spread across Xiao Wufeng's face. "My realm is still insufficient. I indeed require a proper sword." Jima Ju's delicate brows furrow slightly. "The household will certainly not provide you with a sword. Young master, you must purchase one instead. I'll manage with a wooden sword for now," Xiao Wufeng replied, shaking his head. "Once my swordsmanship reaches a sufficient level, it won't be too late to buy one." Jima Ju hesitated, then shook her head and changed the subject. "It is getting late. We should start a fire and prepare dinner. What would you like to eat today, young master?" "Anything you make is delicious," Xiao Wufeng said. Giving a thumbs up, Jima Ju smiled faintly, turning to the earthen stove kitchen by the wall. The fire ignited. Smoke wafted upwards, and the rich aroma of cooked vegetables began to fill the courtyard. Xiao Wufeng sat cross-legged beneath the jujube tree, wielding a worn-out knife to carve the wood. Chapter 3. Brotherhood. The rough wooden sword was barely taking shape. Standing under the jujube tree, Xiao Wufeng swung the sword lightly. Whoosh! The wooden sword sliced through the air, tracing an arc. Proficiency 1. Information floated through his mind, and a smile appeared on Xiao Wufeng's face. "Young master, don't rush to practice your swordplay. First, have your meal. You need to be well fed to have the energy to train," Jima Ju said, emerging from the small kitchen with a hint of oil on her cheeks and a smile playing at her lips. Casually, she stuck the wooden sword into the soil, and Xiao Wufeng quickly stepped to the square table. 3 white porcelain bowls were arranged in a triangle on the table, containing steamed buns, stir-fried cabbage with pork lard, and tofu with scallions. Xiao Wufeng laughed. "What a special day it is today, Sister Ju. You actually treated us to stir-fried pork lard. Practicing martial arts requires nourishing one's vitality. Our conditions are poor, and we cannot afford the best ingredients. But you should still have your share of meat, Jima Ju replied with a shy smile. For the next month, nutrition must indeed keep pace, Xiao Wufeng nodded with a smile, pulling out a pouch of coins. There are 15 taels here. Take it and buy ingredients. Jima Ju paused slightly. That's too much. I won't need that much for groceries. My wages for needlework will suffice. Xiao Wufeng's gaze was firm as he handed the pouch to Jima Ju. You will all need it. For the next month, it's not just about me eating well. You must eat well too. Jima Ju shook her head like a pendulum. No? No. I'm light and don't need meat. It's all for you, young master. He raised his chopsticks and placed a generous piece of pork lard into her bowl, smiling gently. Sit down and eat. After dinner, the sparse stars hung high in the sky, and a pale crescent moon peeked through the clouds. Jima Ju began to clear the dishes and wash them in the small kitchen. As Xiao Wufeng stood up and took a few steps, he suddenly noticed the words that floated through his mind. After consuming the dinner imbued with Jima Ju's heartfelt intentions, you have gained a special status effect, double proficiency enhancement efficiency, lasting for 2 hours. Xiao Wufeng blinked in surprise and quickened his pace back to the jujube tree. Drawing the wooden sword, he assumed a stance and swung fiercely. Proficiency 2. Proficiency 2. Proficiency 2. After several consecutive attempts, each yielding double enhancements, Xiao Wufeng was filled with confusion. As long as I consume the dishes made by Sister Ju, I can receive a special status effect. There was no immediate answer to his question. So he shook his head and chose not to dwell on it. After all, the opportunity before him was too precious to waste. With the double proficiency enhancement, it felt akin to having double experience. There was no room for even a moment's delay. Train. As long as he didn't exhaust himself, he would train relentlessly. Xiao Wufeng gripped the wooden sword tightly, tirelessly swinging it. Once, twice, 3 times. Time passed slowly, and he gradually felt a tingling fatigue in his arms. His shoulders, biceps, elbows, forearms, and wrists felt as though they no longer belonged to him. Yet, Xiao Wufeng paid little heed to the discomfort, his face alight with a smile as he counted. At first, his sword-swinging form was rudimentary, lacking any semblance of technique. However, after continuous practice, his swordplay reached a new stage, glimpsing the threshold. The movements of his hands became markedly different, even as the sensations in his arms persistently interfered. He maintained a basic stability. Each swing of the sword was precise, stopping sharply with a discernible rhythm. Xiao Wufeng's attention focused on the proficiency panel. Unnamed sword technique, proficiency. 0-1000, level, glimpsing the threshold. Current techniques, sword swing. Gently pressing his left hand against his right shoulder, he relaxed his muscles while motivating himself. If I swing the sword 500 more times, I will reach a new stage. He then continued to practice fervently, swinging the sword for the remaining hour. Jima Ju did not disturb Xiao Wufeng, quietly observing from a distance. Xiao Wufeng did not blindly pursue speed. He maintained a steady rhythm and frequency. With each swing, he poured all his strength into ensuring it was his best effort. Indeed, even if he swung the wooden sword haphazardly, the feedback from the proficiency panel might not reveal much difference. But he sought to push his limits, to challenge nature itself. Past experiences had taught him countless times that even the slightest hint of complacency could lead to bitter failure in the future. Even with the proficiency panel as a golden finger, he could not rely solely on it. True strength arises from a heart as resilient as steel and an unwavering belief in oneself. Sweat poured down, soaking his clothes. Xiao Wufeng took a half-bow and half-horse stance, bringing down the wooden sword with precision, the tip piercing through the falling green leaves. 500. A few strands of hair fell from his temples. Entangled together, swaying in the evening breeze, and light sparkled in the youth's eyes. Unnamed sword technique, proficiency. 0-10,000, level, proficient. Current techniques, sword swing. A bead of sweat on his brow seemed to transform into a clear mountain spring, penetrating the surface of his skin, seeping into his bones, nourishing his pineal gland. Thoughts settled in his mind, filtering out a continuous stream of insights that watered Xiao Wufeng's heart, with his swordsmanship advancing. He felt a newfound ease. Suddenly, Xiao Wufeng opened his eyes wide, moving with the sword, freely swinging beneath the jujube tree. Even though his right arm was nearly exhausted, the wooden sword still felt like an extension of his will. The simple sword-swinging technique seemed to have undergone infinite evolution, exuding an extraordinary quality. Jimaju, sitting on the threshold with her arms wrapped around her knees, gazed at Xiao Wufeng practicing swordplay. Her eyes sparkled brightly, her brow reminiscent of distant mountains, tinged with excitement. When Xiao Wufeng finally paused to sheath his sword, she spoke, "Now that summer is turning to autumn, the night breeze is cool, young master. You mustn't catch a cold. I've prepared bathwater for you. So hurry and take a soak." Xiao Wufeng turned his head. "All right." After washing away his fatigue and changing into a clean, simple white robe, he sat beneath the eaves, gazing up at the starry night sky. Knock, knock, knock. A noise came from the courtyard door, and Xiao Wufeng walked over to open it. "Qing Feng, what brings you here?" At the door stood a youth with a cherubic face, double pupils, and snow-white hair loosely tied up. Xiao Qingfeng grinned. "Ninth brother, there are some techniques I can't quite grasp. Are you here again to find an excuse to have me practice the Xiao family martial arts?" Xiao Wufeng rolled his eyes. The boy scratched his head. "With the hunting ceremony approaching, it's quite difficult without martial skills." "I know," Xiao Wufeng replied. Xiao Qingfeng peeked into the courtyard. "With your talent, ninth brother, you could easily learn it after watching a few more times." "Why?" Xiao Wufeng waved his hand, opting not to respond. Taking a few steps closer, he sniffed the air, and Xiao Qingfeng's thick brows knitted together. "Ninth brother, did you just finish bathing?" Xiao Wufeng nodded, pointing to the bathing tub against the wall. The water is still in the tub, frowning. Xiao Qingfeng scratched his nose. "That's odd. With less than a month until the hunting ceremony, hasn't he the storekeeper allocated the appropriate herbs to you, ninth brother?" Xiao Wufeng smiled lightly, shaking his head. "Humph. A bunch of petty people. I'll go find them and settle the score." Xiao Qingfeng stomped his foot suddenly. "There's no need for that," Xiao Wufeng replied, shaking his head and patting Xiao Qingfeng's shoulder. "Even if you gather a few storekeepers to beat them up, it won't solve anything. They're just following the orders of the matriarch." Xiao Qingfeng said, "I can't confront the matriarch yet, but I can still handle a few storekeepers easily." After a brief pause, his expression grew passionate as he added, "If you hadn't saved me 8 years ago, I would have drowned long ago. Therefore, targeting you is like targeting me. It wasn't solely to save you. I would have rescued anyone in that situation." "You shouldn't place too much weight on that," Xiao Wufeng replied. Xiao Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. "Precisely because of that, ninth brother, you are who you are." Perching on the threshold, he continued, "Back then, everyone called me a monster. But you never shunned my eyes, willing to play with me and teaching me many things. Over the years, I've grown up. At 14, I can see things more clearly than most in this household. Ninth brother, you're not an ordinary person. You clearly don't care about the Xiao family, not even glancing at the martial arts that many in the Jianghu covet. Stop flattering me." "You little brat," Xiao Wufeng waved his hand dismissively. "I am quite envious too. It's just inconvenient for me to learn." His eyes darting, Xiao Qingfeng caught sight of the wooden sword stuck beneath the jujube tree. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he grasped Xiao Wufeng's shoulders, shaking him back and forth. "Brother, have you come to your senses? Finally willing to practice martial arts? Let me demonstrate the knife techniques I learned today a few more times for you." "No need. I've acquired the sword manual myself." "Ah? Very few things from outside can compare to those in the household." Xiao Qingfeng began but fell silent, realizing that Xiao Wufeng still held reservations about learning the Xiao family martial arts. Clang! Drawing the dagger from his waist, he inclined it toward the bright moon and spoke softly, "Ninth brother, this blade did not come from the Xiao family's storeroom. It is a gift my mother brought back from her recent visit home. Please keep it and make good use of it." "I already possess a suitable weapon," Xiao Wufeng shrugged. "Moreover, this is a dagger, while I practice swordsmanship." After a brief pause, Xiao Wufeng continued, "Your talent is exceptional. The second lady returned to her maternal home specifically before the hunting ceremony to procure this precious blade for you, hoping you could pass the trial early and learn the ancestral techniques of the Xiao family. Your rival is Xiao Lianxue. But you are still quite young, only 14. If you wish to pass the coming-of-age ceremony this year, you must possess a weapon of sufficient quality." Xiao Qingfeng fell silent for a moment before muttering, "I have grown up and know what I am doing." At that moment, shouts from the servants outside could be heard, indicating that the second lady had sent someone to fetch him. Xiao Wufeng smiled gently. Look, your mother is calling you back for dinner. Xiao Qingfeng's face flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's bottom, and he hurriedly pulled a silk pouch from his bosom, thrusting it into Xiao Wufeng's hands before darting out. Ninth brother, do your best. Let us both pass the hunting ceremony together. He called out as he ran into the courtyard, his footsteps fading into the distance. Xiao Wufeng opened the silk pouch and discovered a note along with a watercolored pill the size of a fingernail. The note read, "Which of our kin has not grown up feasting on the flesh of monstrous beasts and bathing in precious herbs? Ninth brother, you cannot refuse my water-soft pill. It possesses the ability to cleanse the marrow and strengthen the sinews. Its initial use yields the best results, and it was also brought back by mother from her maternal home. So it is not considered a Xiao family possession. Rest assured in consuming it." The little rascal knows how to scheme now, Xiao Wufeng chuckled, shaking his head. Chapter 4. The 6 Veins of the World in the Xiao Residence. Yuhua Courtyard. The gentle stream flowed quietly beneath the small bridge, with candles illuminating the cobblestone path on either side. An elderly servant held a paper lantern, leading the way while Xiao Qingfeng followed reluctantly. The evening breeze caressed his cheek, carrying with it a refreshing and exotic fragrance, as he heard his mother's gentle voice. "Qingfeng, have you gone to find your 9th brother again?" Xiao Qingfeng replied with a slight hum. "Mother, is there something else you need me for?" The noblewoman sat alone under the moonlight, combing her hair, with a low table before her adorned with several water-soft pills. "One of the pills I brought back for you is missing." Xiao Qingfeng was rendered speechless, a look of embarrassment crossing his features as he pondered excuses. At that moment, the old servant holding the lantern spoke up. This old man has sharp eyes and saw young Master Qingfeng slip something to young Master Wufeng before their parting. "You." Xiao Qingfeng widened his eyes, pointing at the old servant. The noblewoman shook her head, gesturing for Xiao Qingfeng to sit. He, feeling dejected, sat down while muttering, "I just feel this family is too unfair to 9th brother," with a light press of her crimson lips. The noblewoman subtly shook her head. "Fairness is but a fleeting illusion. Even if it were a single water-soft pill, giving all the pills on the table would change nothing. Xiao Wufeng has never enjoyed the resources of the residence. No matter how effective the water-soft pill is, it cannot bridge the gap between him and others in a short time. Giving him the water-soft pill would merely be a waste. As for you, my son, you have bathed in the waters of the East Sea's spiritual spring since birth, and your daily meals have been supplemented with bone powder from rare beasts of the great wilderness. These are the fruits of my strength, no matter how envious your siblings may be. They are powerless to change this, for the reason is simply that I hail from the Lin family of Jiangnan. Likewise, Xiao Lianshua's mother is surnamed Tang, originating from that fearsome millennial clan, and has received more resources than you from a young age, including secret medicines concocted by the Tang family's poison experts to nourish her body. This is something you were born into. Absolute fairness does not exist, thus within the Xiao family of this generation. Your only rival is Xiao Lianshue. Xiao Qingfeng retorted, 9th brother's talent is clearly superior. He simply does not wish to learn. That is incorrect. He does not wish to learn, but rather cannot, the noblewoman replied calmly, her gaze imbued with a hint of solace. Xiao Wufeng is more aware of his own circumstances than you are. Tapping her fingers upon the jade plate, the water-soft pills danced within, and she murmured, once he learns the Xiao family's martial arts, he will be bound to the Xiao family for eternity, and thus he will never learn, even if the library is fully open to him. The events surrounding the Yingtian Gate incident 10 years ago were far-reaching. To this day, his existence is a burden to the entire Xiao residence. Over the years, the disdain, injustice, and neglect he has endured in the residence far exceed what you have seen, heard, and known. He has long since lost any sense of belonging to this household. After a brief pause, the noblewoman continued, if he were mature enough, he would do everything possible to preserve his life, and the wisest choice would be to forego the hunting ceremony and accept an assignment to leave the White Jade capital as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he is still young at heart, unwilling to leave in disgrace, and still harbors ambitions. Fight, of course, he must fight. If he does not, he would not be 9th brother. Xiao Qingfeng clenched his fists, concern etched across his face. The noblewoman remarked, ultimately, it is the naivety of youth that prevents him from achieving greatness. That is not true, Xiao Qingfeng huffed, shaking his head. Today's world belongs to the youth. Clearing his throat, he looked up at the bright moon and recited, imitating words he had heard from Xiao Wufeng. All that is past is but dust. The figures of the past are eclipsed by the present. The noble woman sighed softly, raising her teacup in a distant homage to the departed beauty. This saying may apply to you, but it would be too harsh for the son of Sister Su. He was named Wufeng, yet his brilliance shines brightly within. The more he is tempered, the more radiant he becomes. To him, the Xiao residence feels like a prison, a place of suffering day and night. Unless a master from the 6 veins comes to take him as a disciple, he may fear he will live a life of mediocrity. Xiao Qingfeng asserted, surely a master from the 6 veins will recognize his worth. Difficult, difficult, difficult. The noblewoman lowered her gaze. Today, myriad paths of cultivation exist, all stemming from the 6 veins, known as the Tao sect, Spirit Mountain, academies, Sword sect, martial prison, and Fengdu. In my youth, I was renowned in the White Jade capital for my family's flying swordsmanship, celebrated as a prodigy once in 300 years. Later, your grandfather sent me to different academies and sects to participate in assessments, but the final outcome revealed my aptitude to be merely average, with insufficient comprehension, failing to meet the admission standards. Xiao Qingfeng, the noblewoman gently patted Xiao Qingfeng's head, smiling as she said, one water-soft pill may be overlooked, but remember not to grow too close to Xiao Wufeng. You are one of the most outstanding heirs of this generation of the Xiao family. While he is destined for a future devoid of promise, if you become too entangled, it may inadvertently harm him. The following morning, Xiao Wufeng bathed in the dawn's light, wielding a wooden sword and striking repeatedly. His movements appeared unhurried yet possessed a certain rhythm. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by his breathing, a fine mist clung to his skin, creating an ethereal appearance akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. The effects of the water-soft pill were remarkable. After a night of absorption, Xiao Wufeng's physique underwent comprehensive enhancement, including but not limited to strength, agility, endurance, flexibility, and the degree of muscle stretching. Additionally, with his unnamed swordsmanship reaching a level of proficiency, even without consciously quickening his strikes, his efficiency had significantly improved. Where he previously required 2 hours to complete 500 powerful sword swings, he now accomplished the same in just 1 hour. Nonetheless, he did not allow himself to become complacent. Rather, he practiced diligently from before dawn until well past the hour of the dragon. Over the course of more than 2 hours, he executed 500 powerful sword swings with each hand. By the time breakfast arrived, both of his arms felt nearly fatigued, and his right hand, which held the chopsticks, trembled uncontrollably, as did his left hand, which held the porcelain bowl. Jima Ju nibbled on a steamed bun, discreetly observing Xiao Wufeng's arms, and resolved to purchase more fine meat that day to nourish the young master's body. Shortly thereafter, Jima Ju went out to buy groceries, while Xiao Wufeng awaited the recovery of his strength. He did not remain idle. Instead, he found a travelogue that was widely sold in the streets and began to read. The book's protagonist was a wandering escort, and it began by emphasizing that the content of the travelogue was entirely true, aiming to provide insights into this vast continent from the escort's perspective. The escort's journeys allowed him to witness much and hear many wonders. Beyond the East Sea, the Thousand Island Alliance desperately sought the legendary 3 immortal islands in pursuit of true immortality. The boundless great wilderness in the south was a forbidden zone left by myths. Many renowned masters, upon reaching old age, would venture into its depths in search of enlightenment. It was said that deep within the great wilderness lay a divine mountain known as Buzhou, the severed spine of heaven and earth, along with a mythical tree that once reached the abode of deities. Alas, the divine mountain was broken, and the tree destroyed, leaving behind colossal and unrecognizable ancient god corpses that incessantly emitted vitality and resentment, giving rise to countless feral beasts. It was also said that in the extreme north, the bitter cold rendered it inhospitable to ordinary beings. A peculiar life form known as Nyegu-A, born of death, emerged there, alongside the demon race that had been exiled more than 1,000 years ago, forming an alliance to combat the giants of icy depths. Once, the Western paradise had been half transformed into demonic soil, and half of the kings of the 300 Buddhist nations were ensnared by demons. The conflict between Buddhism and demons swirled around Spirit Mountain, and the fate and merits left in the wake of the Buddha's demise remain uncertain as to who could claim them all. Amidst the unbroken expanse of the 10,000 great mountains in the southwest, the women of the barbarian tribes are as enchanting as fire, while the men possess strength akin to that of elephants. For generations, they have upheld the will of their ancestors, subduing a malevolent deity that has persisted since the dawn of time. Upon turning the last page of the tome, Xiao Wufeng exhaled a breath laden with frustration. Pondering, in such a world, how can one not be entranced and reluctant to depart? Surrounded by the low walls of his courtyard, he felt as though he were imprisoned, devoid of freedom, in a realm that allows for cultivation. All sins fundamentally arise from the notion of weakness. Were he to wield a swordsmanship that could survey the world, he could easily vanquish the 100,000 elite soldiers within the White Jade capital with a single stroke. Should he attain unparalleled cultivation, even the esteemed Emperor Qianxian would be compelled to show him respect. How could a mere Xiao family, insignificant as it is, befit the role of his prison? With a resounding clap of his palm against his thigh, Xiao Wufeng approached the jujube tree and drew forth a wooden sword. The proficiency panel delineated a clear hierarchy of levels. Any form of swordplay, martial arts, movement techniques, mental discipline, or Taoist practices could be meticulously categorized into 7 tiers. Initial glimpse. Mastery through repetition, harmonious understanding, peak proficiency, pinnacle mastery, transcendent skill, and the approach to Tao. For the following days, Xiao Wufeng remained confined within his abode, dedicating himself to the practice of the nameless sword technique. Each morning, he wielded the sword 500 times with both hands, repeating this regimen in the afternoon and again at night under the moonlight. He would tirelessly swing the sword 3,000 times in a single day, only pausing when his strength was utterly spent. Initially, he found it quite taxing, feeling as though his hands were no longer his own. Rising in the morning felt as if 1,000 demons were dragging his body. Yet the feedback from the proficiency panel spurred him onward. Whenever he felt he could not endure, he would glance at the proficiency level of the nameless sword technique. 8888, 8889, 8890, 9997, 9998, 9999. As he silently counted to 10,000, Xiao Wufeng unleashed the wooden sword with all his might, fully engaging the muscles of his right arm. This strike seemed to disperse the dust and summon light. His once feeble wrist became as unyielding as steel, and myriad thoughts surged within his mind, coalescing into a wealth of insights. In that fleeting moment, the star-studded night sky transformed into daylight, and a shadow inked in hues of ink appeared on his retina. He beheld himself, having endured countless sword swings over the course of 3 years, as the simple act of swinging the sword was imbued with newfound significance. The wooden sword sliced through the night breeze, the tip conjuring a gust that drifted toward the distant wall. A crisp sound resonated throughout the courtyard as a sword mark, half an inch deep into the stone, was etched into the wall. Strikingly vivid, nameless sword technique, proficiency. 0100, 000, level, harmonious understanding. Existing techniques, sword swing technique. Xiao Wufeng hastened towards the sword mark, his right index finger gliding from left to right over it. A smile graced his face, joy illuminating his brow as he clenched his fist and murmured, "There can be no mistake. This is the sword wind." Chapter 5. Coercion and Rumors. The Sword Sect. One of the 6 great lineages was once led by the legendary elder of the wild sword who authored a tome detailing the 5 stages one must surpass to achieve mastery in swordsmanship. The initial stage is termed sword wind, signifying the ability to command the sword in hand, generating a wind with its rise. Even the most ordinary of grasses, when grasped, can be transformed into a blade as sharp as any iron weapon, capable of inflicting harm within a 10-step radius. Among the contemporaries of the Xiao family, only 2 or 3 could rival Xiao Wufeng's current prowess. He gazed upward at the moon, contemplating, if the nameless sword technique reaches the level of harmonious understanding, it will surely produce sword wind. What if I were to advance further, achieving peak proficiency? With a hand smoothing his slightly raised lip, he remarked, I must not grow complacent. Xiao Wufeng did not forget the formidable adversary he was destined to confront, Xiao Lianxue. This individual, endowed with exceptional talent, possessed an abundance of rare resources provided by both the Xiao and Tang families, devouring them relentlessly over the years. While swordsmanship that generates sword wind may surpass that of ordinary geniuses, It may not suffice to ensure his victory over Xiao Yinxue. Born with an unusual bone structure along her spine, she enjoyed access to cultivation resources far superior to those of the vast majority of the Xiao family descendants. To guarantee a definitive victory over her, Xiao Wufeng must attain the utmost mastery, elevating the nameless sword technique to unprecedented heights. His brows furrowed in determination, Xiao Wufeng gripped the wooden sword with his aching arms once more. With more than half a month remaining, I must make further progress, striving to condense the wind into essence and acquire my own strand of sword energy. The second tier of swordsmanship is the sword energy, embodying the essence of the sword's radiance. Once sword energy is birthed, the sword wielder's every thought and movement becomes infused with it, distinguishing them from the vast majority of sword practitioners in the realm. On the third day of the 9th month, the Xiao family rang the bell thrice, summoning its members to the martial arts arena. Elder Xiaoming stood upon the platform, proclaiming, "At the end of this month, our clan's hunting ceremony will be graced by the presence of eminent figures from the sword sect. To enhance the ceremony's spectacle, the difficulty will be increased, and the hunting grounds will be relocated to the Black Mist Forest." Upon hearing this, the younger members of the family erupted in an uproar. The perils of the Black Mist Forest are no trifling matter. Tree demons and cat demons roam in packs, and the pervasive black mist confounds direction. For any practitioner yet to attain rank, the forest harbors fatal dangers. Silence. Elder Xiaoming gestured for quiet, his flowing white beard undulating despite the absence of wind. While the risks have certainly escalated, each of you will soon be allocated a batch of precious medicinal herbs. He proceeded to enumerate several key herbal names and their origins. Elaborating on their rarity, the younger members of the Xiao family, upon hearing this, displayed glimmers of hope in their eyes. The prospect of acquiring a new batch of precious medicinal herbs increased their chances of succeeding in the hunting ceremony. Most importantly, the presence of the sword sect's eminent figures could elevate them to the status of direct disciples of one of the 6 great lineages. Xiao Wufeng lingered at the edge of the crowd. Observing his elder, Xiaoming ceased his discourse and prepared to depart. "Ninth brother, don't leave yet. The medicinal herbs are about to be distributed." Xiao Qingfeng squeezed through the crowd, tugging at Xiao Wufeng's sleeve. "It's not my turn," Xiao Wufeng replied. Shaking his head, Xiao Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, his gaze resolute as he turned towards the platform. Elder Xiaoming has always been generous. He treats all family members equally. Shortly thereafter, the precious herbs were distributed to each member of the Xiao family by attendants. Xiao Qingfeng watched as an attendant presented a jade platter filled with rare herbs from various corners of the realm. "What about my 9th brother's herbs? Are you conspiring against him?" His lips twitched as he abruptly seized the attendant by the collar. The attendant chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Elder Xiaoming on the platform. "I dare not. This is a directive from the elder." The implication was clear. Xiao Wufeng was not considered a member of the Xiao family, and thus had no share in the current distribution of herbs. Xiao Qingfeng's face contorted with indignation as he waved his hand dismissively. "Then I want to take any—" "No, you must." Xiao Wufeng covered Xiao Qingfeng's mouth. "If you refuse, those herbs will only end up in Xiao Lianshue's hands." Xiao Qingfeng sulked, muttering, "I never expected Elder Xiaoming to be this kind of person." At that moment, the attendant suddenly spoke up. "Elder Xiaoming has another instruction. He wishes for Master Xiao Wufeng to meet him in person." "Oh, did I misjudge Elder Xiaoming?" Xiao Qingfeng's eyes widened in surprise as he nudged Xiao Wufeng with his elbow. "Ninth brother, I'll accompany you." As they walked across the grassy martial arts arena, the sound of their cloth shoes crunching beneath them, Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Qingfeng approached Elder Xiaoming. The elder, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, bore a face etched with deep wrinkles resembling a landscape of valleys, exuding an air of sternness that spoke of years weathered. "Through this medicinal herb distribution, Xiao Wufeng, you should recognize that you have absolutely no hope of succeeding in the upcoming hunting ceremony," he stated bluntly. Xiao Qingfeng scoffed, preparing to protest, but Xiao Wufeng placed a hand on his shoulder, stepping forward to inquire, "Elder, what guidance do you have? I shall point you towards a clear path." Elder Xiaoming stroked his beard thoughtfully. 25 days from now is the hunting ceremony. Xiao Wufeng, you have neither trained in the martial techniques of the Xiao family nor sought to refine your vitality using the precious herbs provided by the family. I do not wish to see you present at the hunting ceremony, nor do I want you to embarrass our Xiao clan before the eminent figures of the sword sect. Xiao Wufeng remained silent, his gaze steady, betraying no sign of wavering, pointing towards the southeast. Elder Ming continued, "If you are willing to voluntarily forfeit your participation in the hunting ceremony, I will arrange for you a lucrative external post along the southeastern coast, at the shores of the Moon Sea. That is, apart from the White Jade capital, the most prosperous city in the Great Qian." Xiao Qingfeng's fists clenched in anger, wishing to strike Elder Ming's face. Surely this is not Elder Ming's true intention? Xiao Wufeng stepped forward. The matriarch personally agreed. Elder Ming nodded. "As long as you willingly relinquish your participation in the hunting ceremony and depart from the White Jade capital, a life of wealth and luxury will be yours." Alone? A cold smile graced Xiao Wufeng's lips as he clasped his hands in salute. "I appreciate the elder's kind intentions, but please convey to the matriarch that I shall undoubtedly attend the hunting ceremony and will not be absent." With that, he turned to leave, without hesitation. Elder Xiao Ming sighed deeply. Young people are always brimming with confidence, unaware that some opportunities come but once. Miss it, and regret will follow. "My ninth brother will not have regrets." Xiao Qingfeng stuck his tongue out at Elder Ming before turning to follow Xiao Wufeng. On the edge of the martial arts arena, Xiao Qingfeng caught up to Xiao Wufeng. "Ninth brother, don't be upset. When the time comes for the hunting ceremony, we'll form a team and I guarantee you'll succeed." With a backward glance and a faint smile, Xiao Wufeng ruffled Xiao Qingfeng's hair, saying, "You little rascal, tend to your own affairs first. This upcoming hunting ceremony will be graced by the presence of esteemed masters from the sword sect. Certain individuals are likely eager to make a grand impression. You are his primary rival, so be on your guard, lest you find yourself in a precarious situation." It's just Xiao Lianxue. It's not like we haven't sparred before. There's nothing to worry about." Xiao Qingfeng waved dismissively. As they conversed, a sudden, jarring laughter erupted nearby. "I thought it was just some little dog barking. Turns out it's our 14th brother, a young man from the collateral branch of the Xiao family." "Clad in green," laughed heartily. Xiao Qingfeng tilted his head, retorting, "Who do you think you are? Don't go around claiming kinship." Xiao Wufeng raised an eyebrow, admonishing, "Watch your language. Such filth may associate you with the refuse by the roadside." With a smirk, Xiao Qingfeng nodded in agreement. "What you say makes sense, ninth brother." "I am Xiao Bansong, the collateral descendant's lips twitched. "Never heard of you." Xiao Wufeng brusquely shoved him aside. "Good dogs don't block the way, scram." With the wind taken from his sails, Xiao Bansong momentarily lost his composure, glancing towards Xiao Lianxue, who was not far off. Useless, incapable of even a proper insult, Xiao Lianxue subtly shook her head, directing her gaze towards the woman beside her. "Seventh brother. Rest assured, watch me," Xiao Mianmian declared, placing her hands on her hips, and approached Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Qingfeng, intentionally avoiding eye contact with them. She placed a hand on the shoulder of the collateral branch descendant, saying, "It seems someone in the family has recently been duped. Do you know about it?" Upon receiving the hint, the collateral descendant nodded vigorously. "I believe someone bought a counterfeit manual." "Exactly, and whether it was Xiao Wufeng or Xiao Qingfeng who fell for it, they ended up with a manual that is utterly impossible to cultivate from." "Ha ha ha." Xiao Mianmian's exaggerated laughter drew the attention of most present at the training ground. Xiao Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, pointing at Xiao Mianmian, declaring loudly, "Nonsense. Do I really need to buy a martial manual? Spare me your absurdities." "If it's not you, then it must be him," Xiao Mianmian retorted coldly, her index finger surreptitiously aimed at Xiao Wufeng. Chapter 6. The wind of the sword rises. The chi of the sword emerges. Xiao Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, turning to Xiao Wufeng. "Ninth brother, don't listen to her. I did purchase a manual, but it is indeed genuine," Xiao Wufeng stated. "When the hunting ceremony arrives, you shall see." "Ha ha ha ha, genuine." Xiao Mianmian laughed uproariously. "That Taoist Baiyun is notorious for his deceit. I fear his Qingfeng Mingyue temple has vanished without a trace." "Xiao Wufeng, how naive you are to think that 15 taels of silver could buy you a legitimate manual, let alone use it as a trump card for the hunting ceremony. It's truly laughable." 12 Sister. You shouldn't mock ninth brother like that. It hasn't been easy for him to save up some silver over the years. Xiao Lianxue, holding a folding fan, strode forward with her head held high. "Ninth brother cannot practice our family's martial arts. He has finally saved enough to buy a manual and surely doesn't want to believe it's a fake. You're throwing salt in his wounds, which is quite unkind. Xiao Mianmian lowered her head, stifling a laugh as she replied, "Seventh brother, you are right. I shouldn't have burst Xiao Wufeng's bubble." Xiao Lianxue subtly nodded, gently pressing a hand on Xiao Mianmian's shoulder. 12th sister, do you seem to have more to say? Xiao Mianmian lightly hummed in agreement, raising her head to say, I was just pondering that it may not matter if ninth brother cannot practice martial arts. After all, if he fails the hunting ceremony, he can still be sent out to contribute to the family. However, if he can't even safeguard a mere 10 taels of silver, can he truly take charge of the family business? Damn! Xiao Qingfeng's sleeves flared as his eyes blazed with fury, seemingly capable of igniting Xiao Mianmian with his glare. What are you saying? Xiao Lianxue, with an airy demeanor, replied, 14th brother, temper your anger. 12 sisters' concerns are not without merit. Every asset of the family has been earned through the hardships of our ancestors and cannot be squandered by us. Their descendants. She strode directly in front of Xiao Wufeng, looking down at him. Ninth brother, if you wish to follow me, I guarantee your success in the hunting ceremony. What do you say? Then, in a tone only Xiao Wufeng could hear, she added, you know who I desire. Not a chance. Xiao Wufeng spat defiantly. Sister Mo Ju is her own master. She is not a servant of the Xiao family. Xiao Lianxue's face turned as pale as snow, her fan unfurling to obscure half her face, revealing only a sinister expression. What does it matter whether she is or not? The crux is that you cannot protect her. After a slight pause, she continued, just wait and see. At the hunting ceremony, I will ensure you become a cripple. From now on, there will be no retreat for you. Fine. Let's see the truth at the hunting ceremony. Xiao Wufeng nodded. Spreading his hands, Xiao Lianxue feigned regret. Everyone has heard it. The opportunity was given to ninth brother, yet he chose not to cherish it. Xiao Bansong chimed in. Is Xiao Wufeng out of his mind? He buys a counterfeit sword manual and thinks he can make a name for himself, daring to compete with young Master Lianxue. It's akin to courting death. Xiao Mianmian remarked, seventh brother is righteous. But it's a pity that the old ninth is oblivious. Such a person is hardly fit to manage the family business. At the training ground, most of the neutral Xiao family descendants whispered among themselves, casting increasingly curious glances at Xiao Wufeng. With furrowed brows, Xiao Qingfeng, filled with indignation, wanted to argue loudly. Let us go. There's no need for words. Action is the true path. Xiao Wufeng restrained Xiao Qingfeng's shoulder. Soon, the two brothers left the training ground and found a secluded spot. Ninth brother, be honest with me. Is that scoundrel Xiao Lianxue deliberately setting you up? Xiao Wufeng shook his head. You don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you. I just can't stand their smug expressions, especially Xiao Lianxue, who, despite being utterly vile, pretends to be virtuous. Xiao Qingfeng lowered his head. I'll show you a move using a knife instead of a sword. Xiao Wufeng raised his hand and drew the knife at Xiao Qingfeng's waist. Before Xiao Qingfeng could react, a flash of sword light zipped past, and a fierce wind swept across, striking down a thick branch. This? Xiao Qingfeng's face turned pale with astonishment, swallowing hard in disbelief. Sword wind? Sure. Xiao Wufeng smiled and nodded. With a sparkle in his eyes, Xiao Qingfeng covered his mouth with both hands, fearful that his excitement might cause him to shout out this good news. In the remaining 25 days, Xiao Wufeng accelerated his sword practice, increasing his swings daily from 3,000 to 5,000. The remaining silver at home flowed like water, but the results were remarkable. The carefully prepared meals by Mo Ju provided Xiao Wufeng with unique enhancements. Sometimes, his proficiency would double, ranging from 2 to 5 times, while other times, his stamina would recover rapidly, allowing him to wake up refreshed the next day 80 times. It would enhance his comprehension, enabling him to better refine his sword technique for a more powerful wind. The breakthrough of the nameless sword technique arrived naturally, as if it were a matter of course. In the small courtyard, beneath the jujube tree, Xiao Wufeng moved with agility, seemingly without form, yet possessing a unique rhythm. He wielded his sword like a brush, the sword's edge swirling with strands of sword qi, as though ink was being diffused upon paper. The sword qi coalesced into brilliant light, dispersing into a protective vortex around him. Leaves fell gracefully, unable to touch even a corner of his garments. Whoosh, the wooden sword spun, entwined with green and pale yellow leaves, elongating into a visible sword chi, with a twist of his waist. He powered his arms, and the wooden sword emitted a resonant clang. Buzz the sword chi shot forth, sweeping through the cascading leaves, striking a large stone beside the courtyard. Crack, 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 cracks spread across the stone surface, and a gentle breeze lifted the dust like smoke. With the wooden sword tucked behind him, Xiao Wufeng gently closed his eyes. Name: Xiao Wufeng, age, 16. Realm: none. Dao law: none. Unique techniques: none. Martial arts: nameless sword technique. Nameless sword technique, proficiency: 120,001, 000, level, mastery. Current techniques: sword swinging style. Technique description: you have acquired your own unique way of wielding the sword. Continue to refine it without pause, and you shall one day grasp the essence of the sword. Xiao Wufeng rubbed his forehead and chuckled softly. With mastery of the sword technique, I have indeed attained my own sword chi. There are 3 more levels to the nameless sword technique: pinnacle, transcendence, and approaching the Tao. Doesn't this correspond perfectly with the subsequent 3 tiers of swordsmanship: sword chi, sword intent, and sword heart? Shaking his head slightly, he self-deprecatingly mused, even if that is the case, it would be difficult to achieve it overnight. Peering out of the door, Emoju smiled brightly. Young master, it's getting late. You should bathe and then get a good night's rest. Indeed, Xiao Wufeng nodded. Now, I await tomorrow's hunting ceremony. The emergence of sword chi from the sword means that even without cultivating any internal techniques or possessing internal breath, Xiao Wufeng has a substantial chance of overcoming 9th-grade martial artists. Xiao Lianxue, with her exceptional talent, must have already been exposed to the internal techniques of the Xiao and Tang families. However, martial cultivation is a gradual process. Even if he were to break into the 9th grade, it is highly probable he would still be at the initial stage, posing no significant threat. Xiao Wufeng reclined on his bed, reaching out to grasp the darkness of the air, uttering, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." The following morning, at the Xiao family's martial arts arena, a formation was erected at the center, interlinking with the Earth's veins to create a large elliptical teleportation portal. Elder Xiaoming raised his hands above his head, a continuous stream of mist emanating from his palms, while a colossal circular mirror, measuring over 10 yards in diameter, floated above him. Xiao Qingfeng gazed at the mirror, swallowing nervously. "Ninth brother, I heard that the clan has invested heavily this time, specifically borrowing one of the 12 mirrors of the Celestial Observation Bureau." With a slight frown, Xiao Wufeng turned and asked, "The Celestial Observation Mirror can discern all our actions?" Shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands, Xiao Qingfeng replied, "If it were the main mirror, then yes, but this is merely a subsidiary mirror. Moreover, our hunting grounds are in the Black Mist Forest, where the dense fog is highly confusing. Only the areas where the mist is thin can be projected by the subsidiary mirror." "That is reassuring." A glint of brilliance flashed in Xiao Wufeng's eyes. "Ah, that doesn't seem good." Xiao Qingfeng blinked. "Our safety would then be compromised." Xiao Wufeng gently pressed his hand on his shoulder, stating, "The sword in hand is the best assurance. Beyond that, there is no alternative." Nodding in partial understanding, Xiao Qingfeng's gaze fell to the wooden sword at Xiao Wufeng's waist. "Ninth brother, how about I go to the storeroom manager to fetch a Qingfeng sword?" "If you go for a sword, even a fool would know it's to assist me." Xiao Wufeng shook his head, gesturing for Xiao Qingfeng to look towards the distant viewing platform. "The matriarch is seated there. With a mere word, she could reclaim the sword you brought." Xiao Qingfeng sighed deeply, shifting the conversation. "Ninth brother, have you heard of the 6 veins of the world?" "I am aware." Xiao Wufeng nodded. "All the cultivation methods under heaven ultimately stem from the teachings of the 6 veins. The sword sect's esteemed master is here to witness." "This is the best opportunity," exclaimed Xiao Qingfeng. "The sword sect is the most protective of its own. As long as you become a disciple, ninth brother, everything will be splendid." At this moment, Xiao Mianmian pushed through the crowd, coldly scoffing, 14th brother, do you even understand what you're saying? That esteemed master from the sword sect is none other than Li Ji, one of the strongest contenders for the title of Sword Immortal in the entire martial world. He has cultivated for 30 years, and even in the sword sect, which is renowned for its prodigies, he has yet to find a disciple worthy of his attention. After a brief pause, Xiao Mianmian gestured towards Xiao Lianxue beside her. Masterly never accepts disciples. His purpose for attending the Xiao family's event is not to take on an apprentice unless it is our family's most illustrious genius. No one else could possibly catch his discerning eye. 12th sister. Do not stoop to the level of the 14th brother. He means well, truly trying to cater to 9th brother's fragile pride. Xiao Lianxue lightly waved her arm, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Wufeng. Xiao Mianmian joined in with a hearty laugh. It's futile. Some people simply cannot comprehend the gap between themselves and true talent. His participation in the hunt only serves to tarnish our Xiao family's reputation. You are pushing it too far. Xiao Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Xiao Wufeng placed a calming hand on Xiao Qingfeng's shoulder, shaking his head. The hunt is about to commence. Acting rashly now would play right into their hands. They intend to use me to provoke you? Hoping to eliminate you prematurely. Do not act impulsively. Xiao Qingfeng clenched his fists, but, Xiao Wufeng asserted, words are powerless. It is better to wield the sword and prove oneself. Meeting Xiao Wufeng's resolute gaze. Xiao Qingfeng nodded earnestly. Chapter 7. Cheating? Not a chance. A faint glow flickered amidst the withered shrubs, the dim black mist repelled by an unknown force, pressing outward. A soft blue light outlined his silhouette as Xiao Wufeng stepped forth from the interwoven shadows of the teleportation rift. He raised his head to observe the canopy of lush branches overhead, resembling a grand canopy woven by demons, obscuring the sun above. The black mist here is not too thick. We must be at the periphery of the black mist forest. The damp mist clung to his skin as Xiao Wufeng stretched his neck and shoulders, adapting for a moment before crouching to unfurl a beast hide map. The formation master of the Xiao family had illustrated the array with special paint, thereby interlinking with the Earth's veins, continuously displaying a real-time map of the majority of the black mist forest's traversable areas. This hunting map was distributed to each participant, accompanied by a jade pendant, which Xiao Wufeng wore around his neck. The jade pendant and map serve to elucidate the principal rules of this hunting event. Firstly, aside from personal weapons, the use of medicinal pills, talismans, magical artifacts, or any external items was strictly prohibited. Secondly, all participating members of the Xiao family were equipped with a jade talisman. Shattering this talisman would signify voluntary forfeiture, returning them from the Black Mist Forest to the martial arts arena. Thirdly, mutual attacks were not forbidden within the Black Mist Forest. Seizing others' prey was permissible, and forming teams was also allowed. Fourthly, the Black Mist Forest was home to a plethora of magical beasts. Hunting ordinary beasts would yield 10 points, while hunting cat and tree spirits would double the score, with successful hunts of leader-level beasts increasing points tenfold. The final blow would determine the kill. As long as the beast's life was claimed, the Jade Talisman would automatically record the achievement. On the map, Xiao Wufeng observed faint blue dots indicating his current position, surrounded by rocky cliffs that formed a small valley, shaped like a pot, with only a single exit to the southeast. A blood red, representing the cat spirit leader, lingered not far from the valley's exit, alongside numerous smaller red dots. This is merely the periphery of the Black Mist Forest. It should not harbor such a large gathering of magical beasts, indicating human interference. Propping his chin on one hand, Xiao Wufeng furrowed his brow in contemplation. With Master Li Ji from the Sword Sect present to witness, the originally planned 3-day hunting event has been compressed to 2 days and nights. However, even so, the elders and matriarchs are still worried that Master Li Ji may lose patience, hence they deliberately accelerated the pace of this assessment. Moreover, the congregation of the cat spirit leader and the swarm of cat spirits presents an excellent stage, seemingly orchestrated to elevate Xiao Lianxue. It seems the matriarch holds Master Li Ji in considerable esteem. The Sword Sect, the 6 veins of the world. The significance is indeed extraordinary. Slightly shaking his head, Xiao Wufeng focused on the center of the map. There existed a stark boundary between the periphery and the inner regions of the Black Mist Forest. This boundary was dotted with numerous larger red dots, accompanied by annotations indicating the presence of leader-level tree spirits, which were larger in size and numerous in quantity, but required ample space to absorb nutrients, thus not positioned too closely to one another. It was advised to hunt them in groups. Clink, clink, bang! The sound of clashing weapons echoed faintly, prompting Xiao Wufeng to swiftly scan the map and discover 7 or 8 small red dots emerging at the valley's entrance. Rolling up the map and tucking it away, he crouched low and moved swiftly, soon spotting 2 familiar faces, Xiao Mianmian and Xiao Bansong. Surrounded by 7 or 8 cat spirits, they were encircled. The two stood back to back, using their weapons to fend off attacks. Barely able to defend themselves. Damn it, if only Lianxue brother were here. We would have easily dispatched this wretched swarm of cat spirits together. A gust of wind grazed Xiao Mianmian's face, leaving a shallow cut. And in a fit of rage, she screamed. Continuously parrying the claws of 3 ordinary calico cat spirits, Xiao Bansong gasped, "Auntie, conserve your strength and think of a way to take down that white cat spirit, concealed within the underbrush." Xiao Wufeng peered through the gaps in the leaves, observing the white cat spirit that remained just outside the fray. Its eyes shone a brilliant blue, distinct from the typical green of ordinary cat spirits. Standing half a human tall, its limbs muscular and sinewy, with razor-sharp claws enveloped in thin black mist, as its claws touched the ground. The grass withered and decayed at a visible pace upon contact with the dark mist clinging to its claws. A glint of insight flashed in Xiao Wufeng's eyes. This is a characteristic of a mutated cat spirit, and it is a rare form of highly toxic mutation. It has likely consumed some sort of poisonous celestial treasure. The poison on the white cat spirit's claws is quite unusual. Should it break the skin? The victim would suffer from weakness and mental disarray, or worse, bleed from all 7 orifices and die on the spot. No wonder their movements have become erratic. Truth be told, ordinary cat spirits do not possess high intelligence. Escaping should not be overly difficult. Crouched in the grass, Xiao Wufeng leisurely observed the unfolding battle. At that moment, the white cat spirit launched itself, its limbs propelling it forward with startling speed, transforming into a white shadow that darted between the colorful cat spirits. Clang! Xiao Mianmian crossed her twin blades, barely managing to fend off a strike from the white cat spirit. The dark mist from its claws loomed before her, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Her lips twitching in desperation as she exclaimed, "Xiao Bansong, think of something quickly. If this continues, we will be eliminated. What can I do?" Xiao Bansong shook his head, his nerves taut as he faced the opportunistic assaults from several ordinary cat spirits. Frustrated, Xiao Mianmian stomped her foot. "Stop pretending. I know you secretly bought talismans. If you don't use them now, I will definitely report you if I get eliminated." The two fell into a brief silence. Xiao Bansong sighed. The clan has borrowed the celestial observation mirror. Rest assured, the mirror must be reflecting images for Lianxue brother at this moment. Xiao Mianmian softened her tone. He is the protagonist of this hunt and will surely showcase his prowess. That cat spirit king is prepared for him. If we can join forces with him, not only will we be safe, but we can also make a good impression in front of the sword sect's esteemed master. Then let us take a gamble. Xiao Bansong produced 2 wind acceleration talismans. Ready to activate them. Using additional items is blatant cheating. Xiao Wufeng raised an eyebrow, gripping the wooden sword tightly in his right hand before giving it a gentle wave. Whoosh! The blade's wind instantly traversed over 10 meters, shattering the talisman held by Xiao Bansong. "Is it not ready yet?" Xiao Mianmian's voice was filled with uncertainty. Her right hand trembled incessantly as Xiao Bansong swallowed hard and said, "It seems there are stronger cat demons nearby. My talisman was shattered the moment I took it out." "Nonsense." Xiao Mianmian bared her teeth. Only the Gale Cat demon can unleash such claw winds, and they only operate within the inner layers of the Black Mist Forest. They shouldn't be appearing here. The corner of Xiao Bansong's mouth twitched. But my escape talisman was indeed destroyed. Then point me in the direction of the attack. Xiao Mianmian's brows furrowed fiercely. Xiao Bansong forced a smile. I didn't see clearly." Chapter 8. Those who recognize the times are heroes. Suppressing her anger, the corners of Xiao Mianmian's lips twitched slightly. Further scolding would be futile. The immediate priority was to extricate themselves. She absolutely could not be eliminated during the hunting ceremony. The family rules of the Xiao clan were exceptionally strict. Failure in the hunt meant incompetence, rendering one unsuitable to remain in the family's inner circle and necessitating external placement until sufficient merits were accumulated to return to the center of power within the clan. Something's amiss. Why have the cat demons ceased their attacks? Xiao Bansong suddenly remarked. Xiao Mianmian, with her twin blades crossed over her chest, looked left and right. What are they on guard against? The encirclement of ordinary cat demons remained unbroken, yet the pure white cat demon leapt to the periphery, gazing towards a nearby thicket. its claws dug into the ground, its back arched high, fur bristling, with its azure vertical pupils filled with vigilance. Instinct warned it that the source of the fierce wind was nearby, harboring immense danger. Could it be a stronger beast? Xiao Bansong's face contorted in confusion. But this is merely the outskirts of the black mist forest. That shouldn't be the case. Xiao Mianmian's eyes widened. Even if it is stronger, that could very well be our opportunity to escape should a third party join in. I'm just afraid the incoming beast might be too formidable, capable of ensnaring both of us along with the cat demons. Xiao Bansong replied. Meow. The pure white cat demon let out a cry the next moment. A gust of wind suddenly stirred in the thicket, the rustling of leaves growing frantic, with the sharp wind concealing the edge of a blade. The pure white cat demon was startled, hastily swiping with its front paws. Bang! The pure white cat demon stumbled back several steps, its hind legs skidding along the ground, leaving half-inch deep marks. Like poisoned daggers, its sharp claws cracked and fell, littering the ground. Both front paws were now bare, the breaks clean and precise. The pure white cat demon's most prized weapon was thus destroyed. Sword wind. A glint flashed in Xiao Bansong's eyes as he raised his fists, laughing heartily. Thank you, elder brother, for your assistance. With her twin blades secured on her back, Xiao Mianmian offered a demure and sweet smile. Lifting her skirt in a graceful bow, Mianmian wishes to extend her thanks in advance. May I inquire which esteemed elder brother stands before us? Tap, tap, tap. Simple cloth shoes crunched through the thicket, revealing a washed-out pale blue outfit paired with light gray training pants. Simple, unadorned, and clean. The newcomer's attire stood in stark contrast to the majority of the Xiao clan members. The Xiao family, a prestigious and affluent clan, meant that even the most ordinary of collateral descendants would typically be clad in silks and satins. How could it possibly be you? Xiao Mianmian's jaw nearly unhinged, her crimson lips failing to close. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as Xiao Bansong gripped his broad blade, his eyes blinking rapidly, akin to a malfunctioning light bulb. Xiao Wufeng, you have never practiced martial arts. Before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent. For in Xiao Wufeng's hand was not a sword of exceptional craftsmanship, but rather a mere wooden sword, its rough appearance suggesting it was a toy casually whittled from wood. Yet, with such a sword, he could still unleash sword winds, severing the claws of the mutated cat demon. This was utterly inconceivable. Xiao Bansong recalled his previous mockeries, realizing that he had unwittingly invited his own demise. During the hunting ceremony, all participants were trapped within the black mist forest. Was it not the perfect opportunity for Xiao Wufeng to exact his revenge? His throat dry, he swallowed hard, slightly stepping back, poised to flee at any moment. Xiao Wufeng paid no heed to Xiao Bansong, turning instead to gaze at the pure white cat demon. Little kitty, your reaction is rather swift. With a timid meow, the pure white cat demon repeatedly leaped backwards in fright. The other ordinary cat demons, sensing the higher demon's fear, hurriedly followed suit, either jumping or running to join the pure white cat demon's side. The encirclement was instantly broken. However, Xiao Bansong felt no joy. What sorcery have you employed? How can you make these cat demons perform for you? Xiao Mianmian narrowed her eyes into a slit, drawing her twin blades once more and assuming a posture of combat. Within the Xiao family, who did not know that Xiao Wufeng was expressly forbidden from practicing the family's martial arts? She could not bring herself to believe in Xiao Wufeng's strength, nor did she wish to. The demeanor of the cat demons already indicated his formidable prowess. Xiao Bansong's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably as he said, "My dear aunt, please do not court death. Let us submit to ninth brother. He is magnanimous and surely will not hold our transgressions against us." You cowardly wretch. Xiao Mianmian arched her brows defiantly, glaring fiercely at Xiao Bansong. He has been unable to practice martial arts for years. It is impossible for him to possess sword techniques at the level of sword wind. Those earlier displays were merely his smokescreen. Do you not wonder why he dared to participate in the hunting ceremony? It is highly likely that those cat demons are all under his control. This fellow has meticulously devised some underhanded means just to pass the hunting ceremony. Clap, clap, clap after a series of applause. Xiao Wufeng remarked, "You have me nearly in stitches. Openly using talismans during the hunting ceremony. Surely, You two are the true cheaters. Truly, one who harbors filth in their heart sees everything through a lens of filth. As his words landed, Xiao Wufeng raised his sword. Once, twice, thrice. 3 swift strikes, faster than the eye could follow, making it appear as though he had swung the sword merely once. The sword wind surged forth, enveloping several cat demons. Their wails of agony echoed, and soon, only the lifeless bodies of large cats remained scattered across the ground. The pure white cat demon, drenched in blood, barely survived the initial wave of sword wind. Its limbs bore the marks of the blade, leaving it unable to move, sprawled on its side. Its azure vertical pupils reflected the image of a youth clad in simple blue cloth, emotions akin to humanity flickering across his face. Xiao Bansong understood the white cat's feelings. It was the primal fear of prey in the presence of a dominant predator. Such swordsmanship was not merely at the level of sword wind. It had traversed a significant distance beyond that realm. To have endured in silence for so many years, and not a soul in the vast Xiao estate had detected Xiao Wufeng's anomaly. He was indeed a master of deep scheming. Suddenly, Xiao Mianmian coldly snorted, "Let us strike together and subdue Xiao Wufeng." Ninth brother wields sword techniques at the level of sword wind, far surpassing the majority of young talents in Baiyu Jing. Xiao Bansong shook his head like a pendulum. How could a mere commoner like me stand a chance against him? It would be wise to refrain. Then you shall serve but one purpose. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Mianmian's eyes as she abruptly spun around, darting behind Xiao Bansong and delivering a swift kick to his rear. Xiao Bansong, caught completely off guard by her ambush, was propelled into the air, hurtling towards Xiao Wufeng. Simultaneously, Xiao Mianmian leveraged the momentum to dash in the opposite direction. "Leave him be." Xiao Wufeng swung his wooden sword. The hair on Xiao Mianmian's neck stood on end. The fierce sword wind carried with it a chilling intent to kill. She dared not gamble on whether Xiao Wufeng would show mercy. So she turned to defend herself. Clang! The twin blades clashed, blocking the sword wind, yet she felt an immense force coursing through her arms. With a resounding thud, her back collided with a tree trunk, sending her whole body into disarray, blood surging forth as she coughed violently. Her palms split open, stained with blood, and she could no longer muster the strength to grip her blades. With a clatter, the treasured sword worth 3,000 taels of silver fell to the ground. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, and as she continued to cough up blood, she caught a glimpse of her dulled blade. Unable to utter a single word, this sword, crafted by Jinyu Pavilion, was made from fallen star iron, renowned for its durability and sharpness. Yet, faced with the sword wind unleashed by Xiao Wufeng, it could not withstand even a single clash. Xiao Bansong's calves quivered as memories of the teachings from the Xiao family's martial academy resurfaced in his mind. Regardless of time or place, the worth of a blade lies solely in whose hands it falls. In the hands of you inept fools. Even a divine weapon infused with ancient spirits is but scrap metal. A sword immortal, however, could wield even a mere twig and still be considered a supreme weapon of the world. At that moment, Xiao Wufeng struck again, definitively ending the life of the white cat demon. With 7 ordinary cat demons, each worth 20 points, that totaled 140 points. The one elite mutated white cat was worth 3 times that, adding another 60 points. With 200 points in hand, Xiao Wufeng had more than enough to safely pass the hunting ceremony. Gesturing towards Xiao Bansong, Xiao Wufeng smiled, "Come here." Given Xiao Mianmian's earlier fate, witnessing her bloodied state, it seemed she would have to forfeit the hunting ceremony and shatter her jade token to return for healing. Xiao Bansong dared not make a move, forcing himself to approach with trepidation. "Ninth brother, I previously failed to recognize your true worth and have been remiss. Please do not hold it against me. Just let me off the hook." Xiao Wufeng, with a smile that was neither here nor there, replied, "That will depend on your performance." Xiao Mianmian spat out a mouthful of blood foam. "Do not yield to Xiao Wufeng. He has gained power now and will undoubtedly take revenge on us. Yet, he has nothing to fear. Under the watchful eye of the heavenly mirror, he would never dare to kill." Xiao Wufeng shrugged, spreading his hands. "I have no particular desire for revenge against either of you." This was a blatant disregard for her. Xiao Mianmian gazed at her hands, which had tirelessly practiced the sword. Her heart suddenly flooded with sorrow. Lowering her head, her brows and eyes smoothing out, Xiao Bansong hastily said, Whatever ninth brother commands, I shall comply without hesitation. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Xiao Wufeng nodded. Damn traitor. Why do you fear him? Xiao Mianmian slammed her thigh, jarring her internal injuries, and coughed up blood. Xiao Bansong turned back and scolded. I've tolerated you for far too long. You were born of the direct line. So he certainly won't kill you, but I hail from a collateral branch. My life is insignificant. How could I dare to gamble? Xiao Mianmian was taken aback. You dare to insult me? The situation is stronger than the individual. Do you understand? Xiao Bansong bared his teeth, his seemingly ordinary face taking on a hint of ferocity. Ninth brother has not even enjoyed a fraction of the family's resources, yet he can condense sword wines through his swordsmanship. Such a person is a true genius. Stop buttering me up. It's futile. Xiao Wufeng shook his head. I only need you to do a couple of small tasks. Very well. You may command. Xiao Bansong eagerly nodded. As long as ninth brother is willing to spare me, I am willing to do anything. Pointing at Xiao Mianmian, Xiao Wufeng smiled lightly. Kill her. Xiao Bansong was stunned for half a second. Cold sweat cascading from his forehead like a waterfall, the flicker of fear flashed in his eyes as Xiao Mianmian tightly pressed her lips together, stifling the cough rising in her throat. The air seemed to turn to ice, weighing heavily on their shoulders. Smack! Lightly patting Xiao Bansong's shoulder, Xiao Wufeng shook his head. I was merely joking with you. Xiao Bansong forced a smile. I nearly had a heart attack from your scare. Please? Ninth brother, have mercy and stop toying with me. Extending 2 fingers, Xiao Wufeng, with an indifferent expression, said, I only need you to help me with 2 matters. No problem, as long as it doesn't involve killing. Anything is negotiable. Xiao Bansong nodded vigorously. Xiao Wufeng continued. The first task is for you to crush Xiao Mianmian's jade token. You dare? Xiao Mianmian's eyes widened. Xiao Bansong understood in his heart that sending Xiao Mianmian back to her old home was tantamount to signing his name on a death warrant. If he did not carry out this task, there would be no subsequent developments, and Xiao Wufeng would never let him go for no reason. Approaching Xiao Mianmian, who leaned against a tree, Xiao Bansong said, in comparison, failing the hunting ceremony is far better than losing one's life. I am, in a sense, indirectly saving you. With tears shimmering at the corners of her eyes, Xiao Mianmian parted her lips. You. There's no point in saying more. It has come to this, and we can only blame ourselves for our lack of foresight. Xiao Bansong shook his head, tearing off the jade token from Xiao Mianmian's neck and then crushing it underfoot. Flecks of pale blue light converged, the power of the earth enveloping Xiao Mianmian. Her eyes held a mixture of unwillingness, fear, astonishment, and a profound, unrelenting hatred. Her lips stained with blood, she cried out, No, no, no. I must pass the hunting ceremony. Xiao Wufeng, you cannot. Before she could finish her sentence, her figure blurred, transforming into a streak of blue light that vanished into the ground. Becoming the first eliminated participant of this hunting ceremony, Xiao Bansong turned to Xiao Wufeng. Ninth brother, do you have any further commands? Xiao Wufeng pondered briefly and said, Help me clean up the corpse of the cat demon over there. Select out the valuable parts. Huh? Exclamation point. Xiao Bansong blinked, momentarily unable to keep up with Xiao Wufeng's train of thought. Just moments ago, he had been mentally preparing himself to betray Xiao Lianxue. However, behind Xiao Lianxue stood the matriarch of the Xiao family, Madame Tang Yunxi. The cost of betrayal was nearly unbearable. Nevertheless, circumstances forced his hand, and he was already half on the boat of treachery, with no way to retreat. Caught in a dilemma, he even contemplated some extreme means of escape. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Wufeng said, I need money. Understand? Just the skins of these cat demons could fetch a good sum, so I need someone to help carry them. The notion of lacking money had never been associated with the descendants of the Xiao family, even as a collateral branch. Xiao Bansong was wealthier than the vast majority of common folk, making it completely incomprehensible why Xiao Wufeng would be frugal. Shaking his head several times, Xiao Bansong finally reacted, hurriedly rushing to the corpse of the cat demon. Moments later, the skins, exotic bones, sharp claws, and poisonous nails of the cat demon were all collected and laid before Xiao Wufeng. The proficiency panel showed no change, and Xiao Wufeng silently thought, Indeed, mere observation cannot yield additional skills. I must find time to read books or seek someone to learn from. Rubbing his hands together, Xiao Bansong beamed. Ninth brother, do you see that I've completed this task? Can I leave now? Sure, Then I'll escort you back to the training ground. Xiao Wufeng nodded. Xiao Bansong, huh? Xiao Wufeng continued. By sending you back to the training ground, I am also sparing your life, am I not? Not daring to utter a single word of protest, Xiao Bansong's smile was more akin to a grimace. Since you have lost your value, this is the only way it can be. My apologies. Xiao Wufeng waved his hand, signaling that Xiao Bansong could take his leave. With his eyes darting, Xiao Bansong suddenly had an idea, pointing at the cat demon-s skins on the ground. Ninth brother, wait. You are a master. The cat demons and tree demons of the Black Mist Forest are no match for you. After 2 days and nights, you must at least kill hundreds or thousands of demon beasts. Someone needs to help you safeguard your wealth. I am precisely that qualified candidate. Glancing at the pile of demon beast materials, Xiao Wufeng nodded. I currently do not possess a storage bag or a spatial ring. Just the skins of 8 cat demons would be quite heavy, indeed difficult to carry. Right now, I am your donkey. Focus solely on helping you carry the various treasures you acquire from your hunts. Xiao Bansong emphasized the word treasures. Even the tattered skins of the cat demons were difficult to relinquish, indicating that Xiao Wufeng was genuinely in need of money. The materials harvested from 2 days and nights of hunting would undoubtedly be considerable, and it was impossible for Xiao Wufeng to carry everything alone. This was an opportunity, this was value. This was Xiao Bansong's best chance to survive the hunting ceremony. With furrowed brows, Xiao Wufeng pondered for half a second, then extracted the poisonous claws of the mutated cat demon from the pile of materials, nodding. All right, you take these materials and come with me. Chapter 9. The Youthful Heart. Too overzealous, the black mist was thick, and daylight was fading. The cacophonous chirping of insects echoed in all directions, while the trees of the Black Mist Forest swayed without wind. There was no path through the forest. Only thorns blocking the way. Kong, Kong, Kong. The broad blade struck the thorns repeatedly. Xiao Bansong's arms grew sore and numb as he barely cleared a passage wide enough for a person to walk through. Yet, he could only advance half a step before more thorns obstructed his path. Despair clouded Xiao Bansong's face as he turned to look at Xiao Wufeng. His lips parted in an attempt to speak. Yet he hesitated. Leaning against a tree trunk, Xiao Wufeng unfurled a beast skin map with one hand, his gaze fixed on the crimson, representing the cat demon leader. With a barely perceptible nod, he murmured to himself, beyond this sprawling thicket of thorns lies a pile of jagged stones, perfectly positioned to overlook the low hill where the cat demon leader and its horde gather. With a forced smile plastered on his face, Xiao Bansong stepped closer, saying, Ninth brother, these thorns are no ordinary plants. Having been nurtured by the earth's energy in the Black Mist Forest for years, they have become as hard as rock. Xiao Wufeng's brows furrowed slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at the sword held in Xiao Bansong's right hand. The broad knife was thick, nearly 6 feet long, its blade akin to a mirror, yet adorned with faint feather-like patterns. Raising his eyes to the opening of the thorny forest, Xiao Wufeng said, Your broad knife is of good quality. How is it that you've made so little progress? This knife is primarily for aesthetics. It's merely a cheap trinket worth a few dozen taels of silver, Xiao Bansong replied with a wry smile. Scratching his head, in half a stick of incense, managing to clear half a step is quite commendable. With the beast skin map tucked away, Xiao Wufeng waved his hand. You carry that bag of demon beast materials. I will clear the way. Once his words landed, he strode directly toward the opening of the thorns. Xiao Bansong hastily hoisted the heavy bag resting against the tree and jogged to catch up, his face still plastered with a forced smile. Ninth brother, it is not that I'm not putting in effort. These thorns are just too resilient and might easily be damaged. It is quite impractical to try to cut straight through this area. Would it not be better to take another route? Whoosh! Before Xiao Bansong could finish his sentence, Xiao Wufeng had already swung his wooden sword. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The sword wind swept through, scattering the thorns, which had once been resilient, like pencil sketches erased by an eraser, swiftly obliterated. Nearly 10 feet of thorns lay shattered, revealing a clear path ahead. Without turning his head, Xiao Wufeng simply stated, Let us go. Staring at the figure clad in plain blue garb, Xiao Bansong gaped in astonishment, a thought echoing in his mind. This is the difference. Afterward, the thicket of thorns ceased to be an obstacle, and Xiao Wufeng advanced straight along a route not marked on the map, the Xiao family's training ground. In the stands, Madame Tang Yunxi attended in grand attire. Her pure white gown exuding elegance, while her jewelry, crafted from pure gold, served as perfect embellishments. A smile graced her lips as she patiently awaited ardently to speak. Mr. Li, with a calm demeanor, sat in a grandmaster's chair, his left hand resting on the hilt of a heavy sword planted in the ground. His gaze was fixed on the heavenly mirror, observing the scenes of the Xiao family's descendants hunting. As if none of it stirred his emotions in the slightest, Tang Yunxi, hesitant to recklessly probe further, redirected her conversation towards the girl with the bun behind Li Ji, Chen Xiaola. The two engaged in a seemingly casual exchange. Yet Chen Xiaola, despite her chatter, maintained a firm grip on her tongue, revealing no details regarding the sword sect's recruitment of disciples in Baiyujing. As her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Li Ji's refined and elegant scholar-like visage. Tang Yunxi surmised that he had likely given her prior instructions. Suddenly, Chen Xiaola leaned in closer, her voice barely above a whisper. There's a significant gathering of cat demons at the outskirts of the Black Mist Forest, and a cat demon leader is stationed there. Could this be a deliberate arrangement by the madam? Tang Yunxi's eyebrows twitched slightly, and her smile turned somewhat awkward. Miss Xiaola, you jest. The cat demons in the Black Mist Forest are notoriously wild and perilous, making them exceedingly difficult to control. Chen Xiaola tilted her head slightly. Is that so? Yet I have heard rumors that the Xiao family recruited a beast-taming master as a guest elder last year. Persisting in her inquiries, she broached a rather uncomfortable topic. Tang Yunxi found Chen Xiaola's lack of boundaries rather displeasing, and the curvature of her smile diminished considerably. Indeed, Master Xiyuan is a guest elder of the Xiao family, but he has been dispatched on a confidential mission. Oh, I see. Chen Xiaola's lips parted, hinting at further commentary. Gently tapping the armrest of the grand chair with her finger, Li Ji interjected, "Mind your words." Startled, Chen Xiaola flicked her tongue and quickly shifted the topic. Madam, given the danger posed by the cat demons in the Black Mist Forest, are you not concerned about potential casualties among the Xiao disciples? Even with the Earth Pulse formations and Jade tokens for protection, not everyone may manage to shatter their tokens and return in time. Tang Yunxi covered her lips, smiling softly. The hunting ritual is an ancient decree of the Xiao family. A century ago, there were no Jade tokens for protection. It merely delineated a perilous hunting ground. The disciples who ventured within did so at their own risk, and if they perished, it was merely a matter of inferior skill, marking them as waste to be eliminated. Is that truly so formidable? Then I suppose we shan't see anyone returning to the martial arena anytime soon? Chen Xiaola pouted, her neck slightly arched, her gaze haughty. Tang Yunxi assured her, Miss Xiaola, you need not worry. The Xiao family. Just as she began, the name Xiao Wufeng flashed through her mind. Pausing briefly, she continued, the vast majority of the Xiao disciples are indeed talented and exceptional. Yet it is inevitable that some may prove unworthy. Perhaps he will emerge sooner than expected. Oh! Chen Xiaola exclaimed, her surprise evident. Having accompanied her master Li Ji down the mountain for several months, she had encountered numerous noble families, yet this was the first instance of hearing a family head openly declare their own offspring as unworthy. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, blinked curiously as she inquired, what is that person's name? Xiaola. Do not be disrespectful, Li Ji frowned. It is of no consequence. This matter is well known among those in Baiyujing, and there is nothing to conceal. Tang Yunxi shook her head. That child is named Xiao Wufeng, the son of the family head and the Su family. Ah, understood. Chen Xiaola snapped her fingers. Isn't he the poor fellow who isn't allowed to practice martial arts? If he has never trained, how could he participate in the hunting? Such youthful exuberance. Too much pride, Tang Yunxi sighed heavily. It is my fault as the family matriarch. Bound by the Xiao family's ancestral precepts, I cannot prevent that child from facing danger. Nearby, the second matriarch, Lu Qinghan, remained silent, subtly shaking her head. The various oppressions Xiao Wufeng faced within the Xiao family stemmed from Tang Yunxi's tacit approval. At this moment, Tang Yunxi was still using Xiao Wufeng as a performance to showcase her compassion and pity, merely to foster an image of an exemplary matriarch of the Xiao family. Her underlying aim was to gain the favor of ardently, paving the way for her son Xiao Lianxue and enhancing the likelihood of securing a qualification for participation in the sword sect selection. Whoosh, 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 a blue halo flickered at the center of the martial arena, as the Earth Pulse formation rapidly condensed into a teleportation portal, ejecting a blurred figure. Seeing this, Tang Yunqi called out, "Quick! Physicians on standby, prepare to treat his injuries." Elder Xiao Ming, standing nearby, chimed in, "Indeed. It seems to be a case of speak of the devil. Yet I had advised Xiao Wufeng against participating in this hunting ritual. Considering his lack of martial training, the cat demons in the black mist forest could pose a lethal threat to him." Chun Xiaola lightly sipped her fingers, "But that seems to be a girl," as the blue protective light covering her body dissipated. Xiao Mianmian sat on the ground, her expression an intricate tapestry of emotions: confusion, shock, despair, and overwhelming concern for her future. The failures of the hunting ritual necessitated that those defeated must accept external assignment by the family, with no allowance to linger in Baiyu Jing. Any defiance would result in expulsion from the family, rendering them a non-member of the Xiao clan for life. "Why is it you?" Tang Yunqi's gaze sharpened. Her words, though light, resonated clearly in Xiao Mianmian's ears from afar. Tears glistened at the corners of Xiao Mianmian's eyes as she suppressed her sobs. "It's all Xiao Wufeng's fault. He coerced Xiao Bansong into shattering my jade token. I was not eliminated during the hunt. They conspired against me. This cannot be right. I can still retrieve my jade token and—" Mid-sentence she faltered, a rapid exhale causing blood to surge from her mouth. "Enough," Tang Yunqi commanded with a glance. A figure clad in black appeared behind Xiao Mianmian, ready to strike her unconscious. Elder Xiao Ming's eyes flashed with pain. Xiao Mianmian was his granddaughter, yet she was being so easily cast aside. "This matter may have its complexities. Let us keep her present." Elder Xiao Ming moved swiftly, blocking the black-clad attendant's strike, his gaze turning to the first matriarch, Tang Yunqi. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yunqi raised an eyebrow. "Then I shall trouble Elder Xiao Ming to stabilize Xiao Mianmian's injuries first and take her to the platform to speak." Elder Xiao Ming nodded, indicating his understanding, then placed his palm against Xiao Mianmian's back. "Control your emotions, do not speak recklessly. There may yet be room for resolution." He spoke without moving his lips, channeling his energy in a low voice, only audible to Xiao Mianmian. Xiao Mianmian bit her lip tightly and nodded vigorously. After a brief moment, her condition improved slightly as she stood on the platform. Supporting Xiao Mianmian, Elder Xiao Ming said, "This injury is no trifling matter. How exactly were you hurt? Speak truthfully before the Madam and Lig." Xiao Mianmian opened her mouth, her eyes darting as she pondered how to malign Xiao Wufeng. "Wait, we shouldn't just take her word for it. The observation mirror is right there. Let us see what Xiao Wufeng is doing now," Chun Xiaola interjected suddenly. Xiao Mianmian glanced up at Chun Xiaola, momentarily captivated by the girl's beauty. But the next instant, a surge of anger at being interrupted and fear of her schemes being uncovered welled within her. She hastily replied, "No need to look. They plotted against their own kin, and thus should have their qualifications revoked, allowing me, the wrong party, to take their place." Chun Xiaola shot her a sidelong glance. "Your injuries seem severe. Without someone to stabilize them, you probably wouldn't even be able to speak right now." After a brief pause, Chun Xiaola continued, "Moreover, it is unwise to heed only one side of the story. Why should we solely listen to your account?" Xiao Mianmian's chest heaved violently, nearly causing her to choke on her anger. Blood spilling from her lips. "Speak cautiously," Elder Xiao Ming admonished sharply, his palm redirecting energy to seize Xiao Mianmian's meridians, stabilizing her injuries while suppressing her ability to speak. Xiao Mianmian's face contorted with frustration as she turned to Elder Xiao Ming and then back to Tang Yunqi. Surely the master is also curious. How could a youth who has never trained in martial arts compel another, appear with a decent martial foundation, into such severe injury? Chun Xiaola's cheeks dimpled as she lightly swayed while holding onto the backrest of the grand chair. "You certainly have a lot to say," Li Ji retorted dryly, then turned to Tang Yunqi, indicating that she should indulge Chun Xiaola's curiosity. Who exactly was this girl that Li Ji treated her with such fondness? A glint of insight flashed in Tang Yunqi's eyes as she commanded, "Let the observation mirror split its imagery." Locking onto Xiao Wufeng's location, the image projected by the water mirror was exceptionally clear. Xiao Wufeng wielded a wooden sword, forging a path through a thicket of thorns, with Xiao Bansong trailing closely behind. carrying a large cloth bag on his back. Chapter 10. The more you speak, the more you err. The tea-colored irises reflected the sunlight as Qin Shaola exclaimed, "Master, look quickly, that young man is." "No need to make a fuss. I recognize him." Li Ji lifted a blue porcelain teacup, taking small sips. "Mr. Ji has encountered Xiao Wufeng?" Tang Yunxi's eyelids fluttered. Li Ji nodded. "On the day I first arrived in Baiyujing, I saw him in the crowd. He was conversing with a maid and recited a line of poetry that resonated deeply with me." Tang Yunxi furrowed her brow. "May I inquire what that verse was? To have caught your attention so?" "I had thought so. Master, you would not simply admire a youth for no reason." Qin Shaola chuckled. "Please share what he recited." Li Ji shook his head. "I cannot disclose it. I have yet to ascertain which great Confucian penned that line, and it may even be his own creation." Upon hearing this, Tang Yunxi felt a powerful stir within her. The great Qin dynasty had dominated the realm for many years. In the imperial court, the influence of the civil officials was ever-growing. The academy, esteemed as one of the 6 veins of the realm, imparted the teachings of Confucianism, which were essential for the vast majority of civil officials. Among these teachings, the most critical was the art of poetry. For a Confucian scholar, a timeless poem was not merely a source of pride but a vital means of sustenance and survival. The great Qin army triumphed not solely due to the valor of its generals, but also because the great Confucians could wield their words to influence the heavens, greatly enhancing the military formations. A complete and meaningful poem could incite a frenzy among the great Confucians, making it highly sought after. "Do not be disheartened. With Demu and Ermu away on errands, you are free to converse with me," Qin Shaolu urged. Li Ji rolled his eyes slightly. "Are you attempting to deceive those 2 fools with hearsay once more?" "Not a chance." Qin Shaolu pouted and turned to Tang Yunxi. "Surely, you must be curious as well." "Madam." Recovering from her initial astonishment, Tang Yunxi shook her head. "Not particularly curious. I am fully aware of whom Xiao Wufeng has encountered during his upbringing in the Xiao residence, as I am the matriarch. Due to his lineage, the Xiao family forbade him from practicing martial arts or studying literature. However, his foundational education was not neglected. Xiao Wufeng can read and discern propriety, but that is the extent of his capabilities. To suggest he could delve into Confucianism is utterly unfounded. Implicitly, the phrase "no access to martial arts, no path to education" aptly encapsulates Xiao Wufeng's plight. He possesses neither the capacity to compose poetry nor the means to do so. Raising her hands above her head, she grasped the 2 buns of hair, and Qin Shaola pouted. The Xiao family is being excessively harsh on him, with a hint of displeasure in her brow. Tang Yunxi spoke sternly. "This is a matter of the Xiao household and concerns the gentleman's agreement between my husband and the emperor. I implore you, Miss Xiao Lu, to refrain from making baseless judgments." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight sparked in Li Ji's eyes. Living like wild grass, unyielding and resolute, the youth wielding a wooden sword in the observation mirror appeared born of nobility, yet he possessed nothing. He wielded a wooden sword during the hunt, likely without the Xiao family's endorsement. Such a person, once given an opportunity, would seize it with the ferocity of a starving wolf clenching a bone. Never to relent, Li Ji, in his youth, was akin to this. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he gazed deeply at Xiao Wufeng within the observation mirror, then turned to say, "Madam's words ring true. That fragment of poetry is indeed incomplete and hardly significant. Yet it reveals the youthful spirit of the boy, stirring memories long buried in my heart." Tang Yunxi nodded slightly, secretly acknowledging that she was genuinely taken aback by Lig, lowering her gaze. She concealed the flicker of darkness within her eyes and said softly, "It is only natural for one to reflect on their youthful bravado when hearing the fanciful words of a young man." After a nod that seemed to agree yet held ambiguity, Li Ji lifted his gaze to the observation mirror. "In truth, I am more concerned with his swordsmanship than poetry." The weight that had just settled in Tang Yunxi's heart surged back to her throat as she furrowed her brow in astonishment. "What swordsmanship does Xiao Wufeng possess? Your attention need not always be focused on me. It would be better to observe the observation mirror closely," Li Ji replied. Tang Yunxi redirected her gaze, and in the image presented by the observation mirror, she beheld Xiao Wufeng wielding a wooden sword, unleashing a fierce gust of sword energy, swiftly cutting through the last of the five-zhang thicket of thorns. The ominous aura of the black mist forest emanated from the core, where an ancient tree had transformed into an old demon, its essence suffusing the surrounding vegetation. The most common trait of thorny brambles is their hardness and resilience, making them resistant to conventional slashing techniques. Tang Yuanxi's eyes narrowed with grave concern, her expression as cold as ice. Remaining silent, Li sipped his tea with a smile, remarking, "If Xiao Wufeng has never engaged in martial arts or literature as you claim, then he has independently cultivated the level of swordwind." After a brief pause, he turned to Qin Shaolu. "What do you think? Have you gained some insight? If he can conjure swordwind without guidance, is it truly unreasonable for your master to expect you to condense sword energy by spring of next year?" Instinctively gasping, Qin Shaolu snapped back to reality, shaking the armchair where Li Ji sat, her dimples deepening adorably. "Master Uncle, the sword sect's legacy spans centuries. Few have ever condensed sword energy by the age of 16, given that we are out in the world for at least half a year this time. Could you perhaps turn a blind eye and allow for a bit of leniency? Do not jest with me. Your teasing may work on your master, but it does not affect me," Li Ji replied, rolling his eyes. "Being placed in my care is merely because she fears her own softness." Tang Yuanxi's mood soured, her heart unwilling to indulge in pleasantries. Nearby, second Madame Lu Qinghan clasped her hands and gazed intently at the observation mirror. Her thoughts racing. It was no wonder that Feng Er had shown a moment of temper before her mother, adamantly asserting that his ninth brother was certainly not useless. Perhaps Feng Er and Xiao Wufeng could become closer? Yet, mere talent is insufficient. Swordwind-level swordsmanship is attainable through diligence, while sword energy-level swordsmanship is an entirely different realm. Xiao Wufeng had barely grazed the level of swordwind, but without familial support, his journey would inevitably be limited. As her gaze subtly shifted, Lu Qinghan's pupils reflected Li Ji's figure. Unless Xiao Wufeng could truly capture the attention of this sword sect master. For now, Mr. Li Ji merely admired Xiao Wufeng without any intention of accepting him as a disciple. Casting a stern glance at Xiao Ming, Tang Yuanxi's voice turned frigid. "Xiao Mian's injuries have stabilized. Allow her to speak." Gently pushing at Xiao Mian's back, Xiao Ming withdrew his hand. "When the matriarch inquires, you must speak truthfully. Do not ramble or embellish, simply recount your experience in detail." Xiao Mian lifted her gaze to Tang Yuanxi, sensing the dark cloud in her eyes. "Who harmed you?" Tang Yuanxi inquired. Bowing her head to conceal the flicker of hatred in her eyes, Xiao Mian parted her lips, responding, "Upon entering the black mist forest, I was near Xiaobansong, intending to meet with Brother Lian Shui, but we unexpectedly encountered multiple cat demons and mutated cat demons with venomous claws. At that moment, we could have broken free, but Xiao Wufeng ambushed us from the shadows, persistently trapping us and forcing us into a desperate battle with the cat demons, ultimately reaping the benefits. Later, Xiao Bansong, fearing for his life, betrayed Brother Lian Shui and sided with Xiao Wufeng, following his commands and shattering my jade token." This statement was half-truth, painting Xiao Wufeng as a treacherous ambusher, while also exposing Xiao Bansong's betrayal of Xiao Lian Shui. Achieving multiple objectives, filled with a sense of vindictive satisfaction, Xiao Mian thought to herself, "Let us see how you both meet your demise." Silence enveloped the atmosphere, an oppressive stillness. Suddenly, Xiao Mian noticed the unusual tension among those present and hurriedly scanned her surroundings. Slap! A crisp, resounding slap struck Xiao Mian's fair cheek. She clutched her swollen face in shock, staring at Xiao Ming. "Grandfather, why did you hit me?" Slap! Xiao Ming responded with another swift slap, marking her other cheek. Silence. Xiao Mian could scarcely believe that the man before her was her grandfather. Throughout her life, she had been the cherished jewel of elder Xiao Ming, never having endured a single blow. Ignoring her, Xiao Ming bowed respectfully to the first Madame Tang Yuanxi and Lig. Mian's injuries are severe, and given the circumstances of her elimination, her mind is somewhat disoriented. I ask that you do not hold it against her. With a chilling gaze, Tang Yuanxi forced a smile. If that is the case, quickly take her away. Remember that the ancestral teachings of the Xiao family must not be violated. Should the hunt result in failure, she must accept her punishment quietly and refrain from sowing discord that undermines family unity. Xiao Mian, bewildered, protested, "No, I didn't I." With a swift motion, Xiao Ming struck her unconscious with a precise blow. In the presence of ardent, Tianyuan, she maintained the facade of the benevolent matriarch of the Xiao family, intentionally feigning sorrow and helplessness toward Xiao Wufeng. However, Xiao Mian's simple utterances had effectively cast Xiao Lianshui as Xiao Wufeng's adversary. This essentially laid bare to Li Ji that the pressures Xiao Wufeng faced stemmed from Xiao Lianshui, and since Tianyuan she was Xiao Lianshui's mother, she could not extricate herself from the situation. All of Tianyuan's prior efforts had been rendered futile by a few careless words from Xiao Mian. Xiao Ming, left with no other recourse, could only resort to this drastic measure. Bowing as he took Xiao Mian away as they neared the exit of the training grounds, he cast one last glance back, unable to suppress a deep sigh. Xiao Mian's excessive words had thoroughly offended Tianyuan Shi. Not only would Xiao Mian's future be adversely affected, but it could also jeopardize Xiao Ming's position as an elder. Henceforth, the lineage of Xiao Ming would have to tread carefully. Chapter 11. The Lu clan's secret arts. The sword wind shattered the thicket of thorns, revealing before Xiao Wufeng a relatively open expanse of the black ironwood forest. He gazed into the distance, his sight piercing through layers of trees to fixate on a small earthen mound at the center. Atop this mound stood a fantastical cat demon, rivaling the size of a fierce tiger, surveying the surrounding battle with a regal air. Occasionally, it would let out a meow, prompting the multitude of cat demons around to rearrange their formations at its command. Encircling the descendants of the Xiao family. The unique ability of the cat demon leader is to enhance group combat, boosting the strength of other cat demons, while also issuing commands and exerting control. Xiao Wufeng mused, brow furrowed in concentration. If no one can restrain it at this moment, all those nearby shall be eliminated. Those slightly weaker may not even have the chance to shatter their jade tokens, leaving them to perish eternally in the black mist forest. Xiao Bansong lowered his voice. To confront a leader-class cat demon head-on, one would need at least 9th grade strength or something close to it. 9th brother, this is your opportunity to shine. Why do you hesitate? Look over there, Xiao Wufeng replied, shaking his head, his finger indicating the slope of the hill. A noticeably youthful boy was sprinting forward recklessly, unabashedly revealing his presence, with a sword and dagger drawn, aiming directly at the cat demon leader. Xiao Bansong's brow quivered slightly as he recognized the boy as Xiao Qingfeng. Isn't it a waste to let 9th brother concede the stage to him? This hunt is being witnessed by ardent. It matters not. The hunt persists for 2 days and nights, and encounters with leader-tier beasts are quite commonplace. At worst, I shall slay a few tree demon leaders. Xiao Wufeng gestured with his arm. A gentle smile gracing his features, Xiao Bansong wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, a glimmer of envy flashing in his eyes. How fortunate is Shirsi to have the care of brother Jiao. Yet, given his tender age, he may lack the strength to defeat the cat demon leader. Slightly shaking his head, Xiao Wufeng leaned against the tree trunk. Just watch. It's the perfect time for us to rest. At the Xiao family's martial arts arena, the observation mirror displayed 2 contrasting scenes, one showing Xiao Qingfeng racing toward the cat demon leader, while the other captured the dialogue between Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Bansongji. In the center of the stands, Chen Xiaola chuckled, remarking, Uncle Master, this Xiao Wufeng is quite chivalrous. He appears far more agreeable. Did you find him displeasing before? Li Ji raised an eyebrow. Chen Xiaola shrugged, his expression untroubled. Not exactly displeasing. It's just that when you suddenly praised him on the street that day, it left us peers feeling a bit unsettled, inevitably stirring a sense of competition within. Li Ji shook his head slightly, exasperation evident in his tone. You hail from the sword sect. He is ensnared in a cage. The conditions are hardly comparable, so what competition is there? Sticking out his tongue, Chen Xiaola vigorously shook Li Ji's chair back. You are like a foul stone in a latrine, never showing a kind face to anyone. Who isn't terrified when you instruct the early and late classes at the sword sect? That day, when you suddenly praised him on the street, who wouldn't feel a bit irked? Go ask Demu and Mu if you don't believe me. Tang Yunqi, listening to their banter, felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. This stage was meant for her precious son, Xiao Lianxue. How had it turned into a showcase for Xiao Wufeng instead? Taking a deep breath to quell her chaotic thoughts, she reassured herself, At least Art-Lig does not seem to hold Xiao Wufeng in overly high regard. From his tone, it seems he does not consider Xiao Wufeng to be on par with the esteemed disciples of the sword sect. Then, her gaze drifted, catching a glimpse of Chen Xiaola's exquisitely sweet visage. This young girl often teased Li Ji, yet he appeared utterly unconcerned, suggesting her standing within the sword sect was surely not low. Otherwise, she could not act so freely. The esteemed disciples of the sword sect surpass ordinary women by a considerable margin. If given the chance, it would be beneficial for Lianxue to grow closer to her. In the black mist forest on a mound, the battle between Xiao Qingfeng and the cat demon leader was on the verge of erupting. Clang, clang, clang. Swords and daggers clashed, repeatedly striking the cat demon's sharp claws. As shadows of man and cat exchanged positions. Known for their agility, this leader cat demon was among the finest. As it moved, its fur shimmered with iridescent light, gradually becoming semi-transparent under the sparse sunlight filtering through the black mist forest. Xiao Qingfeng was no less remarkable. His feet danced with a chaotic elegance, his body twirled like a drifting willow fluff. Tap, 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 tap. His footsteps were exceedingly soft, making it difficult for even the nearby cat demon leader to hear. More critically, Xiao Qingfeng's footwork seemed to conjure a gentle breeze, perpetually encircling the cat demon leader, while the sword in his hand remained exceptionally sharp, effortlessly severing 2 claws from the leader's front paw after just a few exchanges. Realizing the precariousness of its situation, the cat demon leader dared not confront the sharp sword head-on. Thus, it was preoccupied with Xiao Qingfeng, leaving it no energy to command the other cat demons. The coordination among dozens or even hundreds of ordinary cat demons began to falter, while the Xiao family disciples found a gap. Banding together and alleviating the pressure of battle. Liu Yuan's wind shadow step, Xiao Bansong exclaimed, his admiration palpable. This is the renowned secret technique of the Liu family from Jiangnan. No wonder Xiao Qingfeng dared to participate in the hunting ceremony ahead of time. After a brief pause, he sighed, a good background does make a difference, right, Brother Jiao? Xiao Wufeng did not respond to Xiao Bansong, as fragmented memories flashed in his mind. Xiao Qingfeng's mother hailed from the Liu family of Jiangnan, being the biological sister of the current head of the Liu family. As the saying goes, a nephew is favored by his uncle. Xiao Qingfeng was cherished by the Liu family head, and the wind shadow step was notoriously easy to learn but difficult to master. Initially, it was merely the wind step, not yet a true secret technique. Only by attaining the realm of thousands of shadows, the wind does not touch the body, could one truly grasp the Liu family's ultimate skill. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that Xiao Qingfeng could learn the wind shadow step. With such footwork, it is merely a matter of time before Qingfeng takes down the cat demon leader. Surely not, Xiao Bansong replied, his tone tinged with skepticism. The leader-tier cat demons in the black mist forest possess strength akin to the 9th rank. Relying on mere tricks won't suffice. Xiao Wufeng remained silent. Casting a cool glance at Xiao Bansongji, to disparage someone in front of Xiao Qingfeng, who was famously on good terms with him, would be tantamount to courting disaster. Xiao Bansong felt a chill run down his spine, raising his hand to repeatedly pat his mouth. Brother Jiao, I misspoke. Please do not take offense. With an apologetic grin, he continued, surely there won't be any unforeseen complications. The hunting points for the cat demon leader will undoubtedly belong to him. That is a certainty. Let us hope your words do not prove to be foolish. Xiao Wufeng raised an eyebrow, a nagging feeling that things would not be so simple lingering within him. The presence of the cat demon leader was likely orchestrated by someone. Aside from the first madam, Tang Yunqi, there were few others who would dare to meddle during the Xiao family's hunting ceremony. With Xiao Lianxue yet to arrive, the cat demon leader being preemptively engaged by Xiao Qingfeng was surely something Tang Yunqi could not abide. While hunting points were secondary, the true significance lay in the observation mirror capturing the cat demon leader. Whoever slayed it would shine before the esteemed figures of the sword sect. At this moment, Tang Yunqi concealed her left hand within her sleeve, gripping a communication conch the size of a fingernail. Xiao Qingfeng must not slay the illusion cat demon. Quickly incite its frenzy. Chapter 12. A sword to kill in an instant within the black mist forest. Shi Yuan stood atop a tree, his lean frame clad in a raincoat, a hat pulled low to obscure his face. The hat and coat were not ordinary items. They allowed him to blend seamlessly into his surroundings. making any ordinary creature passing by perceive him merely as a clump of leaves, with a communication conch in his left hand. He furrowed his brow and murmured, "The first madam seems quite anxious. She must be aware that the observation mirror is focused on the scene, and she does not wish for Xiao Qingfeng to gain an advantage." Soon after, Shi Yuan stowed the conch, placing his palms together, facing upward, cradling a pitch-black stone. The stone, roughly the size of an egg, hovered above his palms, vibrating incessantly. Within the 7 major acupoints of the cat demon leader's body were embedded frost needles, each 3 inches long, swaying in unison with the vibrations of the black stone. Before long, the frost needles melted completely, and 7 torrents of violent spiritual energy converged within the cat demon leader's body. Roar! The cat demon leader threw its head back and howled, erupting in a dazzling display of multicolored light. Its body rising to a standing position, its muscular forelimbs crossing in preparation to strike. Xiao Qingfeng had not anticipated this sudden surge. The overwhelming aura pressed down upon him, momentarily disrupting his footwork. As light and shadow intertwined, the sharp sword and claws collided repeatedly, sparks flying in all directions. Xiao Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly, and he was forced to withdraw and retreat over 10 steps. The cat demon leader's eyes gleamed with a crimson light as it pounced forward, swiping its claws and turning its head, sending Xiao Qingfeng airborne. The situation had turned abruptly. Just moments ago, Xiao Qingfeng held the advantage. Yet now he faced the embarrassing predicament of being suspended in the air, unable to evade the cat demon's crushing blow. "I told you, the cat demon leader is no easy prey to slay." Xiao Bansong slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing he might appear to revel in another's misfortune. Hastily covering his mouth with both hands and glancing at Xiao Wufeng. "Hey, where is he?" Xiao Wufeng, already dashing several meters away with his sword in hand, was far ahead. Just then, a breeze brushed past Xiao Bansong's ear, carrying Xiao Wufeng's voice. "Keep an eye on my belongings, don't wander off." Xiao Bansong redirected his gaze, spotting the figure in a swift azure robe weaving through the trees. Moments later, he murmured, "Brother Jiu truly possesses a sense of humanity." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even before Xiao Wufeng arrived, the sword wind surged forth, slicing through the layers of obstruction, a fierce gust enveloping the air above the cat demon leader. The cat demon leader, in a frenzy, paid no mind to the sword wind, intent on tearing apart Xiao Qingfeng above it crouched low, its hind legs coiling like a spring. Bang! The ground bore a deep paw print, half an inch embedded, as the cat demon leader dashed forward, leaving a dazzling illusion in its wake. Its claws plunged into the sword wind, forcefully swiping to either side. The radiant light emanating from its body countered the diminished sword wind, and it eagerly opened its gaping maw, aiming for Xiao Qingfeng's neck. However, Xiao Wufeng had already drawn his sword, unleashing 3 gentle sword winds that lifted Xiao Qingfeng's body half a foot upward. With a muffled thud, the cat demon leader bit into thin air. The cat demon leader, fixated on its prey, showed no signs of yielding. After landing back on the ground, it crouched once more, gathering strength for another leap. At that moment, Xiao Qingfeng twisted mid-air, recognizing his brother Xiao Wufeng. "Brother, don't come over. This beast has suddenly gone mad. Its strength now rivals the 9th rank for a short time." "You impudent brat. What are you worrying about at a time like this?" Shaking his head in exasperation, a glint of determination sparkled in Xiao Wufeng's eyes. He could not afford to hide his prowess any longer. To ensure Qingfeng remained unharmed, he must unleash his sword aura. Stamping his left foot down, mud and wild grass splattered everywhere as Xiao Wufeng stood firm, sword held before him. In the next instant, he swung his arm, moving so swiftly that only a fleeting shadow remained. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword wind sliced through the forest, its force amplified beyond the level of a novice's swordsmanship. Yet, all this was merely a cover. The true lethal strike lay concealed within the sword wind itself. The feline demon leader leaped into the air, sensing an oppressive force of death approaching from the side. The instinct for survival awakened a flicker of rationality amidst its fury, prompting it to curl its limbs and form a spherical shape. With a whoosh, the sword energy surged like a rainbow, its might formidable, yet shielded by the sword's wind. The feline demon leader was ultimately a fraction too slow. The sword energy pierced through its abdomen, shattering the lifeline at its lower back. The feline demon leader let out a mournful wail, tracing an arc in midair, spilling forth a copious amount of blood. Xiao Wufeng did not deliver a finishing blow to the feline demon leader. Instead, he rushed towards the unsteady Xiao Qingfeng. With a horizontal strike of his wooden sword, he generated a crescent-shaped wind, the sword's force as gentle as spring rain, devoid of lethality. Xiao Qingfeng, using the tips of his toes, managed to regain his balance, poised to land gracefully. Suddenly, an arm reached out from beside him, seizing his collar. Xiao Qingfeng struggled, but was met with a sharp crack to his forehead. Thud, instantly, he found himself in a daze, staring blankly at the owner of that hand. Next time, don't act recklessly, Xiao Wufeng admonished, shaking his head in exasperation. Brother, could you please let me down first? Xiao Qingfeng's youthful face flushed with embarrassment. Once Xiao Qingfeng was placed on the ground, Xiao Wufeng raised a hand, gesturing to indicate the height of his own shoulder. After a brief pause, he rolled his eyes and quipped, "You little rascal. Your height barely reaches my shoulder. In future confrontations, exercise a bit more caution." I wasn't reckless. That feline demon was just bizarre. It went berserk for no reason. Xiao Qingfeng protested, scratching his head. Xiao Wufeng lifted his right hand, thumb pinching the middle finger, ready to deliver another sharp crack. Xiao Qingfeng covered his forehead with both hands, stepping back half a pace. This truly cannot be blamed on me. The family's scouting always provides information about the hunting grounds in advance. I have reviewed the data on these feline demons, and even if they were to mutate, they would not exhibit such behavior. You cannot expect intelligence to be infallibly accurate. Xiao Wufeng subtly shook his head. In future encounters, always retain a fraction of your strength, be it in altering tactics or making a temporary retreat. Ultimately, you will have more options, thus avoiding the current predicament. Xiao Qingfeng cautiously glanced at Xiao Wufeng's expression, confirming he bore no anger, then smiled and nodded. Qingfeng will remember. Meanwhile, Xiao Lianshue's sword above the branches, bursting forth from the thicket, rapidly approaching from another direction. In mid-stride, he turned and swung his arm, launching a folding fan. Woo-woo-woo, the air propelled the fan wide open, its front inscribed with sun, moon, and stars, while the back depicted mountains and rivers, shimmering in gold and silver hues, casting a cascade of radiant brilliance as it spun. Pursuing the dazzling fan, Xiao Lianshue, clad in pristine white garments, exuded righteousness as he shouted, "Vile creature, do not harm the descendants of the Xiao family." The gold and silver fan, as sturdy as dark iron, flew with astonishing speed, deftly slicing through the already weakened spine of the feline demon leader. Following the prior piercing from Xiao Wufeng's sword energy, the spine at its vital point had been utterly destroyed, leaving it incapable of resistance. Its wailing abruptly ceased as the feline demon leader was cleaved in two mid-air. The upper and lower halves plummeted several feet away, rolling down the slope until they collided with trees and bushes, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Xiao Lianshue, untouched by blood, elegantly landed, his right hand raised as the gold and silver fan gracefully returned to his grasp. "Ninth brother, 14th brother, are you both unharmed?" Casting a glance at the severed body of the phantom feline demon, Xiao Wufeng frowned slightly. The most valuable material on the phantom feline demon was its fur. If it had remained intact, it could have fetched over 300 taels of silver. However, with Xiao Lianshue's decisive strike, its fur's value had plummeted, possibly not even reaching 100 taels. Rushing in front of Xiao Wufeng, Xiao Qingfeng pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Lianshue, exclaiming, "You shameless scoundrel! You did this on purpose to steal ninth brother's prey." Chapter 13. The card revealed, 14th brother. "Watch your words," Xiao Lianshue replied, a gentle smile ever present on his handsome face, shaking his head slightly while gesturing behind him. The berserk behavior of the phantom feline demon is unprecedented. Who can assure us it lacks the power to retaliate? Just now, ninth brother prioritized your protection while I rushed to dispatch this vile creature, preventing it from harming either of you or other members of the Xiao family. Where is the claim of stealing prey? Humph. Perhaps the berserk state was your doing, Xiao Qingfeng spat. Xiao Lianshue's lips twitched as he unfolded the fan, shielding his gaze from the spit on the ground. Old 14, think before you speak. Do not make baseless accusations without evidence. As he spoke, he pointed skyward, indicating the heavens mirror was still observing their location. Xiao Qingfeng pouted, turning to Xiao Wufeng. Brother, why don't you say something to him? What is there to say? Xiao Wufeng waved his hand dismissively. It's just a feline demon. Easily dealt with. Indeed, ninth brother speaks wisely. Xiao Lianxue nodded gravely. Let the points for hunting the phantom feline demon be split evenly between you. As for the corpse, I have no interest in it. You may dispose of it as you see fit. Perfect for acquiring some silver to procure a good sword. Agreed, that settles it. Xiao Wufeng nodded without a hint of concern. Clap, clap. Xiao Wufeng clapped his hands together twice, looking in the direction they had come from. Hey, come out and collect the spoils. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Rustling sounds emerged from behind the trees as Xiao Bansong shuffled forward. Xiao Lianxue squinted at him. Bansong, why are you following ninth brother? Shrinking his neck. Xiao Bansong replied with a wry smile. I encountered 7 or 8 feline demons attacking along the way, one of which was a poison attribute mutated feline demon. I truly could not escape. Thankfully, ninth brother came to my aid. Hearing the answer he dreaded, Xiao Lianxue's brows darkened with an added layer of hostility. Turning his head, he ignored Xiao Bansong, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Wufeng's face. Just a month ago, Xiao Wufeng was a complete waste, lacking any strength. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, he had even sought out a con artist Taoist, who sold Xiao Wufeng a fake sword manual. This not only delayed Xiao Wufeng, ensuring he could not advance through the hunting ritual, but also tarnished his reputation, casting him as lacking in wisdom and unfit for important family positions. Furthermore, it provided an opportunity to coerce Xiao Wufeng's ethereal sister. Unable to comprehend it, utterly baffled, Xiao Lianxue could not fathom where Xiao Wufeng had acquired such strength, capable of slaying the feline demon leader with a single sword strike. Standing beside Xiao Lianxue, Xiao Bansong hesitated to speak, having intentionally withheld certain information, fearful of disclosing his role in escorting Xiao Mianmian home. At that moment, Xiao Wufeng patted Xiao Bansong on the shoulder. Hurry and collect the spoils. And check if the phantom feline demon's fur can be salvaged. Oh. Xiao Bansong, looking bewildered, jogged to the side, gathering the spoils while regretting. At this moment, both the first madam and Xiao Lianxue must surely believe he had sided with Xiao Wufeng. It felt akin to a turtle crawling through a mire, with no possibility of retreat. Gently pressing on Xiao Wufeng's shoulder, Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. Brother, that leader-level phantom feline demon suddenly going berserk must be the work of Xiao Lianxue. His refusal to claim the feline demon's corpse suggests there are no tricks within it. Or he has already devised a means to handle it, confident that you and I cannot discern anything amiss. Xiao Wufeng replied. Clenching his fists, Xiao Qingfeng exclaimed, Are you really going to just hand over half the points to him? That's far too lenient. Raising his gaze to the sky, a subtle smirk played on Xiao Wufeng's lips as he spoke with layered meaning. Those who can manipulate the hunting ritual likely have other accomplices. In a moment of realization, Xiao Qingfeng nodded. Indeed, the stone source offering can only be commanded by one person. A flicker of malice surfaced in his brow, and the fabricated smile on his face began to falter as Xiao Lianxue interjected. You two should speak more respectfully and refrain from slandering my mother. Xiao Qingfeng teased. You said it yourself. Are you feeling guilty? Neither ninth brother nor I name names, yet you've exposed yourself. At these words, Xiao Lianxue's lips twitched. He longed to eliminate both Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Qingfeng on the spot, but he understood that the heavens mirror was undoubtedly observing this location, making it unwise to act. With a sharp snap, he abruptly closed the fan, pointing it at Xiao Wufeng as he shifted the topic. You possess the skill to produce sword winds, indicating premeditation. I suspect you have violated family orders and should prepare for investigation. Should it be confirmed that you have stealthily learned the techniques from the library, you will face the family's disciplinary measures. This misunderstanding is quite significant. Xiao Wufeng raised his hands. You should be the one most aware of the origins of my swordsmanship. Xiao Lianxue raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes. What do you mean? If it weren't for your underhanded machinations, leading that Taoist Baiyun to sell me a sword manual over a month ago, I would not have been able to master the sword techniques. Xiao Wufeng shrugged. In front of everyone, he could not admit to his schemes. Xiao Lianxue whispered, This is all a fabricated tale. I do not know any Taoist Baiyun. Having anticipated Xiao Lianxue's reaction, Xiao Wufeng nonchalantly shook his head. Yes. Yes, no matter whether or not it was your arrangement, I must first extend my gratitude, as you truly have no idea who Taoist Baiyun is. Who is he? Just an old con artist. A fleeting hesitation crossed Xiao Lianshua's eyes as he remarked, setting aside the existence of Taoist Baiyun. Do you truly believe it possible to cultivate sword winds in just 1 month? Do you think yourself a natural-born swordsman? Do you possess some unique sword physique, or is your sword heart inherently enlightened? Xiao Wufeng chuckled. Perhaps. But when it comes to innate talent and comprehension, I place my faith in the principle that diligence is rewarded by the heavens. At that time, by a stroke of fate, I became acquainted with Taoist Baiyun. To honor the swordsmanship he imparted to me, I practiced day and night, unwilling to pause even for a moment. Could it be that Taoist Baiyun possesses another identity? Xiao Lianshua fell into silence. And after a long pause, she forced a smile and said, I did not expect you, ninth brother, to have such a fortuitous blessing, but you truly are too hasty. To condense sword wind in merely a month must surely involve some means of pulling up seedlings to help them grow, which would be detrimental to your future cultivation. This statement was not directed at Xiao Wufeng. Rather, Xiao Lianshua intentionally conveyed misleading information to the esteemed experts of the sword sect. Xiao Wufeng saw through Xiao Lianshua's intentions, smiling faintly without rushing to defend himself. At this moment, among the observers at the celestial viewing mirror, there was one from the sword sect. The sword sect, renowned as one of the 6 great sects of the realm, had ardent, who had the potential to step into the realm of the sword immortal. Undoubtedly a standout among them. Though Xiao Wufeng concealed his sword aura within the sword wind, while others might not discern it, Mr. Li Ji would certainly be able to differentiate. The distinction between sword aura and sword wind, though only a layer apart in the realm of swordsmanship, was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. This was the trump card that Xiao Wufeng had quietly unveiled. Chapter 14. The stifling black miasma in the martial arts arena. Qin Xiaola covered her mouth and murmured, a month to condense sword wind. Impossible? The boy's swordsmanship surely surpassed merely the level of sword wind. Li Ji's gaze was fixed, scrutinizing the reflection of Xiao Wufeng in the mirror. Diligence can compensate for clumsiness. The dull bird takes flight first. If only you possessed half of his industriousness, you would have likely reached the level of sword aura long ago. Cough, cough, cough. Condensing sword wind in a month. That's more genius than I am. What clumsiness is there to compensate for? Qin Xiaola stamped her foot, shaking her head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That rascal must have been practicing in secret, or perhaps he has acquired a peerless technique. No matter how peerless the technique, it requires diligent practice, and the more extraordinary the technique, the greater the demand for comprehension and perseverance. Li Ji cast a sidelong glance at Qin Xiaola, inwardly amused. Xiao Wufeng's deliberate concealment of his sword aura was likely due to his current circumstances, which made him reluctant to reveal too much. Regardless, he had his reasons for acting this way, and Li Ji was not inclined to expose him. After the observation concluded, he would find an opportunity to let Xiaola and Xiao Wufeng interact, providing Xiaola with a chance to gain insight. Stimulated by the experience, she would surely retreat to work diligently in secret, and within a few days, she would break through to the level of sword aura. At this moment, Tang Yunqi sat silently nearby, her expression far from pleasant. She realized that the trajectory of events was increasingly deviating from the anticipated course. An expansive stage had been constructed, yet her son's performance was lackluster. While Xiao Wufeng had attracted the attention of Lig and Miss Xiaola, this situation could not be allowed to continue. Tang Yunqi's left hand, hidden within her sleeve, quietly grasped a communication shell. At the top of a giant tree in the black mist forest, Shi Yuan received Tang Yunqi's command, his heart filled with alarm. Is the First Lady acting without regard for the lives of the Xiao family's disciples? Surely, many will perish. Sighing, he cast aside his thoughts, retrieving a fragrant incense from his robe. Releasing fire spiritual energy from his palm, he ignited the incense, allowing a thin wisp of white smoke to rise. The smoke was faint, dissipating into nothingness after only half a foot, completely merging with the surrounding air. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous noise echoed from afar, and the ground trembled erratically. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the hillocks. Some shallow, some deep. Soon, a vast area began to collapse, centered around the hillock, and enormous roots emerged from the ground, reaching for the living beings present. This is bad. The tree demons are going berserk. They are attacking this place madly. Run. Just get out of the attack range. Do not get ensnared. Today has truly been a day of misfortune. First the cat demon leader, now a collective uprising of tree demons. Among the crowd, the disciples of the Xiao family scattered in flight, lacking any intention of countering. They feared not only the attacks of the tree demons, but also the dense black miasma that surged forth with the roots. A substantial amount of black miasma gathered, its concentration approaching that of the deeper regions of the black mist forest, filled with an eerie spiritual resonance capable of disrupting the operation of the earth vein array. The jade tokens on their persons temporarily lost their efficacy, failing to provide effective protection or facilitate teleportation, and the miasma was toxic, capable of affecting the flow of qi and blood within the human body. Remaining here was akin to playing with their lives. Meanwhile, the imagery displayed by the celestial viewing mirror was engulfed in black mist. Chun Xiaola asked, "What is happening? We can't see anything. Doesn't this need to be addressed?" Tang Yunxi responded apologetically, "The capabilities of the celestial viewing mirror are limited. It cannot probe areas completely obscured by black mist. This is all due to the inherent environmental effects of the black mist forest, and according to the customary practices of the Xiao family's hunting rituals, we are not permitted to intervene." Turning to Li Ji, she continued, "The source of the black miasma lies underground. The tree demons are bringing the miasma to attack, but since we are at the edge of the black mist forest, the miasma should not be too concentrated. It will dissipate on its own in no more than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. I ask for your patience for just a moment." Li Ji's eyes remained as tranquil as still water as he waved his arm, saying, "No harm done." Tang Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement, a slight smile tugging at her lips as she continued to issue commands through the communication shell concealed in her palm. Not far away, the second lady, Lu Qinghan, glanced at Tang Yunxi's profile, inwardly mused, "In the Tang family, who among them has not had blood on their hands? It must be her schemes at play. Thankfully, I have left a means of survival for Fenger in advance." Boom! Boom! Crack! Bang! The ground at the center of the hillock caved in, accompanied by a continuous cacophony of noise and scattered flying debris. Thick roots entwined with thorns thrashed wildly, knocking down numerous ordinary trees. Controlled by unseen forces, the trees swayed, shedding a torrent of leaves. The demonic wind lifted the fallen leaves, merging them with the black mist to form a peculiar vortex that swirled in all directions, creating a circular wall of wind that not only obstructed the retreat of those at the center, but also blocked the view from the outside. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The roots of the tree demons twisted, transforming into dozens of wooden serpents that charged madly. Xiao Qingfeng drew his sword and gripped his blade, bracing himself to face the onslaught. Suddenly, a golden and silver folding fan came flying from the side. Its outer arc of blades aimed directly at his neck. Clang! Xiao Qingfeng crossed his sword and blade, barely deflecting the fan, and shouted, "Xiao Lianxue, have you gone mad? What are you doing attacking your own kin?" "The time is ripe," Xiao Lianxue replied with a light smile. Utterly unconcerned by the encroaching roots, the overwhelming mass of roots parted on their own, circumventing his body, and the pretense of a smile vanished from his face. "Your skills are commendable. I, for one, am curious to see the extent of your capabilities." With his sword stance broken, Xiao Qingfeng found it challenging to contend with the roots closing in. At that moment, Xiao Wufeng swung his wooden sword, which, though not sharp, exuded an undeniable sense of metallic sharpness. The air traced a beautiful arc as a fierce sword wind surged forth from the ground. Bang, bang, bang! Roots, thorns, and flying stones were all shattered, and Xiao Qingfeng's predicament was instantly resolved. Xiao Lianxue narrowed her eyes. "Ninth brother, I did not expect you to conceal your abilities so deeply." "I have not concealed anything," Xiao Wufeng replied, shaking his head. "This sword technique indeed comes from Taoist Baiyun, whom you specifically introduced to me." Xiao Lianxue, "What?" Taking a deep breath, he crossed his forearms in front of his chest, his feet slightly wider than shoulder width apart. An indistinct aura emanated from his dantian, gradually expanding to the surface of his body, and the surrounding air suddenly turned cold, with dust and stones becoming tinged with a faint white frost. Extending his hands, A swirl of white and blue frostfire hovered above his palms as Xiao Lianxue sneered, "If you still refuse to speak the truth, it matters not. You think mere sword wind techniques can rival me? You are no match." With pupils constricting like pinholes, Xiao Qingfeng frowned. "This guy has reached the 9th grade. 9th brother, we should retreat for now." "We cannot retreat. The gap between ranks is beyond your imagination. Before me, the two of you cannot even hope to flee." Xiao Lianxue grinned wickedly, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. "I will give you one last chance. Whoever among you voluntarily cripples the other shall become my loyal hound." "Pa!" Xiao Qingfeng spat, glaring at Xiao Lianxue with fury. "What if you're just a couple of years older? Give me another year, and I would be able to reach the 9th grade as well." "Very well. It is only interesting when a hard bone is broken." Xiao Lianxue pointed at Xiao Qingfeng. "Then you shall be the first to die." Xiao Qingfeng stepped back half a pace, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Wufeng. Lowering his voice, "Brother, you go first. I will hold off Xiao Lianxue." "No need to flee." Xiao Wufeng shook his head. Xiao Qingfeng, anxious, said, "Brother, do not worry about me. I have learned the shadow wind step, and it will not be hard for me to hold him off. Neither of us needs to flee." Ruffling Xiao Qingfeng's hair, Xiao Wufeng raised his wooden sword, and strands of sword energy began to swirl around him. Chapter 15. The wooden sword has no edge, its sharpness born from the user. Xiao Lianxue had ascended to the 9th grade, and with an unknown number of tree demons assisting him, it would be unwise to engage him here. However, seeing the calmness in Xiao Wufeng's eyes, Xiao Qingfeng felt an unprecedented sense of reassurance and familiarity. His lips, which had been parted, closed once more, and he abandoned any thoughts of persuading Xiao Wufeng. Many years ago, when he had nearly drowned, it was Xiao Wufeng who had come to his rescue, bearing the same steadfast gaze. It was as if the heavens had carved a mark deep within his soul. And even though he had been very young at the time, he would never forget it in this lifetime. Meeting Xiao Wufeng's convincing gaze, Xiao Qingfeng said, "Brother, be cautious." With a barely perceptible nod, Xiao Wufeng smiled gently. "You stand by and observe. Let me show you the true essence of swordsmanship." "All right." Xiao Qingfeng chose to trust him and quietly stepped aside. "Such a profound brotherly bond," Xiao Lianxue scoffed, shaking her head. "Unfortunately, your performance is destined for no audience. The black mist not only obscures vision but also muffles sound and spirit sense, leaving no fourth party capable of perceiving our encounter." "Indeed, there is no better opportunity than this," Xiao Wufeng remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. "Opportunity? What opportunity? Have you taken leave of your senses, truly believing you could confront me?" Xiao Lianxue countered, shaking her head. Xiao Wufeng stepped forward, his right arm arcing downward as he swung his wooden sword. Whoosh, 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 7 blades of sword wind surged forth, shattering the obstructing roots along their path, relentlessly advancing towards Xiao Lianxue's face. "Do you truly believe that merely condensing sword winds makes you a genius?" "Ha ha 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 ha," Xiao Lianxue laughed uproariously, raising her hands to cradle a swirling mass of ice blue and frost white energy. She then brought her palms together, the two frigid spheres intertwining and detonating, instantly forming an ice wall before her. Clang, 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 clang amidst the cacophony of sharp sounds, the ice wall cracked and splintered, yet successfully thwarted the oncoming sword winds. Xiao Lianxue shrugged her shoulders and slowly unfurled her ornate fan. "Do you see? The lofty sun hanging in the sky cannot be compared to the crawling ants below. The chasm between us is immense, so vast that in this lifetime, you could never hope to catch up." Xiao Wufeng shook his head. "You cannot even comprehend my true swordsmanship. You are far too weak." At his words, the confident smile on Xiao Lianxue's face vanished abruptly, a torrent of blood surging from her throat. Gasping, she staggered back 7 or 8 steps, her eyes wide in disbelief. How could this be? Before she could finish her thought, a searing pain erupted from her lower abdomen, akin to being assailed by a tempest of blades. "Ah!" Xiao Lianxue looked down to find her abdomen pierced through, her energy center utterly shattered, her once fair and rosy complexion turning as pale as parchment. "Strong. So strong!" Xiao Qingfeng exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. "Brother, this is more than mere sword wind, isn't it?" Xiao Wufeng nodded slightly, his right arm trembling, the wooden sword emitting a resonant clang, reminiscent of a phoenix's cry. The azure fabric of his robe billowed, strands of sword energy rising from the ground, transforming into visible silver sword light, surrounding Xiao Wufeng's figure. No, no, no. It cannot be you. You are merely 16. How could you possibly condense sword energy? With bloodshot eyes, Xiao Lianxue knelt, coughing up blood as she spoke. You were right about one thing. The gap between us is indeed vast. Clutching her abdomen with her left hand, Xiao Lianxue slammed her right hand on the ground, glaring at Xiao Wufeng. From whom did you learn your swordsmanship? I have already revealed the truth to you, but it seems you are unwilling to believe it, Xiao Wufeng replied, lightly shaking his wooden sword. Xiao Lianxue clenched her teeth, her throat constricting as she spoke in a barely audible voice. Impossible! I know better than you the caliber of Taoist Baiyun. It would take years of arduous practice to cultivate sword energy. You must have had a master guiding you. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization flashed in her eyes as she lifted her chin, pointing her finger at Xiao Wufeng. I understand now. It's the Su family? And remnants of the Su family, isn't it? With measured steps, Xiao Wufeng closed the distance to within 3 feet of Xiao Lianxue, swinging his arm as the wooden sword traced a bright silver crescent of sword energy. Terror filled Xiao Lianxue's eyes as she shouted, I don't believe you dare to kill me. At that moment, a rustling from above caught their attention, as a figure shot forth like a bolt from a crossbow, barreling towards Xiao Wufeng from behind. Ninth brother, there's an ambush. Xiao Qingfeng called out as he pursued, intent on intercepting the cloaked assailant targeting Xiao Wufeng. The cloaked figure, armed with a beast-tooth dagger, moved with lightning speed, poised to close the distance to Xiao Wufeng. I've been waiting for you, Xiao Wufeng declared, reversing the direction of his sword, the tip leading the bright silver sword energy towards the cloaked assailant. Clang! The beast-tooth dagger clashed against the wooden sword, the assailant, astonished by the sword energy's might, forced to recoil and release the dagger. As the dagger clattered to the ground, Xiao Qingfeng, riding the momentum of his shadowy steps, swiftly closed in, delivering a rapid series of thrusts with his sword. Whoosh, 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 the sharp blade cut through the air, leaving glaring white streaks in its wake. To attempt an ambush on my family? You are sorely mistaken. The cloaked figure executed a mid-air somersault, evading Xiao Qingfeng's sword strikes, and then raised a leg to kick him away. Staggering back 5 or 6 steps, Xiao Qingfeng shook his numbed arm. Grinning. Is that so? The cloaked figure landed, their hat shattering with a loud crack, revealing their face to the onlookers, who realized that Xiao Qingfeng's objective had been to unmask them all along. Eyes widening in shock, the figure raised a hand to shield their face, internally lamenting, this is bad. No need to hide, Shi Yuan. You are the only one in the Xiao family who can control beasts, Xiao Wufeng stated. Kicking Xiao Lianxue aside and charging towards the cloaked figure. Upon hearing their identity exposed, Shi Yuan seethed with anger. Now that you know it's me, do you still dare to approach? The wooden sword dragged along the ground, carving a long gash in the earth as Xiao Wufeng advanced, lifting the sword from the ground and slashing upward. The condensed silver sword energy shredded the cloak, leaving a half-foot-long gash across Shi Yuan's chest. From his right flank to his left, blood dripped steadily as Shi Yuan staggered back. Your sword energy is not yet exhausted? Typically, a 16-year-old swordsman, even one with exceptional talent, would find it challenging to unleash sword energy more than 3 times in quick succession. Xiao Wufeng offered no reply, flicking the blood from his blade. 9th grade, nothing more. You insolent brat, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Shi Yuan retorted, anger flaring. Having passed the age of 40 and practiced for over 20 years, Shi Yuan had once stumbled upon an ancient cave during his youth, acquiring a scroll on beast taming. For years, this knowledge had been his means of survival, yet it had also hindered his advancement, leaving him stuck in the late stages of the 9th grade. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head, raising his sword with a light-hearted smile. If my brother were wielding this sword, you and Xiao Lianxue would have long since been defeated. And you wouldn't he have the audacity to speak? Xiao Qingfeng's words rang true. Xiao Wufeng's prowess with merely a wooden sword was formidable enough that if he wielded a true sword, Shi Yuan and Xiao Lianxue together would be no match for him. Shi Yuan's hands trembled ever so slightly, his mind racing, as he regarded Xiao Wufeng once more. his gaze subtly shifted. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "Ninth young master, 14th young master, you are brothers with 7th young master. Why must you clash and leave each other in such dire straits?" With stars swimming in her vision, Xiao Lianxue struggled to rise. Shouting furiously, "This is a hunt, a grand family competition. Xiao Wufeng would never kill anyone. Why are you so cowardly?" Chuckling lightly, Xiao Wufeng replied, "A person who has never appeared in the grand competition. What harm would there be in his death?" At his words, Shi Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, staring blankly at Xiao Wufeng, an involuntary thought rising within him. A wooden sword has no edge, yet its sharpness is born from its wielder. Chapter 16. The demon eye pill. Shi Yuan shifted his toes back slightly, his concealed hand quietly gripping a sound-transmitting shell. Whoosh! A sword energy pierced through Shi Yuan's palm, shattering the sound-transmitting shell, the residual force scattering across the earth at his feet, crushing the roots of the tree demon buried deep underground. Xiao Wufeng raised an eyebrow, still trying to play tricks? "Do you truly wish to die?" "Please, everything is negotiable." Shi Yuan knelt on both knees. "Ninth young master, tell me what you desire, and I shall provide it without fail." This scene felt eerily familiar. Xiao Wufeng shook his head, chuckling lightly. "You are a guest scholar, yet you are even quicker to cower than Xiao Bansong. Very well, I demand the method by which you control beasts." Shi Yuan fell silent, his face shifting hues like a painter's palette. Xiao Qingfeng interjected, "Are you unwilling to part with it?" "No, of course not." Shi Yuan shook his head, his intact left hand delving into his garment. "I merely have an unspoken request. I hope both young masters can be magnanimous and not hold my actions against me. And perhaps also reconcile with 7th young master." "Not a chance," Xiao Wufeng interrupted, shaking his head. "I am one to settle scores, especially since Xiao Lianxue has harbored thoughts that should never have crossed her mind." "Mind your tongue. Such matters are not for you two." Xiao Qingfeng's words were interrupted as Shi Yuan produced an amber-colored eyeball from his bosom and swallowed it whole. An amber cat-like pupil emerged on his forehead. His upper garments exploded, his hair and body hair lengthening wildly, transforming into purple-black beast fur that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Transformed into a cat-headed, human-bodied monstrosity, Shi Yuan bore a cruel smile. "I had no intention of consuming this demon eye pill. You have forced my hand." The demon eye pill, requiring the eyes of multiple beast species, combined with rare poisonous herbs and insects, was a concoction that granted the user a surge in strength, amplifying their combat capabilities several-fold for a limited time. Most critically, the aftereffects of this pill are addiction. Once the first is consumed, subsequent doses must be taken monthly, and with each use, one draws closer to becoming a beast, until one day, all humanity is lost, and only beastly instincts remain. This was a forbidden substance explicitly outlawed by the Great Qian dynasty, and with Shi Yuan's status, acquiring such a pill was nearly impossible. Xiao Qingfeng turned to Xiao Lianxue to force someone to consume such a pill. "Are you even human?" "The pill was not given by me. It was entirely Shi Yuan's own choice," Xiao Lianxue replied, rising to sit cross-legged, the previous panic in her expression fading, replaced by a confident smile. "Very well. Very well, Shi Yuan. You need not worry. If you kill Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Qingfeng now, I shall commend you to my mother for your merit. From this day forth, both the Xiao and Tang families shall stand as your backing, providing you with abundant resources for cultivation. Do not speak of merely advancing to the 8th grade. Even the 7th or 6th grade would be within your grasp." The palm, pierced by the sword's aura, healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xuan extended his tongue to lick the wound, then raised both arms, arching his back in a pose reminiscent of a great cat poised to pounce. "Rest assured, 7th young master, I shall eliminate these two obstacles before you. The demon eye pill brings untold harm. What future can there be?" Xiao Qingfeng proclaimed loudly. Xiao Lianxue chuckled softly. "Surely it brings devastation to others. But the Tang family of Shu is exceptionally skilled in the art of poison. Neutralizing the effects of the demon eye pill is not particularly challenging." Boom! Stomping his foot upon the ground, Shi Yuan unleashed his aura without restraint, stirring up a tempestuous demon wind. "What a pity! What a pity! Xiao Wufeng, despite your years of concealment, you have miscalculated. Even if your swordsmanship successfully condenses sword energy, it is destined to meet its demise today. Reduced to mere dust, precious healing ointment was poured onto his lower abdomen. Xiao Lianxue endured the pain, a mocking smile gracing her lips. And you, old 14, your talent is not lacking. Yet why do you insist on standing with a discarded pawn? One without support or future. Do you not find your actions exceedingly bothersome? It seems there is no choice but to depart. Xiao Qingfeng remained silent. Thunderous booms echoed. The tree demon, under Xiwan's command, caused more roots to rise from the ground. Furthermore, Xiwan raised his head and let out a howl. The mottled cat demons responded in kind, rushing towards the soil mound shrouded in black mist. Xiao Qingfeng clenched his fists, baring his teeth. Ninth brother. Xiao Lianxue openly cheats during the hunting ceremony. We must not confront him directly. Let us break through first and then expose the truth. Revealing it afterward is futile. Xiao Wufeng shook his head. It must be exposed on the spot, so that the masters of the sword sect can witness the truth. Xiao Qingfeng, Xiwan, already at the mid-late stage of the 9th rank, would inevitably see his strength surge to the pinnacle of the 9th rank after consuming the demon eye pill. Coupled with his demonic transformation, his power, speed, and perception were all significantly enhanced, rendering him nearly invincible. Even if the sword energy could breach his defenses, it would not be sufficient to kill him, and he possessed a formidable ability to recover. Engaging him head-on in this scenario would be nearly impossible. Evasion was the only option. Ha ha ha, Xiao Lianxue let out a piercing laugh. Let us begin. Xiwan, send them to hell. Qingfeng, remain behind me and do not move recklessly. With that, Xiao Wufeng raised his right arm, holding the wooden sword aloft. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, resounding in all directions, the azure fabric of his robe fluttering dramatically. Kill. Xiwan, unwilling to grant Xiao Wufeng a moment to gather his strength, forcefully stomped the ground with his hind legs. His paws, covered in beastly fur, transformed into cat-like claws, shattering the soles of his training shoes and leaving 2 half-inch deep imprints in the earth. He then lunged forward, swift as a phantom, charging towards Xiao Wufeng. Simultaneously, the mottled cat demons coordinated with the tree demon's roots to obstruct and seal all of Xiao Wufeng's escape routes. Xiao Qingfeng's expressions turned anxious. Yet he ultimately chose to trust Xiao Wufeng, positioning himself back-to-back with him, remaining utterly still. Inhale-exhale, Xiao Wufeng's breath deepened, the whistling sword wind sweeping in all directions, the circular shockwave resembling a serrated blade, shredding the encroaching mottled cat demons and the roots of the tree demon. A massive amount of sword energy crystallized as if it were tangible, not scattering into the surroundings, but instead coalescing upon the wooden sword. The wooden sword glimmered with a silver-white metallic sheen. Xiao Wufeng remained silent, swinging the sword downwards in a vertical slash. Before the piercing sword energy could erupt, the air pressure in front of him could not withstand the force, sending sand, stone, and withered leaves scattering in all directions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Those debris seemed to transform into the Tang family's secret weapon, the rain pear blossom needles. With his body thoroughly ensnared, Xiwan, relying on the medicinal power of the demon eye pill, channeled the pain into a feral rage, clawing at the ground with his limbs to accelerate his speed once more. His form trailed a phantom as he closed the distance to within 3 feet of Xiao Wufeng. His forearms bulging with muscle, his hands morphing into claws as he lunged for Xiao Wufeng's throat. Die! In response, Xiao Wufeng delivered a straightforward, unadorned sword strike, without any variation, simply a direct downward slash. Yet, the sword energy crisscrossed, enveloping him in pressure, leaving Xiwan with no means of evasion as his outstretched claws were pressed back inch by inch. Crack, crack, crack. The wooden sword was riddled with countless fissures, unable to withstand the force of Xiao Wufeng's sword energy. With an indifferent gaze, Xiao Wufeng uttered a single word: explode. Chapter 17. Instant kill. The wooden sword shattered into splinters, the shards infused with sword energy shot forth, enveloping the area in front of Xiao Wufeng in a fan-shaped arc. Xiwan raised his demonic claws, desperately shielding his face and head. The sharpness of the sword energy far surpassed that of mere sword wind. He howled in agony, retreating over 10 steps. Boom! His back collided with a thick tree, and Xiwan slowly lowered his trembling arms. The fragments pierced his body, and wisps of sword energy sliced through his fur and skin, leaving him with countless tiny puncture wounds. The eerie purple blood soaked the lower half of his trousers, and he grimaced in pain, loudly exclaiming, "Ah, ah, ah, ah." The sword energy lingered within him, bringing immense agony, and his transformed body could not completely disregard it. Xiao Qingfeng peeked out cautiously. The ground 10 feet in front of Xiao Wufeng resembled a disaster zone, with grass, trees, and stones stripped away, leaving only the chaotic sword marks behind. Swallowing hard, Xiao Qingfeng remarked, "Brother, your sword energy is incredibly potent. Were you not using your full strength before?" Xiao Wufeng shook his head slightly. His lips pressed tightly together as he focused on regulating his breathing, hastening his recovery of energy and stamina. Xiao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and stepped forward, dual-wielding knife and sword, adopting a defensive stance to buy Xiao Wufeng some time to recuperate. "Quick! Press on," Xiao Lianxue urged, breaking a dry branch with her folding fan. The consumption of that sword strike must have been considerable. Seize the opportunity to take his life. Muscles taut, resisting the pain of the sword energy entering his body. Xiwan nodded and swiftly consumed 2 more demon eye pills. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, his heartbeat thundered like a war drum, dark purple demonic energy spreading from within, oozing from his pores and floating above his head. The demonic energy intertwined with the majority of the sword energy, expelling it from his body and releasing it into the air. Xiwan let out a breath, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Ninth young master. So young yet possessing such fierce sword energy. Truly, this is a sight I have never witnessed in my life." Leaning against the massive tree behind him, Xiwan extracted himself from the trunk. His shoulder and back muscles rippled, arms extended wide, his eyes glowing with a crimson light. To unleash this berserk technique, I am left with no other choice. Ninth young master, you shall not leave here with your corpse intact. Do not blame me once you reach the underworld. Leaving behind a faint afterimage, Xiwan charged forward, lunging at Xiao Qingfeng. His cat-like paw, the size of a cauldron, came crashing down, the roaring wind dispersing the black mist, forcing Xiao Qingfeng to take a step back, finally realizing the vast disparity between them. With the dual effects of demonic transformation and berserk state, Xiwan's power and speed surged once more. The claw strike was as swift as lightning, leaving Xiao Qingfeng unable to see clearly die in that instant. All that filled his vision was the glimmering claws, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of impending death. His mind replayed the highlights of his life as he helplessly raised his hand to defend against the inevitable ferocious strike. Xiwan, his voice a low growl filled with madness, with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes, declared, "I will kill one first." Xiao Wufeng shook his head. "You underestimate my sword energy." Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of sword energy erupted, causing multiple pressure points on Xiwan's body to burst forth with blood. The points included the 3-mile, 3-yin intersection, Valley of the Hands, and the chest's central qi, among others. These pressure points were vital to the flow of qi and blood in the human body, and suffering such immense damage simultaneously inflicted pain and depletion upon Xiwan beyond imagination. The wisps of sword energy that escaped from his wounds dissipated like smoke, and his demonic form staggered. The force and speed of his claw strikes diminished by 70%. "Do not dawdle. Quickly defend. Use all your strength," Xiao Wufeng urged. Returning from the brink of oblivion, Xiao Qingfeng gripped tightly, stabilizing his stance. His left hand wielding the sword and his right hand the knife, striking out with all his might. Clang! The precious sword and blade collided with Xiwan's colossal claw, and Xiao Qingfeng's expression shifted. What tremendous force! Unable to withstand the impact, his body was thrown backward, his left hand's palm splitting, making it difficult to grip his weapon. The Qingfeng sword was knocked away, embedding itself at Xiao Wufeng's feet. At that very moment, Xiao Lianxue spun in place 1.5 times, swinging her arm to send the golden-silver folding fan flying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fan unfurled, showering golden and silver glimmers, tracing an unusual arc in the air as it flew towards Xiao Qingfeng. "I will distract Xiao Wufeng, Xiwan. You take down old 14, and then we will combine our efforts to eliminate Xiao Wufeng." Thanks to the consumption of the demon eye pill, Xiwan was infused with a vast amount of demonic energy, temporarily granting him extraordinary regenerative abilities. The sword wounds on his body healed at a visible rate. Hearing Xiao Lianshue's command, he responded with a hearty laugh. The healing ointment used by 7th young master is indeed remarkable, capable of suppressing the injuries to my Dantian in such a short time. Ha 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 ha. I have indeed placed my bets wisely. 7th young master's background and strength far exceed what you two can compare to. With that, Xiuan dropped to all fours, pivoted, and charged towards Xiao Wufeng. Brother, do not mind me, Xiao Qingfeng shouted as his feet touched down, still unsteady. Use my sword. At Xiao Wufeng's feet lay a sword over 3 feet long, its surface gleaming like a mirror. Even under the shroud of the surrounding black mist, it emitted a faint, warm white glow. Near the guard, the characters "mirror water" were etched. Xiao Wufeng took a careful glance before grasping the sword's hilt. With a resounding clang, the sound of the sword echoed throughout the surroundings. Xiao Wufeng, driven by an urgent desire to save, unleashed the remaining energy within him and wielded the mirror water sword. The terrifying sword energy generated immense pressure, causing even his body, enhanced by both berserk and demonic transformations, to involuntarily tremble. Yuan slowed his frantic pace, seeking to buy more time to respond. However, what he faced this time was not merely sword energy, but the mirror water sword itself, imbued with it. This sword, crafted from exquisite materials, held great value, far surpassing any ordinary wooden sword hastily made. The dazzling sword light shone brilliantly, while a cascade of water-like sounds brushed past his ears. Yuan's perspective suddenly became disorienting, as if he were caught in a tumultuous whirlpool. 2 severed beastly arms flew through the air. A headless corpse gushed forth torrents of blood. Several black-skinned hardwood trees toppled along the smooth sword scar. And Xiao Wufeng's increasingly prominent light blue robe stood out. With a soft thud, the last image that Yuan beheld was frozen in time. His head collided with the ground, rolling over the grass 3 times. As he passed Yuan's lifeless body, Xiao Wufeng dashed toward Xiao Lianshue. In the brief moment when Xiao Lianshue turned to glance back during her attack on Xiao Qingfeng, she was taken aback by the horrifying scene. Yuan had consumed a demonic eye pill and utilized berserk secret techniques, his strength far exceeding her expectations. Yet, Xiao Wufeng, who had not yet reached the 9th rank, could slay Yuan as one would butcher a pig or dog. Just imagine, if she were to confront Xiao Wufeng directly, she would scarcely last a single move. A profound sense of dread surged from her ankles to the crown of her head. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as she dared not entertain any false hopes. She intertwined her hands, dispersing the golden and silver folding fan, igniting the energy fluctuations that resonated with the earth veins formation. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous explosions of energy stirred the tremors of the earth vein, swiftly dispersing the surrounding black mist. Soon, the scene captured by the celestial mirror would be projected here. Confident that Xiao Wufeng would not dare to kill her in public, Xiao Lianshue, with a half-smirk, declared, "Today, you cannot kill me." Approaching closer, Xiao Wufeng shook his head. "Who said I want to kill you?" The corners of Xiao Lianshue's mouth curled slightly, an ominous aura lingering in her brow as she lowered her voice, saying, "In the future, I will take my revenge on you." "Who says you even have a future?" Xiao Wufeng countered, delivering a precise uppercut to Xiao Lianshue's abdomen. The injury to her dantian was aggravated, causing her to writhe in pain, her body curling like a boiled shrimp. Producing a razor-sharp, poisonous claw from the cat demon, he slashed across Xiao Lianshue's attractive face, saying, "Enjoy it well." Chapter 18. Tang Lu's confrontation with a scar left by the claw on her right cheek. The stinging and burning sensations made it difficult for Xiao Lianshue to open her right eye. She covered her pained face and staggered backward. "What have you done? What have you done? You actually dared to scratch my face?" "Stop the noise," Xiao Wufeng frowned and shook his head. "I've heard that you have been exposed to the essence of venomous insects and toxic herbs since childhood, which grants you exceptional resistance to toxins. Today's encounter proves that the Tang family's secret formula is indeed as remarkable as claimed. If it were any other 9th rank, they would most likely have lost their senses and be lying on the ground waiting to die. Yet you still have the energy to throw a tantrum." Gritting her teeth, Xiao Lianshue moved her hand away from her face, using her only open left eye to inspect her palm. Blood. Deep, dark, purplish toxic blood, tiny bubbles even rising within it. This toxicity was extraordinarily fierce, capable of corroding one's mind and searing the foundation of their martial arts. She needed to detoxify immediately. Otherwise, left unchecked, she might become a cripple for the rest of her life. Fear flashed in Xiao Lianchua's eyes as she screamed in despair, "Xiao Wufeng, you are truly ruthless." Xiao Wufeng shook his head again. Raising his hand once more, the mutated cat demon's toxic claws slashing towards Xiao Lianchua again. Her chest, waist, arms, thighs, in the blink of an eye, more than 10 new wounds appeared on Xiao Lianchua's body. The onslaught of poison rendered her unable to articulate her curses. Xiao Qingfeng rushed in and kicked her, scolding, "You deserve this." Ah! Her cries were heart-wrenching, limbs flailing wildly as Xiao Lianchua rolled across the ground. Her toxic blood flowed out, staining the grass beneath her, which quickly began to wither at a visible rate. Xiao Wufeng said, "Qingfeng, keep your distance from Xiao Lianchua. Her internal poison is severe. She won't die immediately. But if you get contaminated with her toxic blood, you might not even have a chance to be treated." Xiao Qingfeng nodded slightly, retreating to Xiao Wufeng's side, and the two distanced themselves from the gradually losing sanity Xiao Lianchua. "Ninth brother." Looking at Xiao Wufeng's profile, Xiao Qingfeng hesitated to speak. Xiao Wufeng smiled faintly, lowering his voice. "I know what you want to ask, but now is not the time. I have no backing. It is impossible for me to kill Xiao Lianchua with a single stroke." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng raised his brows in surprise. "Brother, can you read minds?" "Mind reading? Nonsense," Xiao Wufeng retorted with a laugh. "Your thoughts are written all over your face. It's too easy to see through." Xiao Qingfeng rolled his eyes. "So what do we do now?" "The black mist is about to dissipate, and the celestial mirror and the onlookers will surely witness everything. The family will inevitably investigate, and if Xiao Lianchua's mother pursues this, you might find it hard to respond." "No matter." Xiao Wufeng extended his index finger and gently shook it. "With the 2 trump cards I have, the madam will most likely hesitate to act." "Trump cards? What trump cards?" "2 of them." Xiao Qingfeng glanced at the still-rolling Xiao Lianchua, who could definitely be counted as one, but what about the other? He was eager to inquire further, but the black mist had mostly cleared, and the scrutiny of the celestial mirror and the gazes of those around them were imminent. This was not the right time. The mirror water sword released a wave of sword energy, enveloping the mutated cat demon's toxic claws. The sharp brilliance retracted inward, and with a series of explosive sounds, the toxic claws turned to ash. Swept into the earth's crevices by the following sword wind. Having completed his work, Xiao Wufeng raised his gaze to the sky, his eyes sharp as swords, seemingly capable of piercing through the celestial mirror to see Tang Yunqi seated in the viewing platform of the Xiao family's martial arts arena. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family's martial arts arena, Tang Yunqi wore a radiant smile. "The black mist is about to dissipate. We shall soon see the outcome." "Madam's reaction is quite peculiar," Chen Xiaola commented, her nostrils slightly flaring as she pouted. Tang Yunqi pressed her lips together and chuckled lightly. "What is so peculiar about it? Many of your sons and numerous Xiao family disciples have been forced into the miasma, clearly under attack by demonic beasts, yet you seem utterly unconcerned." Chen Xiaola raised her index finger and gestured emphatically. "This is a sudden incident." The corners of Tang Yunqi's mouth lifted slightly, her tone calm and gentle. "The Baiyu Jing Xiao family has never harbored cowards or weaklings. The weak deserve to be eliminated." The implication was clear. Whatever transpired in the black mist was merely the outcome of competition, not warranting any undue alarm. Chen Xiaola raised her thumb. "Impressive. No wonder you remain unfazed upon seeing so many Xiao family disciples in the square." Feeling the slight hostility from Chen Xiaola, Tang Yunqi arched an eyebrow. Gazing toward the martial arts arena.at that moment, over a dozen Xiao family disciples were teleported back, their injuries far from light. Some were missing limbs, others had their abdomens pierced, and some lay unconscious from blood loss. After a brief contemplation, Tang Yunqi replied, "As the matriarch, I am naturally pained by the losses of my Xiao family sons, and I do not wish to see them eliminated. However, the hunting ceremony is held in the Black Mist Forest, and various unforeseen incidents are bound to occur. If one cannot cope with such incidents, it merely indicates a lack of strength. Survival of the fittest, sifting out the most exceptional and powerful heirs, is the foundation upon which the Xiao family stands. Those lacking strength have their own place, and while they are the cornerstone of the family, they too must accept that the more talented will shine as the family's pride. And they must follow these stronger figures henceforth. This is an irrefutable truth. Tang Yunxi's tone was resolute, for she was convinced that Xiao Lianxue would undoubtedly achieve astonishing results amidst the black mist. The tree demons and cat demons were mere trifles, far from being enough to contend with the ninth-ranked Xiao Lianxue. Coupled with Shi Yuan's covert assistance, once the black mist dissipated, Xiao Lianxue would likely perform a heroic act of single-handedly slaying a horde of demons, perhaps catching the eye of ardent and earning the qualification to participate in the sword sect's assessment. At this moment, Lu Qinghan spoke, "I do not care about others, but if anything happens to Feng'er, as his mother, I will pursue this to the end." Chen Xiaola turned her head to look at the usually quiet second matriarch of the Xiao family. The first and second matriarchs of the Xiao family are at odds. It is quite inappropriate for us sword sect members to intervene. Li Ji's voice reached Chen Xiaola's ears. Following this, Li Ji turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Xiaola, signaling her to refrain from speaking out of turn. Chen Xiaola, her mouth slightly ajar, pouted and rolled her eyes, as if to say, "Master, your rules are quite numerous." Tang Yunxi gazed across at Lu Qinghan, her eyes narrowing into a slit as she smiled lightly. "What does Sister Lu mean? Please speak more clearly." "I do not possess the generosity of my sister, for I have but one son, Qingfeng," Lu Qinghan huffed coldly, raising her hand to point at the celestial mirror. "If Feng'er is unharmed, then it is well. If not, I will surely dig 3 feet into the ground to find the clues." "Thus, sister can never be the matriarch of the Xiao family," Tang Yunxi remarked, delicately resting her chin on her orchid-like fingers. "Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. You simply lack the necessary ruthlessness." Pausing momentarily, she continued, "The glory of the Xiao family today is partly reliant on our patriarch, Xiao Quan, who, through sheer grit and determination, clawed his way up from obscurity as a mere soldier in the Death Brigade to become a revered general of the Great Qian. The other half of our fortune stems from our husband, Xiaomo, who has steadfastly guarded the borders for many years, keeping the barbarian tribes of the southwest at bay, thus allowing the Xiao clan of Baiyu Jing to flourish. My son, Qingfeng, possesses strength that is by no means inferior to his peers. He is certainly not a weakling," Lu Qinghan asserted. "However, if someone resorts to underhanded tactics and conspires against my son in secret, they should not presume their hands are clean and that no traces will be uncovered." Not far away, Chen Xiaolu, her cheeks adorned with dimples, whispered to Li Ji, "Shu, do you have any sunflower seeds?" The quarrel between the two ladies is too captivating. It would be a shame not to snack while watching. Lightly tapping Chen Xiaoli's bun, Li Ji rolled his eyes. "Your master is right. I must discipline you properly." Chapter 19. The Shift of Offense and Defense, Part 1. Chen Xiaoli's voice was soft. Yet both ladies, possessing their own cultivation, caught her words, their eyes met, and silence ensued. The matter at hand was of great significance to the Xiao family, prompting both to exercise restraint. A fleeting glance exchanged between them ignited sparks of tension. Every moment felt interminable. The platform fell silent, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. The wails of the Xiao clan's disciples intertwined with Qian Xiao Li's seed cracking, creating an odd melody, as the noxious black mist began to dissipate. The number of injured being transported to the martial arena dwindled. After sending Xiao Mianmian for treatment, Elder Xiao Ming returned. A seasoned figure within the Xiao family, he could discern the underlying tension between Tang Yunxi and Lu Qinghan with a mere glance. Choosing not to ascend the platform, he instead assisted the injured Xiao disciples. Soon, the central area of the martial arena was cleared, falling into a temporary hush. The onlookers fixated intently on the sky-watching mirror, waiting for the black mist to completely vanish. Lu Qinghan's left hand clenched into a fist, her heart heavy with 2 possibilities. Either Xiao Qingfeng was alive and had achieved remarkable feats through his own strength, or he had perished in the brief span of time enveloped by the black mist. Her gaze, icy and piercing, fixed upon the mirror, a faint aura of frost radiating from her, causing the temperature around her to plummet as if she were in the frozen northern lands. With her husband, Xiaomo, stationed at the borders, barred by Emperor Qianquan's decree from returning to the capital, Lu Qinghan knew she could bear no more children. Xiao Qingfeng was her sole bloodline, her heart's treasure. This son, virtuous and dutiful, possessed extraordinary talent. His future held infinite potential. If Xiao Qingfeng were to fall victim to Tang Yunqi's treachery, she, as his mother, would not hesitate to shatter the fragile equilibrium between the Tang, Lu, and Xiao families, ensuring that Tang Yunqi paid an unbearable price for her actions. Chun Shaola wrapped her arms around herself, shivering, so cold. There is no need for alarm, second madam. Your son was born with dual pupils. His heart is pure as a child's. He will surely turn misfortune into fortune. Li Ji smiled, his aura dispelling the surrounding chill. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qinghan offered an apologetic nod. Forgive me. I only have Qingfeng as my child, and my emotions have run high. I momentarily forgot to rein in my icy energy. Following this, Chen Xiaolu, Li Ji, and Lu Qinghan exchanged a few light-hearted remarks. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Tang Yunqi sprang to her feet, her eyes wide as she gazed at the sky-watching mirror. How is this possible? How can this be? At that moment, the black mist had vanished, revealing a scene of devastation atop the hill. The ground was marred by cracks, with the roots of tree demons strewn about, and the bodies of cat demons piled high like a small mountain. Yet, these were not the crux of the matter. The focus was on the people, the stunned remnants of the Xiao clan, the cowering Xiao Bansong, the delirious Xiao Lianxue rolling on the ground, the unscathed Xiao Qingfeng gazing skyward, and the beheaded giant cat transformed from Xiyuan. The corners of Tang Yunqi's mouth, eyes, forehead, and cheeks twitched uncontrollably, her expression contorted with rage. Lianxue, how could you be so injured? What on earth happened? Tap, tap, tap. Her fingers drummed on the wooden table as Lu Qinghan chuckled softly. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. How do these 8 words suddenly sound so agreeable? Li Ji closed his mouth, choosing not to interject. While he was indeed a formidable figure from the sword sect, he had no desire to create enmity over a few words. My master often says that cultivation and fighting are one and the same. It's simply a matter of standing firm or lying down. Those who stand do so justly, while those who lie down lack skill and deserve their fate. Chun Shaolu, lacking any ulterior motives, instinctively replied. Casting a sharp glare at Chen Shaolu, Li Ji discreetly communicated, speak less. No one thinks you're mute. Chun Shaola stuck out her tongue, made a face at the back of Li Ji's head, and turned back to Lu Qinghan with an awkward smile. This girl is truly Navi. Lu Qinghan nodded in acknowledgement, rising to move forward. Suddenly, Tang Yunqi turned her gaze toward Lu Qinghan, her eyes glinting with a lethal chill. I have some questions to ask. Do not add to the turmoil at this moment. The implicit threat was unmistakable. Lu Qinghan spread her hands, her expression indifferent, and resumed her seat. Having seen her son Xiao Qingfeng safe and sound, that was enough for her. Xiao Ming, come forward, Tang Yunqi commanded. Xiao Ming squeezed through the crowd, ascending to the platform, and swiftly performed the necessary hand seals. Soon, the earth pulse stirred slightly, allowing the sky-watching mirror to communicate with the area shrouded in black mist. Above the hill in the black mist forest, the phantom of the sky-watching mirror gradually materialized, and Tang Yunqi's cold voice echoed in all directions. Who can tell me everything that transpired within the black mist? Rich rewards await. Most of the Xiao clan's disciples looked around in confusion, while a few glanced at Xiao Lianxue, who was rolling about atop the hill, yet none dared to speak. It was not that they were unwilling to be the whistleblowers, but rather that the black mist had obscured their view, preventing them from knowing the situation atop the hill. At that moment, Xiao Bansong, like a squirrel, scurried to the highest point of the black wood, carrying a large package on his back, instantly becoming the center of attention. Tang Yunqi pointed to him first. You speak. Having witnessed Xiao Wufeng's swordsmanship, Xiao Bansong was engulfed by a shadow of dread, a seed of fear deeply planted within him. Turning his gaze to the hill, Xiao Bansong swallowed hard, a chill settling in his heart. Xiao Lianxue was covered in claw wounds, her injuries oozing purplish-black blood, and the bodies of tree demons and cat demons lay scattered about. More importantly, the dismembered body of the humanoid cat demon was unmistakable. It was undoubtedly Xiyuan, who had consumed the demon eye pill. This was evident from the distinct odor that clung to him, a pungent and peculiar scent that even Xiao Bansong, with his keen nose, could detect from a considerable distance. Without needing to ponder, he could connect 2 extremely grave secrets. Firstly, the first madam conspired with Xiyuan to cheat during the hunting ceremony. According to the Xiao family's regulations, those involved in cheating could face capital punishment at the hands of the Xiao family's law elders. Secondly, to transform into a demon beast, one must consume the demon eye pill, which was strictly prohibited by the Great Qian. Any involvement would lead to dire consequences from the ghostly officials of the Wuchang division, who would not hesitate to accuse one of collusion with the northern demon tribes and treat it as treason, resulting in a death sentence. With these two secrets weighing on his conscience, Xiao Bansong knew that under Tang Yunxi's ruthless disposition, he would not see the light of day again, his expression laden with bitterness. Xiao Bansong deliberated before shaking his head like a rattle. When the black mist was pervasive, it was most intense atop the hill. I could not see anything from the outside, especially with the tree demons and cat demons attacking. Merely surviving was already a stroke of fortune. Tang Yunxi huffed. This was not the answer she sought. She needed a pawn willing to take risks and stir the pot. If she could pin the blame on Xiao Wufeng or Xiao Qingfeng, that would suffice. With her authority, such a statement would easily nullify the hunting ceremony and reschedule it for another day. Xiao Bansong, who favored aligning himself with the powerful, was too astute for her liking. She could not fathom how someone like him could falter at such a critical moment. Following this, she continued to question others. Yet their responses were nearly identical to Xiao Bansong's. Suppressing her simmering anger, Tang Yunxi fixed her gaze on Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Qingfeng. And you too. Do not dare claim ignorance of the true situation. The pupils of Xiao Qingfeng subtly constricted as he furrowed his brows. Racing to devise a response. Stepping forward, Xiao Wufeng retorted, "Does the first madam truly dare to hear the truth?" Chapter 20. The Shift of Offense and Defense, Part 2, following Xiao Wufeng's gaze. Tang Yunxi spotted the headless corpse of Xiuan. After a moment of contemplation, she suppressed her rage and inquired, "How is my son injured?" Shrugging slightly, Xiao Wufeng replied, "Perhaps Xiao Lianxue was carrying some treasure." At the time, the black mist enveloped everything, and the roots of the tree demons emerged from the ground, quickly surrounding the entire hill. Then that strange giant cat leaped out, attacking him frantically. "You re-fabricating lies without a script. You must be making things up," Tang Yunxi retorted coldly. Xiao Wufeng responded, "Then fine. Point out where I am making things up. It would be fitting for a sword sect master to help discern the truth." As Xiuan ventured into the misty forest, he surreptitiously summoned the feline demon, the tree spirit, and the noxious mists, clearly intending to aid Xiao Lianxue in cheating, providing him with a stage to showcase his abilities. This matter, while seemingly trivial, held significant weight. Had a different eminent figure from the sword sect been present, the situation might have been manageable. However, it was none other than Li Ziechai, known for his unwavering integrity and intolerance for deceit, was a renowned sword enthusiast, and once his bottom line was crossed, he would not entertain notions of camaraderie. Cheating in his presence was tantamount to mocking him, and the audacious attempt to secure qualifications for the sword sect examination only served to belittle the entire sect. Should this farcical charade be publicly unveiled, there would be no room for retreat. Furthermore, the presence of traces of the demon eye pill in the events could endanger the foundations of both the Xiao and Tang families if Xiao Wufeng were to disclose the truth. Remaining composed, Tang Yunxi forced a smile and remarked, "Lianxue has sustained grave injuries. I was overly agitated and momentarily lost control of my emotions. Wufeng, do not overthink it. Please, continue explaining the situation within the mist." "There's not much to say. It can be summarized in a couple of sentences," Xiao Wufeng replied. Spreading his hands, Xiao Lianxue was caught off guard and ambushed by that peculiar feline demon, sustaining severe injuries. The crux is that the demon's claws are laced with potent poison, rendering him incapable of further combat. Later, Qingfeng and I collaborated to fend off the bizarre demon, but seeing that it could not swiftly subdue us, it summoned numerous companions. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunxi's expression darkened. She was not naive. She understood that Xiao Wufeng was spinning a web of lies. The feline demon transformed from Xiuan would never attack Xiao Lianxue. Unfortunately, with Li Ji in close proximity, exposing Xiao Wufeng's falsehoods would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Tang Yunxi maintained a forced smile, her gaze shifting to Xiao Qingfeng. "Let not only the ninth brother speak. 14. You share your account as well." Blinking, Xiao Qingfeng snapped back to reality and scratched his head. Following Xiao Wufeng's narrative, he continued, "It's pretty much as ninth brother described, though I didn't play much of a role. the primary combat strength came from him. His swordsmanship is truly remarkable, especially after wielding my mirror water sword. He swiftly severed the demon's head in just a few moves. Tang Yunxi thought to herself, I came here to uncover flaws, not to listen to your mindless flattery of Xiao Wufeng. Not far off, Chun Xiaola suppressed a laugh, giving Lu Qinghan a thumbs up. This little brother is quite endearing. He adds some charm to the proceedings. Lu Qinghan rolled her eyes, left speechless. Chun Xiaola's observation was not unfounded. Xiao Qingfeng indeed possessed a pleasant disposition, albeit sometimes a bit naive. Especially in front of Xiao Wufeng, he would unconditionally transform into an adoring fan. A man of stature should strive to ascend without being overshadowed by others, which was one of the reasons why Lu Qinghan was reluctant for him to associate too closely with Xiao Wufeng. Suddenly, Li Ji chuckled softly. In the sword sect, we emphasize the unity of intention and technique. Your son exhibits a pure and unblemished heart, demonstrating great potential to enter our ranks. Ah, my simple-minded son has unexpectedly stumbled upon fortune. Lu Qinghan, momentarily dazed, quickly nodded. Your praise is unwarranted. May I inquire if Qingfeng has thus acquired the qualifications for the upcoming sword sect examination? That remains to be seen. I, Li, merely believe your son possesses a temperament well suited for our sect. Li Ji shook his head. Receiving a commendation from Mr. Li Ji is indeed a blessing for my Qingfeng. Lu Qinghan's eyes sparkled, struggling to contain her inner joy. Li Ji shook his head, offering no further comment, his gaze returning to the celestial viewing mirror. With his keen perception, he could easily discern that Xiao Lianxue's true cultivation had already reached the 9th rank. The strange, feline demon, while fleetingly observed through the mirror, still emanated a potent aura, its strength surpassing that of Xiao Lianxue. Xiao Qingfeng had yet to reach the 9th rank, nor had he condensed sword winds. Relying solely on his blade, he could not hope to contend with such a foe. Thus, the only one capable of turning the tide was Xiao Wufeng. This youth, adept at refining sword energy, had already made considerable strides in swordsmanship, enabling him to emerge unscathed from the chaos. Lu Qinghan, undeterred by Li Ji's lack of response, felt elated. She cast a furtive glance at Tang Yunxi, her smile radiating with unspoken understanding. Not far away, Tang Yunxi was nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, yet she had to maintain the composure befitting the matriarch of the Xiao family, patiently continuing to question Xiao Qingfeng. However, no matter how she probed, Xiao Qingfeng's responses remained repetitive. 9th brother is right. It's much the same as 9th brother said. 9th brother's swordsmanship is astonishingly powerful. Seeing no further leads, Tang Yunxi shook her head and shifted the topic. Xiao Wufeng, do not forget that you are prohibited from practicing the martial arts of the Xiao family. Now, can you explain how you came to possess swordsmanship? Xiao Wufeng spread his hands. Thanks to Xiao Lianxue's introduction, I met Taoist Baiyun, who later sold me a sword manual for 15 taels of silver, and I practiced it, eventually mastering it. This matter was mentioned to me by Lianxue. Tang Yunxi lowered her voice. But that was a month ago. Do not claim you grasped the level of sword winds in just a month. I speak the truth. Yet you do not believe me, Xiao Wufeng replied subtly, gesturing with the mirror water sword towards Xiao Lianxue. Perhaps your understanding of Taoist Baiyun is limited to that of a street swindler in Baiyujing. But do you truly know who he is? Who is he? Tang Yunxi narrowed her eyes. Xiao Wufeng smiled enigmatically, offering no answer. He then bent down, extending the mirror water sword, gently tapping Xiao Lianxue's cheek, which had been scratched by the cat's claws. If we continue our discussion, I fear Xiao Lianxue may perish right here. At that moment, Xiao Lianxue began frothing at the mouth, gradually losing consciousness, his limbs ceasing their erratic movements. Shall I send him back to the training grounds first? Xiao Wufeng raised his head with a smile. Xiao Lianxue's condition was dire, posing a significant risk to his life, making it impossible to continue with the hunting ceremony. With her nails digging deep into her flesh, Tang Yunxi remained silent for a long while before coldly stating, "Thank you for your trouble." "No need for thanks," Xiao Wufeng replied, lightly waving his left hand while his right wrist flicked, the sword tip precisely piercing the jade token at Xiao Lianxue's neck. Utilizing the earth vein formation, they returned to the training grounds, where Xiao Lianxue had already lost consciousness. My son has sustained severe injuries. The poison has seeped too deeply. I must personally tend to his wounds. I hope Lig will not take offense. I entrust the latter part of the hunting ceremony to Sister Lu, Tang Yunxi declared, rising and rushing into the arena, channeling her qi to soar with Xiao Lianxue swiftly. Chapter 21. A pearl covered in dust in the viewing platform of the training grounds, Li Ji rested his left hand upon his right elbow. The index and thumb of his right hand supporting his chin, gently stroking the barely noticeable stubble of it, seemed he had not heard Tang Yunxi's words, his calm gaze fixated on the image of Xiao Wufeng within the celestial viewing mirror. The youth's face bore a youthful handsomeness, tinged with a hint of navet. However, beneath this facade lay a maturity far exceeding that of an ordinary youth. Though Li Ji was not fond of scheming and social niceties, he was not one to be oblivious. He perceived the subtle clash between Xiao Wufeng and Tang Yunxi. This was enough to indicate that there were issues with the hunting ceremony, and they were significant enough to warrant concealment from public scrutiny. While Li Ji could not discern the intricacies of the situation, he could sense that Xiao Wufeng had successfully turned the tide, shifting the unfavorable circumstances onto Xiao Lianxue. A bemused smile graced Li Ji's lips as his thoughts raced. To condense sword energy at the age of 16 is a testament to Xiao Wufeng's extraordinary talent. If what he claims is true, that he has only practiced swordsmanship for a little over a month, then, no, what am I thinking? Even the most gifted ancestors of the sword sect did not possess such extraordinary talent. Li Ji chided himself for overthinking, quickly steering his thoughts back on track. High talent is not to be feared, however, if he possesses both high talent and a mature mindset, that is exceedingly rare. Given time, his future accomplishments will undoubtedly be boundless. Once he steps into the martial world, not only will he be hard to ambush, but he may even turn the tables on others. Such a person as an enemy would indeed be troublesome, but as an ally, he would be invaluable. Coincidentally, among this generation of disciples in the sword sect, few possess cunning. If Xiao Wufeng can join the sword sect, it would be a splendid affair. Currently, he is like a pearl covered in dust. Trapped within the confines of the Xiao family, this is the opportune moment to bring him into the sword sect. The sect leader has granted me 50 examination slots, with around 30 already distributed. There are still a dozen left in Baiyujing. What harm would it do to give him one? Bang, bang, bang. Qin Shaola repeatedly shook the back of Li Ji's chair. Uncle, you seem deep in thought. What are you pondering? Nothing. Li Ji shook his head, his lips forming a line as he transmitted a message. Once the hunting ceremony concludes, assist me in delivering an invitation. Ah. Qin Shaola tilted her head, confusion etched across her face. Li Ji continued to convey his thoughts. Deliver an invitation to Xiao Wufeng. And remember to adopt a more amicable attitude. You must ensure he agrees to participate in the sword sect examination. What? Uncle, have you lost your mind? Qin Shaola's eyes widened in disbelief. Her voice rose to a volume that could be clearly heard outside the viewing platform, prompting curious glances from the crowd at her audacity in speaking to Lig in such a manner. Lu Qinghan turned her head, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes, her ears perked up attentively. Li Ji lightly cleared his throat, placing his index finger against his lips, and gently shook his head, saying, Do not make such a fuss. You need only to carry out your duties. Qin Shaola curled her lips in disbelief, exclaiming, But, it cannot be that easy to just hand over. Li Ji brought his right index and middle fingers together, causing a glimmering light to spring forth from their tips, instantly silencing Qin Shaola's voice. Following this, a surge of sword intent arose, carving out a small space where Li Ji and Qin Shaola resided, rendering them impervious to external auditory, visual, or mental probing. Tapping his fingers lightly against the armrest of his chair, Li Ji chuckled softly, Do not ask so many questions. If you doubt his abilities, simply challenge him to a spar. Qin Shaola's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, but this is what you, my master uncle, have said. Indeed. I said it, Li Ji nodded. But do not presume that your 8th grade realm allows you to dominate through sheer power. Raising her chin and crossing her arms, Qin Shaola huffed defiantly. I would never. I am not the sort to squander cultivation resources without any practical combat ability. If you have grievances with Xiao Lianxue, voice them directly instead of constantly belittling her mother. Are you not afraid of incurring her wrath? Li Ji replied, somewhat exasperated. What is there to fear, master? With our master, uncle, and so many senior brothers and sisters in the sword sect. Who would dare to trouble me? Chen Xiaola shrugged her shoulders, pointing two fingers at her own eyes. Ever since I entered the Xiao family, that Xiao whatever's fool has been eyeing me with ill intent. His heart must be unwholesome. He cannot be a good person. His mother is no better, always pretending and acting, truly believing her disguise is flawless, treating others as fools. Pa pa pa. Li Ji shook his head and placed a hand on his forehead. Xiao Lu, your straightforwardness is rather excessive. She openly expresses her affection or disdain for others, showing no desire for any pretense. On the one hand, one could commend her for her unwavering sword heart. On the other hand, it reveals her lack of cunning eye in the future. As she navigates the world, she may easily fall victim to treacherous individuals. This is not just her dilemma. The disciples of the sword sect in this generation generally believe that swordsmanship surpasses all else, thinking that as long as their sword is sufficiently powerful, they can overcome myriad strategies and schemes. This is indeed a sound principle, yet human hearts are capricious, often more fearsome than martial prowess, cultivation, realms, or magical artifacts. To ensure that this generation of disciples does not suffer losses, a sufficiently shrewd individual must enter the sect. Xiao Wufeng, who can make Tang Yunqi suffer setbacks, is undoubtedly capable of such a role. Gently patting her shoulder, Li Ji advised, when you meet him, remember not to hold back excessively and never underestimate your opponent. Rest assured. Master Uncle, Qin Shaola replied, her thumb brushing her nose as dimples appeared on her cheeks. You are well aware of my strength, are you not? It is merely swordsmanship at the sword wind level. I will control the intensity, first matching him in skill, and then thoroughly shocking him. Excellent, that is the desired effect. Otherwise, he may not wish to join us. Li Ji stifled a laugh, nodding seriously, but be careful not to lose. I will be sure to inform your master first. With her fiery temper, even from 1,000 miles away, she would kick down your door by dawn. Masterly, do not frighten me with tales of my master, Chen Shaola said, her delicate hand patting her chest nonchalantly. The world's swordsmanship originates from the sword sect. I am the third genius of this generation. I absolutely cannot lose to an outsider. Li Ji smirked, I shall remember that. Given your history of trickery, I might need to record this with the sound bamboo. Chen Shaola retorted, it matters not, even if his swordsmanship is at the sword wind level. What have I to fear? If I lose, I shall simply reverse my name. Lu Qinghan blinked, eager to uncover the conversation between them, but alas, she could only speculate, too timid to pry that moment. Her thoughts meandered, easily connecting to the invitation. Pressing her fingertips against her palm, Lu Qinghan recalled Li Ji's previous words, feeling she had grasped a thread of insight. Perhaps, just perhaps, Mr. Li Ji had high hopes for Feng Er and wished for her to participate in the sword sect assessment. However, to obtain this qualification, she would likely have to get past Xiao Li's challenge, which might prove difficult given her own inadequacies in swordsmanship. The more she pondered, the more her thoughts tangled. Lu Qinghan took a deep breath. Channeling her icy true energy to lower her body temperature, it was best to go with the flow. The immediate priority was to preside over the hunting ceremony. Subsequently, Lu Qinghan took charge of the hunting ceremony, issuing instructions that were quite straightforward, rules unchanged, everything as usual. The ethereal image of the sky mirror gradually faded, and the black mist forest fell into tranquil silence. Xiao Wufeng lightly patted Xiao Qingfeng's shoulder, saying, let us go hunt. Xiao Qingfeng pointed at the corpses of the surrounding beasts. Brother Jiao, your points have long exceeded the limit. Why are you still so eager? I need money, Xiao Wufeng replied. Xiao Qingfeng exclaimed, what? I almost forgot about that. How vexing. Chapter 22. Can this truly be summarized with just the word genius? The follow-up to the hunting ceremony went on without further complications. At the third day's third watch, the earth's veins connected with the jade plaque, and all the disciples of the Xiao family present in the black mist forest were transported back to the training grounds. Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Qingfeng stood among the crowd, listening as Lu Qinghan announced everyone's scores. Only 24 of the Xiao family disciples who participated in the hunt persevered until the end, all of whom were deemed qualified. On the scoreboard, Xiao Wufeng claimed the top spot, with Xiao Qingfeng in second, having created a significant gap between himself and the others behind him, though still slightly inferior to Xiao Wufeng. However, few of the qualified disciples envied the two. Instead, their attention was directed towards Xiao Bansong. This was because Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Qingfeng pursued efficiency, striving to hunt as many beasts as possible, often delivering the final blow to creatures that were still barely alive, allowing this fellow to profit and secure third place. According to the customary rewards of the Xiao family's hunting ceremony, the top 3 on the scoreboard would receive generous additional rewards, including but not limited to unrestricted access to the first 3 levels of the library, a selection of 1 to 3 weapons from the first and second levels of the armory, and a premium batch of dragon tiger bone refining ointment from the pharmacy. How could the remaining 21 qualified disciples not feel envious, especially the 4th-placed girl with a single ponytail, who was practically grinding her teeth in frustration? Shrinking her neck, Xiao Bansong dared not show any signs of pride. He felt miserable. After enduring the hunting ceremony, he emerged in the eyes of others as merely Xiao Wufeng's lackey. Xiao Bansong lowered his head. Remaining silent. At that moment, the shorter Xiao Qingfeng bounded over to his side, lightly nudging Xiao Bansong's side. Congratulations, you will still be able to claim your additional rewards. After 2 days and nights of interaction, Xiao Qingfeng could clearly sense that Xiao Bansong had become quite adept at following Xiao Wufeng's lead, and as a result, he no longer harbored any aversion towards him. Xiao Bansong sought to see the familiar sarcasm on the boy's face, yet Xiao Qingfeng's dual-colored eyes were clear and innocent, devoid of any malice. Opening his mouth hesitantly, Xiao Bansong swallowed his words, shaking his head with a sigh. Sigh? What is there to sigh about when you can receive additional rewards? Xiao Qingfeng furrowed his brows slightly. Turning to look at Xiao Wufeng, brother, what is wrong with him? Before Xiao Wufeng could respond, Xiao Bansong placed his hand on his forehead, saying, Do not ask Brother Xiao. He will never understand. A small person like me should just retreat to the side and lick my wounds. With a loud slap, Xiao Wufeng struck Xiao Bansong's back, saying, Why must you always seek to attach yourself to others? Why not be your own master and live earnestly? Xiao Bansong turned around with his hands raised, lowering his head as his gaze swept from his feet to his neck. What right do I have to be my own master when I lack a distinguished family background, talent, or extraordinary intelligence? Xiao Wufeng did not offer a hasty reply, but paused to ponder for a moment before saying, There are millions whose family backgrounds are worse than yours, and countless individuals with even less talent. As for intelligence, you are already superior to Xiao Lianxue. She was in a favorable situation yet ultimately failed, not even making it into the last 24 qualified candidates. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bansong stood in a daze for a moment, murmuring, My intelligence is greater than Xiao Lianxue's? At that moment, Elder Xiao Ming called out Xiao Wufeng's name, summoning him to receive the generous reward for the top position. Xiao Qingfeng grinned, Brother, wait for me. Suddenly, Xiao Bansong reached out and tugged on Xiao Qingfeng's sleeve, asking, Is that true? What? Do not assume we are that familiar. Xiao Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. I still want to go with Brother Ju to claim the reward. You can just stand here and daze off. Is it true? Xiao Bansong repeated. Am I really stronger in some aspect than Xiao Lianxue? Rolling his eyes, Xiao Qingfeng replied impatiently, What is there to doubt? We are all human. You have your strengths, and she has her weaknesses. There are surely qualities in you that she lacks. Is that not perfectly normal? Xiao Bansong still would not let go. Is that really normal? She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, enjoying countless cultivation resources provided by the Xiao and Tang families since childhood. So what? Xiao Qingfeng spat, pointing at Xiao Wufeng's rapidly retreating figure as he walked towards the podium. The best example stands right before you. You need not look at others, just observe Brother Jiu. You know how severely he has been ostracized within the family, but what about now? Open your eyes and see whose name is written as the top scorer this year. You may wish to take another look at the one you regard as a deity. Xiao Lianxue, where, pray tell, is his name? There is nothing, absolutely nothing. What of the vast family resources he enjoys? In the presence of ninth brother, he is worth no more than a single hair. Xiao Bansong forced a wry smile. That is because ninth brother is a genius. Nonsense. Do you have any idea how many times ninth brother practices swordsmanship in a single day? Xiao Qingfeng's eyes widened, his voice rising an octave. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Ninth brother practices swordplay 5,000 times daily. Even if it is but a single stroke, he can repeat it endlessly. Even if sweat drenches his temples, even if his arms ache and grow weak, he never relents and perseveres to completion. Do you truly believe that can be encapsulated merely by the term genius? Xiao Bansong fell into a daze, his grip on the hem of his garment loosening slightly. Pulling the fabric from Xiao Bansong's hand, Xiao Qingfeng declared, "If you wish to change, then act. If you do not, then remain forever mediocre." After a brief pause, he continued, "Let me pose a question inspired by Ninth Brother. Do you wish to be a coward for all eternity? Or to be a warrior, even if just for a fleeting moment?" The simplicity of the words struck like thunder, resounding within Xiao Bansong's heart. Moreover, those around them began to take notice of the commotion created by Xiao Qingfeng and Xiao Bansong. At that moment, Xiao Wufeng stood upon the podium, receiving an additional reward from Li Ji. "Ah, my young friend, you are quite the person of character," Li Ji acknowledged with a subtle nod, growing increasingly satisfied with Xiao Wufeng. With a smile that was awkward yet polite, Xiao Wufeng was taken aback to find that Xiao Qingfeng recalled so vividly the motivational phrases he had used to encourage him in his youth. He cleared his throat and replied, "Those were merely the lofty musings of youth." At that time, Xiao Qingfeng was still quite young, having suffered bullying from peers due to his heterochromia, and his character had been rather timid. Unable to bear it, Xiao Wufeng seized every opportunity to shower him with various nuggets of wisdom, even the more cynical ones, to instill a sense of defiance within him. Over time, Xiao Wufeng ultimately erupted, defeating the bully once and for all, revealing an extraordinary talent, and thus becoming the confident and open individual he was today. Lofty musings? Li Ji frowned. What does that term signify? It was merely nonsensical chatter. Of course, Xiao Wufeng could not voice his true thoughts directly. After a brief moment of organizing his words, he stated, "It refers to the nature of a child, flowing with spontaneity, expressing their genuine thoughts through everyday speech, albeit sometimes in a rather awkward manner." After a moment of contemplating Xiao Wufeng's explanation, Li Ji relaxed his brow and nodded with a smile. "I observe that your words and actions resonate with the path of the sword. If you dedicate yourself to the study of swordsmanship, you shall undoubtedly carve out your place among the illustrious figures of the world in the coming century." "You flatter me, esteemed elder," Xiao Wufeng waved his hand dismissively. "Your praise nearly sends my spirit soaring beyond the heavens. It is difficult to guarantee that I shall maintain the determination to practice diligently henceforth." "Ha ha ha. Your nature is indeed amusing," Li Ji chuckled, shaking his head. "Do you dare to jest with me?" "I wouldn't dream of it." Xiao Wufeng raised his hand in a fist salute, swiftly diverting the topic. "Let us hasten to discuss the additional rewards for securing first place." Chapter 23. This is truly the mark of a born swordsman. "You are quite pragmatic," Li Ji chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "But is it truly necessary to be in such a rush?" Xiao Wufeng shrugged. "While you are still present, it would be prudent to secure the rewards." Li Ji feigned agreement with Xiao Wufeng's line of reasoning, saying, "This is the Xiao family's martial arts arena. Surely no one would dare entertain ill intentions here?" Xiao Wufeng extended his right index finger, pointing at Xiao Ming beside Li Ji. "Look, there is one right before your eyes." "What the hell?" Elder Xiao Ming's white brows twitched, his eyelids fluttering. He protested loudly, "Slander! Xiao Wufeng, do not slander me. It was merely a jest, Elder Xiao Ming." "There is no need to take offense." Xiao Wufeng spread his hands in mock innocence. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Xiao Ming dared not even wipe it away, fully aware that Xiao Wufeng was alluding to the matter of the pill allocations being entirely withheld before the hunting ceremony. Feeling slightly unsteady, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "One cannot make such jokes in the presence of a master swordsman." "My young friend is indeed entertaining." "Ha ha ha," Li Ji laughed heartily, turning his gaze toward Xiao Ming with a meaningful expression. "Your Xiao family produces remarkable talents. It has been quite some time since I have encountered a young person who can converse so freely in my presence. This character is truly commendable. Not merely commendable, it is utterly absurd." Elder Xiao Ming felt a twinge of bitterness, unsure of how to respond. Xiao Mianmian, having been eliminated by Xiao Wufeng, had inadvertently provoked Tang Yunqi's ire, which would inevitably lead to complications for Elder Xiaoming's faction. Elder Xiaoming had planned to present a treasured gift at the celebration banquet prepared by Tang Yunqi for Xiao Lianxue after the hunting ceremony. Little did he expect that Xiao Wufeng would conceal his strength so deeply, capable of slaying Xiwan and incapacitating Xiao Lianxue within the brief span of time shrouded in darkness. Such restraint, such character, hardly resembles that of a youth. It is akin to the legendary rebirth of an ancient being. Elder Xiaoming? Xiao Wufeng extended his right hand, wiggling his fingers in front of him until he snapped back to reality. You have yet to inform me of the rewards for securing first place. Clearing his throat, Xiaoming replied, according to Lord Xiaomo's directives, you still cannot access the library, but you may select one divine weapon, as well as the rewards from the Pill Pavilion. Hold on. I recall that the rewards for first place in the hunting ceremony 2 years ago were not so meager, Xiao Wufeng teased. The previous first place winner was Xiao Lianyue, the sole daughter of the matriarch, 2 years older than Xiao Lianxue, with superior talent and a more haughty demeanor, who had joined the monitoring court early on and became a named disciple of the overseer. Xiaoming rolled his eyes. Each year's circumstances differ. It is entirely normal for rewards to fluctuate. Xiao Wufeng smiled knowingly. The elder presides over the rewards and punishments. The adjustment of rewards is entirely at your discretion, with no need for others to inquire. However, in recent years, it seems that those with power and influence receive more, while those without are given less. It appears that the scale in your heart has become quite skewed. Cold sweat covered Xiaoming's forehead as he shook his head. Before Mr. Li Ji, Xiao Wufeng, do not speak so recklessly and tarnish our Xiao family's reputation. Very well, then let us see some tangible results. Xiao Wufeng nodded. 2 years ago, when Xiao Lianyue claimed first place, the rewards were indeed substantial. He raised his fingers one by one, articulating clearly, first, full access to the library, allowing her free entry henceforth. Second, 3 divine weapons and armors, a dragon-bone spear, a suit of golden thread armor, and a pair of wind-treading boots. Third, 30 pounds of dragon tiger bone ointment, enough for daily application to last an entire year. Elder Xiaoming's forehead was lined with black lines as he clasped his hands in a salute. Please spare this old man. None of the conditions you mentioned are within my authority to grant. You are well aware of the reasons why Xiao Lianyue was able to receive those rewards. Spreading his hands, Xiao Wufeng smiled gently. Elder Xiaoming, you are far too serious. You cannot discern the jest in my words. Elder Xiaoming's lips twitched as he forced a smile. Xiao Wufeng, what is it that you truly desire? Xiao Wufeng's expression turned serious as he stated, I desire none of the Xiao family's techniques, weapons, or pills. I wish for all my rewards to be converted into gold. I will procure what I need myself. That has no precedent. Xiaoming furrowed his brow in contemplation, but gold was far easier to come by than the other conditions. I shall agree to your request. Converting it into 3,000 taels of gold, however, you cannot receive it now, as it is simply too much. It would be better to collect it another day. To collect it another day would mean that Mr. Li Ji would not be present, and Matriarch Tang Yunxi would undoubtedly obstruct the process. At that point, it would not be Xiao Ming breaking his word, but rather the Matriarch's commands being difficult to defy, leaving Xiao Wufeng with nothing. No matter, I have a spatial ring that I no longer require, and I would be pleased to gift it to my young friend. Li Ji produced a white jade ring, indicating for Xiao Wufeng to wear it on his left index finger. Xiaoming, what more could he say? At that moment, Mr. Li Ji openly supported Xiao Wufeng, clearly holding him in high regard. The ring, crafted entirely from white jade, was intricately carved with a dragon biting its own tail, and the inner side bore 2 engraved characters, Wuchan. Upon donning the Wuchan ring, Xiao Wufeng bowed slightly toward Li Ji. Thank you, sir. The spatial ring is not a rare item for me. My young friend need not worry. Li Ji waved his hand. I have already eliminated the aura imprint on the ring. You need only drip your blood to recognize it as yours. Moments later, 3,000 taels of gold were laid out on the podium, dazzling the observing Xiao family youths in the Great Qin dynasty. 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 36 taels of silver. With 3,000 taels of gold, Xiao Wufeng could purchase new property within the Baiyu capital. After pricking his fingertip to complete the recognition, and using the Wuchan ring to collect the gold, Xiao Wufeng raised his head and proclaimed, after the hunting ceremony, I have come of age and can decide my own path. My choice is to leave the estate. Moreover, Mo Ju and I have never signed a contract of servitude. She has been my companion for many years, and as my sister, she shall accompany me. The youthful and clear voice echoed throughout the martial arts arena, locking the gazes of all upon him, bathed in the morning sun, evoking an unspoken shock within their hearts. With hurried steps, Xiao Qingfeng rushed to the edge of the podium, utterly bewildered. Brother! You? Xiao Wufeng turned to him with a smile. Though I may no longer reside in the Xiao family, we shall always remain brothers. For over 20 years. It is the first time that the top winner of the hunting ceremony has publicly declared their intention to sever ties with the Xiao family. Xiao Wufeng, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your words? Xiao Ming's complexion darkened to an extreme. Do not act impulsively. Retract what you just said. If a youth lacks fervor, what is the point of practicing the sword? Xiao Wufeng shook his head. I not only intend to leave, but I shall do so today. Li Ji subtly nodded, a joyous bloom blossoming in his heart. This indeed is a natural-born sword cultivator. Not far away, on the viewing platform, Chen Xiaola shouted, well said, everyone applaud. Noticing that no one around the martial arena responded to her call. She felt no embarrassment, instead clapping her hands vigorously, creating a rhythmic sound. Following the applause, Xiao Wufeng caught sight of the dimples on the girl with the bun hairstyle, as well as the sunflower seed shell resting by her lips. The girl with the bun grinned, revealing her pearly white teeth, her expressive eyes seemingly saying, no need to thank me. Xiao Wufeng chuckled lightly, shaking his head, and pointed to the corner of his lips. Chen Xiaola paused for a moment, then realized that he meant she had something on her mouth. Rubbing her lips with her sleeve, she stomped her left foot, using her fingers to widen her eyes. Then stuck out her tongue, making a funny face at Xiao Wufeng. Li bent his finger against his brow, exclaiming helplessly, this girl Xiaola always speaks her mind. Please do not take offense. Young friend. Being carefree and spontaneous is a good thing. It greatly benefits one's cultivation, Xiao Wufeng replied. Li. This statement would certainly reach Xiaola's ears, and given her nature, she would undoubtedly send an invitation to Xiao Wufeng later. Causing a ruckus. Chapter 24. Aftermath of the incident, Part 1. Whenever Chen Xiaola's master reprimanded her, he always included the phrase carefree and spontaneous. Thus, while carefree and spontaneous may be a compliment to others, it triggered a sensitive spot for Chen Xiaola. Among her contemporaries in the sword sect's 49th generation, Chen Xiaola ranked within the top 3, potentially even first. The very trait of being carefree and spontaneous was one of her most unique talents, something others could not replicate. However, this girl had a penchant for acting on impulse, her mind filled with whimsical ideas. At barely 10 years old, she, for reasons unknown, wandered into the forbidden area of the sect's back mountain and stumbled upon 2 venerable ancestors of the sword sect engaged in a game of chess. Whereas most would either tremble with fear or bow deeply in reverence seeking guidance, she uniquely set up a campfire beside them, roasting a few rabbits she had casually hunted along the mountain path. The 2 venerable ancestors found her antics amusing and each imparted a unique sword technique to her, not expecting that this girl, with her transcendent disposition, felt no pressure at all. She observed, inquired, practiced, and could immediately utilize the techniques in the last 500 years of the sword sect. Few possessed such talent. The 2 venerable ancestors were astonished and summoned the sect's higher-ups on the spot to place Chen Xiaola on a special training list. Unfortunately, while Chen Xiaola's nature facilitated her success, it also hindered her. Her carefree disposition indirectly resulted in a lack of ambition. Faced with 2 contemporaries of greater strength and talent, she found solace in mediocrity, often declaring that the sky could fall, yet her senior brothers and sisters would surely withstand it without her. Thus, over the years, her swordsmanship remained stagnant at the level of sword winds, merely a step away from condensing sword energy. While her cultivation realm inadvertently surged into the 8th tier due to her excessive talent. Subsequently, the 2 venerable ancestors, the sect leader, her irritable master, and Li Ji convened, intending to leverage this opportunity down the mountain to expose her to exemplary peers, hoping to ignite some extra motivation within her. After several days down the mountain, having traversed numerous locales, she encountered a young swordsman whose skills shone brightly and whose age was comparable to hers. Marking the first time she had witnessed such talent, if even he could not inspire Chen Xiaola's ambition, it seemed unlikely that anyone else could. Li Ji sighed subtly, gently patting Xiao Wufeng's shoulder, then smiled and nodded before drifting toward the viewing platform. The gaze of this esteemed sword sect master appeared peculiar, harboring a hint of regret coupled with an unmistakable expectation. What could it possibly mean? Xiao Wufeng furrowed his brows slightly, but, mindful of elder Xiao Ming's presence beside him, ultimately refrained from voicing his curiosity. I express my gratitude to the elder for preparing the 3,000 taels of gold for me, Xiao Wufeng said, clasping his fists and smiling lightly as he descended from the podium. With veins bulging on his forehead, Xiao Ming certainly grasped the sarcasm in Xiao Wufeng's words, yet at this moment, he was too flustered to care. 3,000 taels of gold was no trifling sum, compounded with a sizable package of materials harvested from the Black Mist Forest. Everything indicated that Xiao Wufeng had acquired the means to extricate himself from the Xiao family, at least in terms of financial resources. Moreover, this young man was the top winner of this year's hunting expedition, publicly severing ties with the Xiao family, delivering a resounding slap to the Xiao family's face in front of the esteemed sword sect master. What was even more infuriating was that he had thus earned the master's recognition, receiving a spatial ring as a token. Cold sweat trickled down his neck. Xiao Ming could already envision the fury that would erupt from the matriarch upon learning this news. Turning his head inch by inch, he glanced toward the second wife, Lu Qinghan, seated in the stands. She displayed no reaction, her gaze indifferent, clearly tacitly approving of Xiao Wufeng's departure from the family, that moment. Xiao Wufeng approached Xiao Qingfeng. Go on. It is your turn to receive the award. Brother. Xiao Qingfeng's lips moved, wishing to dissuade Xiao Wufeng. However, he was acutely aware of the unfair treatment Xiao Wufeng faced within the family, and the words he intended to say simply would not come out. Clenching his fists, Xiao Qingfeng lowered his voice, reminiscent of a young wolf about to lose its kin. Take care. Xiao Wufeng flicked Xiao Qingfeng's forehead with his finger. What are you being so serious about? It's not like we'll never see each other again in a couple of days. I will choose a suitable small courtyard in Bayou capital. Remember to come over for dinner. In a moment of shock, Xiao Qingfeng's eyes widened as he nodded repeatedly. Brother, you must be careful. Once Xiao Lianxue awakens, she will certainly not let it go. I am well aware. Xiao Wufeng waved his hand and turned to walk into the crowd. Xiao Qingfeng raised his hand, pointing toward Xiao Wufeng's retreating figure. Just then, Lu Qinghan's voice resonated throughout the martial arena. Fenger, are you not going up to the podium? Before Xiao Qingfeng could respond, she summoned her icy true energy. Soaring toward the podium, with a slight motion of her sleeve, several arcs of ice blue true energy enveloped Xiao Qingfeng and lifted him onto the stage. The mother and son ascended the platform, while elder Xiao Ming stood dumbfounded, resembling a mere ornament. Lu Qinghan cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, a great deal has transpired today. You ought to report back. His lips twitching, temples throbbing, Xiao Ming's aged face was etched with bitterness. Are we just to allow Xiao Wufeng to take 3,000 taels of gold away from the family? Damn. This old fellow. Xiao Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, the urge to curse rising to his throat. Lu Qinghan replied lightly, that is your concern. You, in front of ardent, represented the Xiao family in altering the rewards given to Xiao Wufeng and thereby consented to his departure. I was merely acting in accordance with the situation. Xiao Ming's deeply furrowed wrinkles deepened further. Do you wish to tarnish the family's reputation by appearing as fickle and untrustworthy? Lu Qinghan frowned. Xiao Ming swallowed hard, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. I did not. Enough. I have no interest in hearing your excuses, Lu Qinghan interjected, raising her right hand, her tone turning frosty. Today, Fenger performed exceptionally well, and my mood is quite pleasant. Do not linger here and spoil my spirits. As her icy true energy radiated outward, ethereal ice crystals began to swirl around the podium. Xiao Ming felt as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss. His energy was obstructed, and his blood began to congeal. The second wife has spoken. This old man takes his leave. With a respectful bow, Xiao Ming turned and hastily exited the martial arena. That moment, Xiao Qingfeng lowered his voice, asking, Mother, will ninth brother face retaliation for his open departure from the family? Lu Qinghan shook her head. Do not overthink it. He has concealed his strength for many years, indicating his meticulous nature. Since he has publicly announced this matter, he must have contemplated it thoroughly. But, recalling everything that transpired within the Black Mist, Xiao Qingfeng hesitated to speak further. Lu Qinghan stepped closer, placing her hands on Xiao Qingfeng's shoulders. From now on, I will not prevent you from seeking out your ninth brother. Just as he said, visit him often when you have the time. It matters not whether he is in the residence. With his pupils dilating, Xiao Qingfeng nearly choked on his own saliva, coughing a few times. Lu Qinghan had never addressed Xiao Wufeng in such a manner before, signifying a form of acknowledgement. Xiao Qingfeng adjusted his emotions. A glint of mischief flashing in his eyes as he teased, "Mother, you previously advised me to limit my interactions with ninth brother. What, do you not wish to?" With her brows slightly raised, Lu Qinghan concealed her embarrassment with a cool tone. "Of course. I am more than willing," Xiao Qingfeng exclaimed with a broad smile. Lu Qinghan emphasized, "Remember, your interactions with your ninth brother are merely a personal connection between the two of you." Chapter 25. Aftermath of the Incident, Part 2, Currently. The Qiangshuandi of the Great Qian dynasty has usurped the throne, and the Su family, being too closely associated with the crown prince, faced annihilation. The Xiao family, seeking to appease, sacrificed Su Chanyu's life and Xiao Mo's years of guarding the borders in exchange for a modicum of trust from the Qiangshuandi. Lu Qinghan's clan, the Lu family, was unwilling to be embroiled in such affairs, and her reluctance for Xiao Qingfeng to grow close to Xiao Wufeng stemmed primarily from this reason. However, regardless of who occupies the throne, no one can overlook the significance of the 6 great lineages of the world. Master Li Ji of the Sword Sect is universally acknowledged as a swordsmanship master, just a step away from ascending to the revered status of Sword Immortal. The act of gifting the space ring carries an ambiguity that remains inscrutable to outsiders. Nonetheless, it compels one to ponder its significance. This seemingly trivial gesture signifies a plethora of possibilities for Xiao Wufeng's future. The bond between Xiao Qingfeng and Xiao Wufeng, characterized by profound brotherly affection, is destined to endure, ensuring a harmonious relationship devoid of conflict. Observing Xiao Qingfeng standing before her, Lu Qinghan sighed softly within, her maternal heart burdened with worry for her son, primarily due to Xiao Qingfeng's youth and naivety. Had he possessed even half the shrewdness of Xiao Wufeng, it would have been a most fortuitous circumstance. Subsequently, Lu Qinghan presided over the distribution of rewards. However, Xiao Wufeng, disinterested in the ceremony, utilized the dustless ring to collect all the materials from the Black Mist Forest beasts and hastily made his way towards the outskirts of the training grounds. He was eager to reach the Qingye courtyard, intent on leading Jima Ju away from the Xiao family, especially considering that Tang Yunqi, hailing from the Tang family renowned for its expertise in hidden weapons and poisons, was infamous for her ruthless methods. Once Xiao Lianxue awakened and Tang Yunqi learned of the events shrouded in the black mist, it was difficult to ensure she would not resort to underhanded tactics. "Master, Ju is here," a young girl's voice chimed like the sweet song of morning birds. Xiao Wufeng turned abruptly, spotting a graceful figure not far from the training grounds, rushing toward him. Today, Jima Ju donned simple attire, yet retained an air of elegance. Her coarse, pale yellow skirt featured a hand-stitched pattern of bamboo leaves in a vibrant green, cinched at the waist with a light gray belt that accentuated her lovely silhouette. Her delicate embroidered shoes were charmingly petite yet comfortable, creating a fragrant breeze as she ran. Xiao Wufeng queried, "Oh, Ju, what brings you here?" As she approached, Jima Ju adjusted her shoulders, her elbows flaring outward as she tightened the fabric bags slung over each side. One bag was a deep blue, the other a soft pink. Yet this was not the most striking detail. In her left hand, she brandished a kitchen knife, and in her right, she held a cast-iron pan. Her gentle oval face radiating warmth akin to fine jade. "Since you are leaving the Xiao family, I naturally had to prepare everything in advance." A Xiao Wufeng blinked, a wave of emotion washing over him. This feeling of being unconditionally trusted was truly extraordinary. The results of the hunt had only just been announced, and she had already packed her belongings, clearly demonstrating her steadfast belief in his promises. Glancing at the leaderboard, he saw himself perched at the top, prompting Jima Ju to smile and say, "Master, I may not possess many talents or be able to offer splendid gifts, but I thought it best to tidy up the house to ensure you could step out the door of the Xiao family at a moment's notice." Xiao Wufeng smiled, the youthful severity in his brow softening by a fraction, like a sword sheathing itself, retracting its sharpness. "Just bring the bags. The pan and knife are rather old and no longer necessary." "That's simply one to do." Jima Ju, protective of her treasures, concealed the pan and knife behind her back. "Though they may be old, they are neither rusted nor damaged and can serve us for many more years." All right, I want to touch your precious items," Xiao Wufeng replied, rolling his eyes slightly and extending his left hand. "Just hold on to them for now. Please do not lose them, otherwise I will be quite upset." Jima Ju said, her brows slightly furrowed. Xiao Wufeng nodded in agreement, using the dustless ring on his left hand to store the bags, knife, and pan. "Where are the knife and pan?" Jimaju asked, her expressive eyes twinkling. The elegance in her features now tinged with a hint of innocence. Fixing a scrutinizing gaze on Xiao Wufeng, she stated, "You promised not to discard them, I assure you. I have not disposed of them." Xiao Wufeng explained, "This dustless ring possesses spatial storage capabilities, and it contains quite a lot. I will show you everything once we return home." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Bansong, who cleared his throat and interjected, "Ninth brother is indeed speaking the truth. He has just received a space ring gifted by Master Li Ji of the Sword Sect, much to the envy of others." Ujima Ju's eyes narrowed with skepticism. Her doubt was not aimed at Xiao Wufeng but rather at Xiao Bansong, who had always lingered around Xiao Lianxue, earning her distrust. Xiao Bansong chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to clarify, and opted to change the subject. Although the discovery of floating islands in the East Sea decades ago led to a significant decrease in the prices of storage items like space rings, belts, necklaces, and bracelets, the capacity of Ninth Brother's ring is evidently remarkable, indicating its superior quality. The fickle allegiances of wall grasses are the least trustworthy. Jima Ju took a step back, subtly distancing herself from Xiao Bansong. "Master, let us depart at once." "Very well," Xiao Wufeng nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Having shared many years of companionship with Jima Ju, she was the sole person he cherished. As long as they could leave the Xiao family safely, that would suffice. Meanwhile, on the spectator stands of the training grounds, Chen Xiaole found herself ensnared within an invisible current, rendering her unable to move despite her desperate attempts to shift. Frustrated, she pouted and said, "Master, please don't stop me. I must go find Xiao Wufeng." "Not a chance," Li Ji replied, shaking his head. "Why not?" Chen Xiaolu tilted her head in confusion. Li Ji evasively remarked, "We are guests invited by the Xiao family, and the ceremony is not yet complete. It would be quite impolite for guests to leave prematurely." "Master, that is a story only a fool would believe." Chen Xiaolu rolled her eyes, pouting further. "Lady Xiao has already made a scene and fled in front of everyone. Her concern for her child is understandable," Li Ji stated with a stoic expression, unwavering in his refusal to relent. After several attempts, Chen Xiaolu found it impossible to leave the training grounds immediately, so she leaned back against her chair and playfully inquired, "Master, are you worried about something? Otherwise, why won't you let me go?" "If you seek him out, it will surely lead to a duel." Li Ji subtly nodded. "I do not wish for your contest to be witnessed by a third party." "What's the big deal?" "I intend to defeat him, and at most, I will only draw 9 swords. There is no way I would bring shame to the sword sect," Chen Xiaolu declared, her face devoid of concern. "That may not be the case. In a straightforward swordsmanship contest, he surpasses you by a significant margin," Li Ji thought to himself. With a sharp clap to her forehead, Chen Xiaolu suddenly appeared enlightened. "I understand now, Master. You are protecting talent, fearing I might outshine him and crush Xiao Wufeng's confidence, which is why you are reluctant to allow me to battle him publicly." Li Ji was momentarily taken aback, then shrugged. "Think what you will. Regardless, it is not an option at present." Chapter 26. Misguided judgments. In the southeastern corner of the Xiao family estate, the air was thick with the pungent aroma of medicinal herbs. Elderly and silver-haired, Xiaoming anxiously awaited outside the courtyard wall, his heart heavy with unease. The debacle surrounding the hunting ceremony had escalated to its current state, prompting Xiao Ming to proactively seek an audience with the matron. Tang Yunxi, he aimed to avert the worst possible outcome from reaching her ears through others. Otherwise, he would have no chance to defend himself, facing instead the combined wrath of the Xiao and Tang families. The wait felt interminable, and Xiao Ming, counting the moments like years, retrieved a long-unused smoking pipe. As he rolled the tobacco between his fingers, the friction ignited a spark, just as he was about to light the tobacco and pack it into the bowl. At that moment, a haughty maid emerged, sneering, "Elder, your leisure is quite remarkable. While young Master Lianxue lies gravely injured and poisoned, in a deep coma, the madam is tirelessly attending to him, yet you find time to indulge in a smoke?" The deep creases on Xiao Ming's face momentarily froze, a forced smile spreading across his lips as he hastily concealed the pipe behind him. "I dare not. I dare not. I am simply anxious and must convey some urgent news to the madam." The maid, named Xiang Dai, was strikingly beautiful, rivaling the daughters of affluent families, and was a skilled handmaiden skilled in hidden weaponry, having come as part of Tang Yunxi's dowry. She frowned. The madam is fatigued and cannot receive visitors. Relay your news to me, and I will ensure it reaches her. It is truly of utmost importance. I must speak directly to the madam, Xiao Ming insisted with a forced smile. Xiang Dai raised an eyebrow, her rare four white eyes narrowing menacingly. Is it not merely a trivial matter regarding Xiao Wufeng's public renouncement of the Xiao family? Do not disturb the madam's rest. That young fool will soon be dealt with. The madam's network of informants is extensive throughout the Xiao family. That much is beyond doubt. Xiao Ming had anticipated this, yet he had not come for that reason and could not afford to retreat easily. Taking a deep breath, he declared loudly, Xiao Ming seeks an audience with the madam. You are courting death, Xiang Dai retorted, launching an attack as her hands intertwined like serpents, unleashing more than 10 nearly invisible threads. Xiao Ming stood his ground, unflinching, and reiterated, Xiao Ming seeks an audience with the madam. It pertains to Master Li Ji and the sword sect's stance. Let him in, came a light, airy voice from within the herb-scented courtyard. Managing to evade the threads that Xiang Dai controlled, Xiao Ming followed her inside, finally reaching the small room within the courtyard. Inside, several handmaidens busily prepared the herbs, creating smoke from their concoctions, while Xiao Lianxue lay motionless on the bed. Wrapped in bandages, Tang Yunxi, clad in elegant garments, bore a pale complexion, clearly having expended considerable energy in her efforts to heal Xiao Lianxue. Tang Yunxi stood atop the steps, gazing down upon Xiao Ming with an air of authority. You have yet to settle the account for the 3,000 taels of gold you dispatched. How dare you present yourself before me again? The matter of 3,000 taels is trivial, Xiao Ming countered, but the space ring presented by Mr. Li Ji is significant, likely representing a certain stance from the sword sect. He shook his head. It is well known that the former Minister Su and the current sect master of the sword sect share a deep bond, having sworn brotherhood 8 times. Do you comprehend the words you utter? Tang Yunxi's eyes lifted slightly, her gaze as frigid as the snowfall of December. Xiao Ming lowered his head, clasping his fists, and with a steely resolve. He replied, I suspect that certain individuals within the sword sect may have had dealings with the remnants of the Su clan and the prince's faction. Enough? Tang Yunxi's voice rang out sharply. In an instant, several graceful maidservants transformed into lethal sentinels, blocking all 3 of Xiao Ming's possible escape routes. Xiao Ming instinctively raised his head, only to find a dagger laced with deadly poison pointed directly at the bridge of his nose. The dagger was wielded by none other than the leading attendant, Xiang Dai, her eyes devoid of any emotion, regarding Xiao Ming as one would a lifeless corpse. With a nervous gulp, Xiao Ming forced himself to disregard the imminent danger and pressed on, I am not being alarmist. Upon Mr.Li's arrival in Baiyujing, his first stop was the Xiao residence to pay respects, which seems rather illogical. Moreover, the swordsmanship of Xiao Wufeng is not something an ordinary 16-year-old could master. Furthermore, he has had no contact with the Xiao family's martial arts for many years, leaving only one possibility. He refrains from practicing internal cultivation out of fear of being discovered, but swordsmanship is different. As long as he does not make a move, no one can ascertain the extent of his abilities. Does the lady not harbor any doubts? Is it not possible that he has long since mastered the sword arts, yet has chosen to conceal his talents? Tang Yunxi's lips curled into a smile that was anything but warm, her expression growing even more frigid. And if I did harbor doubts, what of it? If the sword sect truly were involved, do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Regardless, until the sword sect's stance is made clear, I cannot compel them to declare themselves, for that would be tantamount to branding my husband as their enemy. Remember, you may harbor suspicions, but you must not voice them. Far less should you seek to investigate and confirm. A flicker of satisfaction coursed through Xiao Ming. He believed himself to have succeeded in his scheme and was about to speak. At that moment, Tang Yunxi remarked casually, How fares your precious granddaughter now? The weight that had just lifted from his heart instantly returned, as Xiao Ming understood that Tang Yunxi was subtly reminding him of Xiao Mianmian's reckless words that had caused her to lose face before Mr. Li Ji. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, which he dared not wipe away, and he hurriedly replied, She is gravely injured and still unconscious. Tang Yunxi nodded almost imperceptibly, her gaze dropping as she absently stroked the jade ring on her left thumb, stating, Mianmian's loyalty to Lianxue is evident, yet regrettably, she is rather foolish. Once she awakens, you must educate her properly. I can offer her a chance. In this world, absolute fairness has never existed. For ordinary scions of the Xiao family, such as Xiao Mianmian, it may take decades to achieve significant merit. However, the absence of an external mission for Xiao Lianxue posed no grave concern. The location of her assignment was particularly strategic. Any discerning individual would recognize that it would certainly lead her to Shuzhong, the stronghold of the Tang family, effectively their domain. With Xiao Lianxue dispatched to Shuzhong, Tang Yunxi could effortlessly manipulate events behind the scenes, ensuring that her beloved son would garner enough merit within months to regain his position within the family's core. Xiao Ming felt a pang of shame, forcing out tears as he expressed, Thank you for your generosity, esteemed matron. Do not mention it. The family will not forget any individual who has rendered service. Tang Yunxi raised a finger. Remember, let her speak less and act more. Yes, I shall return and ensure she is properly instructed. Xiao Ming bowed repeatedly, yet doubt lingered in his heart. Tang Yunxi's sudden change of heart seemed excessively facile, a stark departure from her usual demeanor. After much contemplation, he decided to probe further, cautiously saying, Will you truly let Xiao Wufeng go unpunished? Within the murky depths of the black mist, Shi Yuan, the guest elder, had only resorted to swallowing the demon eye pill due to a perilous threat that could endanger either his own life or that of Xiao Lianxue. The very choice of consuming such a pill was inherently unreasonable. Furthermore, his failure to revert to human form after death, remaining in a demonic guise, indicated he had ingested a quantity far exceeding the limit of a peak 9th grade being. Moreover, Shi Yuan's greatest skill lay in taming demonic beasts. Having previously subdued the tree demon and cat demon atop that earthen mound, if he could be eliminated, it was inconceivable that Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Qingfeng could possibly succeed in such an endeavor. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yunxi's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as she coldly declared, Of course not, but in ardent's presence, we cannot afford to openly clash. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming's heart suddenly enlightened. Tang Yunxi had indeed manipulated the events surrounding the hunting ceremony, yet Xiao Wufeng had detected and thwarted her machinations, thus acquiring leverage over her. Certain matters could not be revealed in front of ardent, such as cheating during the hunt. The only individual capable of inciting such a large-scale disturbance among the demonic beasts was none other than Shi Yuan. As he observed Tang Yunxi's ever-shifting expression, a thought crossed Xiao Ming's mind, surely not. The matron wouldn't dare to command the use of the demon eye pill. At that moment, Tang Yunxi spoke. I am pleased that Elder Xiao Ming has come, but you have merely brought an inconsequential piece of news, which displeases me. What orders does the esteemed matron have? I shall spare no effort to fulfill them. Xiao Ming immediately pledged his loyalty. Tang Yunxi smiled lightly. It is not a difficult task. I merely need you to investigate a certain individual. Whom shall I inquire about? Xiao Ming asked, perplexed. Tang Yunxi turned her gaze towards the two maidservants beside Xiao Lianxue, saying, Let the elder listen to what Lianxue has to say. Upon hearing this, the two maidservants formed hand seals, and the hazy illusion dissipated, revealing Xiao Lianxue's true state. She lay upon the bed, her body swathed in an abundance of bandages, her limbs bound to prevent restless movements. Despite this, she still furrowed her brow, mumbling softly, Daoist Baiyun, remnants of the Su clan. Daoist Baiyun, remnants of the Su clan. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Ming's pupils contracted as he thought, is there indeed a connection? He could hardly believe that the absurd rationale he had concocted was, in fact, grounded in reality. Tang Yunxi's smile was devoid of warmth, her eyes glimmering with a chilling light as she remarked, Elder, your prior remarks regarding the sword sect were most inappropriate. You must surely grasp how fiercely they protect their own. However, Lianxue, even in her deep slumber, clings to these thoughts, indicating a significant clue. The swordsmanship of Xiao Wufeng could not have been achieved overnight. His power has been concealed for so long, and thus he should not have early ties to the sword sect. Given the sword sect's modus operandi, they would never allow their disciples to be so wronged. It is the remnants of the Su clan who are willing to assist him, not the sword sect. Do you understand? Xiao Ming wiped the cold sweat from his brow. What you say is indeed correct, for if the sword sect's disciples suffer grievances, those ancient beings will certainly emerge. Swords in hand, to advocate for reason. The sword sect's method of reasoning has always been singular. They send forth a figure of considerable seniority, a legendary presence whose prowess is shrouded in mystery, to confront issues. Therefore, if there is someone backing Xiao Wufeng, it can only be the remnants of the Su clan. Tang Yunxi nodded. You must thoroughly investigate Daoist Baiyun, uncover his true origins, and whether he has any connections to the remnants of the Su clan. If this thread can be pulled, my husband may return to the capital, and the current monarch will bestow generous rewards, at which point the elder will also have a share of the merit. Upon hearing Tang Yunxi's directive, Xiao Ming finally felt the weight lift from his heart. Only those of value could be commanded. He nodded vigorously, saying, Yes, I shall take my leave to fulfill this task. As the results of the Xiao family's hunting ceremony were announced, Xiao Wufeng's unexpected victory and his public severance from the Xiao family, along with Xiao Lianshua's grave injury and elimination, spread like wildfire throughout the Xiao clan. The news, having fermented for half a day, reached the relatives and friends of the Xiao family's younger generation. The astute Tianji Tower managed to expedite the production of relevant reports within an hour, publishing them in the Tianji Daily, a must-read for the residents of Baiyujing. Occupying a prominent space in just a day or two, this news would inevitably circulate throughout the vast Baiyujing. Reducing the Xiao family to a source of ridicule, the family had devoted their utmost efforts to cultivate a direct descendant, only to find that an ostracized child had surpassed him and swiftly distanced himself from the clan. The stark contrast alone would provide endless fodder for gossip among the people of Baiyujing for at least a month. In a bid to avert significant damage to the Xiao family's reputation, Tang Yunxi urgently convened a council of elders. During the meeting, Xiao Ming, acting as the vanguard, spoke first. It is merely a matter of some sword talent. Xiao Wufeng, who has contributed nothing to the family, has brazenly shamed us before ardent. Such a person cannot be spared. He must be expelled and removed from the family tree, never to return to the Xiao clan. Tang Yunxi's indifferent gaze swept over the assembled elders. Who is in favor? And who is against? Speak your minds. The three elders who favored Lu Qinghan exchanged glances, yet remained silent. By midday, the Council of Elders unanimously passed a resolution, issuing a proclamation. Expel Xiao Wufeng. From this day forth, he is no longer a member of the Xiao family. Moreover, they purchased a prominent space in the Tianji Daily to overshadow the news of Xiao Wufeng's victory. At 1:15 noon. In the Hongbin Lu, which was close to Yuheng Alley and under the auspices of Jinyu Pavilion, a square wooden table was laden with the establishment's signature dishes: braised earth dragon tail, wine-soaked millennium sturgeon tendons, steamed free-range phoenix eggs. A young man adorned in resplendent attire set down the Tianji newspaper, chuckling lightly as he shook his head. How amusing. The methods of the Xiao family are hardly sophisticated. As long as one's vision isn't impaired, it's evident that their attempts at concealment only serve to highlight their intentions. A robust youth, his upper body exposed and clad in a beast-skin skirt, swept away the exquisite dishes on the table with a flourish, muttering indistinctly, "The Bayou capital Xiao clan is merely a rising nouveau riche. They lack true standing. The only figure of renown among them is the venerable Xiao Quan, the old divine general." The elegantly dressed youth cast a disdainful glance at the robust young man, whose lack of cleanliness was strikingly apparent. He then turned his attention to the table across from him. Wu Ming, what is your perspective? A captivatingly beautiful boy, his features beguiling, draped in a cloak made of shimmering white feathers, had hair that was predominantly black, save for the 2 strands at his forehead that were dyed white. With an expression devoid of emotion, he closed his eyes and replied, "Having arrived in Bayou capital, my sole desire is to witness the elegance of ardent. The rest are of no concern to me." He. You wish to become his disciple, don't you? Alas, Mr. Liji never takes on apprentices. The robust youth grinned, slapping the table with his right palm, sending droplets of oil splattering. Wu Ming, you ought to put in more effort. Enough of your nonsense. Don't pressure him, the elegantly dressed youth chided, tapping his fingers on the table before abruptly changing the subject. The Tianji newspaper mentions a small note indicating that Mr.Lig personally gifted Xiao Wufeng a spatial ring. Moin, do not jest with me. The beautiful boy abruptly opened his eyes. The whites entirely absent, leaving only a haunting darkness that seemed to harbor mysterious powers. The youth known as Hu Yin grinned widely. There's no time like the present. Let us head to Tianji Tower to uncover the truth. We shall pay a visit to Xiao Wufeng's residence tonight to see what this young man, who has captured Ardent's admiration, truly looks like. Dressed in fine garments, Imoing spread his hands and rolled his eyes. Fool. He just left the Xiao family today. He likely hasn't even settled on a new residence yet. Hu Yin fell silent for a moment before muttering, in any case, checking with Tianji Tower will surely yield some results. Soon after, the three of them stood and descended the stairs, seemingly intent on visiting Tianji Tower. Throughout their conversation, they remained oblivious to the three individuals seated not far away. Among them, a young woman in purple watched the trio depart, shaking her head, blind to the true talent before them, and they waste their wealth unnecessarily. Turning her gaze to the person opposite her, clad in plain blue attire, she lowered her voice. Such scenes must be playing out throughout Bayou Capital. The young elites must be eager to discover what this gentleman truly looks like. Xiao Wufeng shook his head. Let it be. As you can see, he is quite ordinary, nothing particularly special. Not at all. This gentleman possesses sharp brows and starry eyes, his demeanor commanding. Even dressed in coarse fabric, his innate grace remains unmistakable. He is truly extraordinary. The purple-clad woman shook her head, introducing herself as Xian, one of the leaders of the Jinyu Pavilion, whose primary purpose in guiding Xiao Wufeng was to inspect properties. Xiao Wufeng remained non-committal, turning to the other side of the table. Sister Imoju, did you find any courtyard in Yuheng Alley that you fancy? Imoju replied, shaking her head. The cheapest option still demands a monthly rent exceeding 10 taels of gold. It is simply too expensive. Expensive things have their merits. Xian nodded with a smile. To meet the safety requirements for you, we must choose an area frequented by the Golden Guard at night. Such neighborhoods in Bayou Capital are few and far between, making Yuheng Alley the most suitable choice. Chapter 27. Wealth must be utilized just half an hour prior. Xiao Wufeng and Imoju had accompanied Xian on a tour of Yuheng Alley. The courtyards they primarily viewed were relatively small, suitable for 2 to 4 inhabitants, with an average monthly rent of about 50 taels of gold. Converting 50 taels of gold to silver amounts to a staggering 1,800 taels, far exceeding Imoju's understanding of expenditure. Based on her past beliefs, 1,800 taels of silver could sustain a household for 10 years without frugality. Allowing for ample sustenance and warmth, Imoju gently tugged at Xiao Wufeng's sleeve, her red lips pressed tightly together, hesitating to speak. Xian, smiling, discreetly glanced at Imoju's fingers, her expression devoid of disdain. Observing the pair before her, she was reminded of her own past, having once been taken in by the old steward of Jinyu Pavilion after being left to wander the streets. Back then, she had struggled to rise, ultimately earning her first fortune. Her first expenditure had also been on rent, with similar reluctance to part with her hard-earned money, much like the young woman before her. At this moment, Xiao Wufeng gently caressed Imoju's hand. Sister Imoju, you need not worry about finances. We could save dozens of times by residing in a more remote area of Bayou Capital. Imoju blinked, shaking her head. Living in this alley ensures ample safety, effectively shielding us from disturbances. Xiao Wufeng raised his hand, pointing towards the staircase. Just like those individuals from earlier, there are certainly many such figures in Bayou Capital. As one of the leaders of the Jinyu Pavilion's Bayou Capital branch, Xian possessed keen insight and had long discerned that Imoju and Xiao Wufeng were not merely master and servant, but rather siblings who relied on one another. Following Xiao Wufeng's lead, she adeptly chimed in, after all, what young person is not ambitious? Everyone is aware of the esteemed name of young Master Wufeng, and they will undoubtedly wish to compare themselves against him. Before long, visitors will come to challenge you. You may find yourself too occupied to practice your swordplay. Is that so? Imoju hesitated for a long moment before finally nodding in agreement. Then let us rent for 6 months to start. Agreed. Xian nodded in delight. Which courtyard did you take a liking to? Miss Imoju? Imoju turned to Xiao Wufeng, and after a brief discussion, they settled on the courtyard at number 19, T-shaped Yuheng Alley, known as the Ji Shui Courtyard. The rent was 60 taels of gold per month. After a brief negotiation between Imoju and Xian, The final price was established at 300 taels of gold for 6 months of usage, with the last 2 days of the current month considered complimentary. Imoju nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Thank you, Sister Zxian. Why thank me? It is you, Imoju, who are simply skilled in bargaining, leaving me with no room to resist. Zxian giggled, covering her mouth. Imoju smiled without replying, turning to Xiao Wufeng and exchanging a knowing glance. Xiao Wufeng subtly nodded, understanding that Zxian's willingness to lower the rent was a gesture of goodwill. Thank you. Sister Zxian, he said with a light laugh, I will certainly seek you out for future business. Zxian returned his smile. Since you addressed me as sister, we are no longer strangers. Your words seem a bit distant. Wufeng. Then let us substitute tea for wine and toast with 3 cups. Xiao Wufeng raised his teacup. Subsequently, the 3 returned to Jinyu Pavilion, where they signed the standardized rental contract drafted by the Great Qian dynasty. The contract was made in 2 copies, with Xiao Wufeng retaining one along with 2 dark gold keys. Zxian explained. The courtyards in Yuheng Alley typically have protective barriers. Without special treasures, it would be challenging to enter without alerting you. These dark gold keys total 3, 2 for your use and 1 stored in the central repository of Jinyu Pavilion. Should any incident occur in our repository, causing you any loss, Jinyu Pavilion will be fully accountable, though such occurrences are exceedingly rare, with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance. After a brief pause, she smiled. Congratulations on your new residence. I have another matter to trouble you with. Sister Zxian, Xiao Wufeng stated. Xian nodded. Speak freely. I have retained some exquisite materials from the beasts hunted in the Black Mist Forest, apart from those previously sold. I would like to sell the remaining ones as well. Zxian, appearing to be around 27 or 28, had entered the path of cultivation early, thus maintaining a youthful appearance, her face devoid of any wrinkles, making her seem no older than 19 or 20. Her facial features were more pronounced than those of most women, with a prominent nose and full lips painted in fiery hues, exuding an alluring charm. At first glance, she embodied both the elegance of a great Qian woman and the allure of an exotic beauty. Capable of effortlessly captivating men with her gaze, as her relationship with Xiao Wufeng and Imoju grew closer, Zxian's demeanor became less restrained. Suddenly, she broke into a smile, showcasing the charm of a mature woman while also revealing the innocence of a youthful girl. Oh, Wufeng, did you reserve some for your sister? Xiao Wufeng shrugged. It wouldn't do to sell too much at once, so I kept 2/3 aside. With a glint in her eye, Zxian turned to Imoju. Look at him. It seems he has hardly left any quality material behind. Imoju blushed and smiled shyly. Major family matters are decided by the young master. Then, Xiao Wufeng produced all the remaining beast materials from his Wuching ring, which appeared to create a small mountain within the elegant chamber of Jinyu Pavilion. Zxian summoned an appraiser to assist in tallying the items, and after a stick of incense's time had passed, the appraiser provided a valuation, totaling 280 taels of silver, combined with the previously sold beast materials and the scattered silver coins in Imoju's possession. The total silver amounted to approximately 360 taels, exactly equivalent to 10 taels of gold. Hence, Xiao Wufeng's remaining wealth stood at 2,710 taels of gold. Such a substantial sum, if kept idle or deposited in a bank, would be a tremendous waste. In the Tianyuan Continent, where martial prowess reigns supreme, one's cultivation level and strength can decisively determine their social standing. Xiao Wufeng had long since clarified his intentions. He sought to convert his wealth into power as swiftly as possible. The reasoning behind this was straightforward. Xiao Lianxue had been rendered nearly incapacitated, and even if she could be healed, it would come at a tremendous cost. Given Tang Yunxi's proud and unyielding character, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance, albeit temporarily restrained by the need to preserve her dignity. However, the Tang family was an expert in hidden weapons, traps, and poisons, who could predict when Tang Yunxi might dispatch an assassin. Xiao Wufeng was unwilling to place his safety in the hands of his enemy's mercy or negligence. Expelling a breath of stale air, he fixed his gaze upon Zixuan and stated directly, I require the purchase of martial arts techniques and medicinal pills for marrow cleansing, along with a suitable sword. Zixuan raised her thumb in approval, exclaiming, Sister has been eagerly awaiting these very words from you. Chapter 28. The young master is my blessing on the 6th floor of the Jinyu Pavilion. The ground was laid with white jade slabs, and the starlit treasure orbs adorned the dome above. Millennium-old ironwoods served as pillars, while the ethereal melodies played by masked musicians floated through the air, enveloping the entire hall in an ambience of opulence that was not overwhelming, but rather exceptionally comfortable. With her back turned to the hall, Zixuan extended her elegant arms, her fingertips grazing the crystal counter as she gracefully advanced. As she walked, she elaborated on the various display areas within the hall, appropriately recommending suitable martial arts techniques, medicinal pills, talismans, and weapons to Xiao Wufeng. Jima Ju walked alongside Xiao Wufeng, and they followed her through the aisles lined with neatly arranged counters. The counters, made entirely of crystal, were transparent and luminous, enhancing the allure of the items displayed within. Were it an ordinary youth's first visit, he might have been dazzled by the sight, but Xiao Wufeng was unfazed. The jewelry showcases he had seen in his previous life bore a resemblance, further accentuated by an array of dazzling light effects. However, the displays in the Jinyu Pavilion were affixed with specially crafted talismans capable of easily withstanding multiple full-force attacks from third-tier cultivators. The courtyard adjacent to the pavilion housed several mid-third-tier guardians, always prepared to respond to any potential threats. After approximately the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, Xiao Wufeng and Zixuan had completed their tour of the 6th floor. She stood at the foot of the stairs leading to the 7th floor, looking at Xiao Wufeng and inquired, "Having recommended so many items, is there not one that caught your eye?" "Of course there is," Xiao Wufeng replied, gently closing his eyes and tapping his right index finger against his brow as he recalled the items he had taken note of earlier, sequentially naming them. Zixuan's brows arched in surprise, her light brown eyes sparkling with intrigue as she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh, you remembered them all?" Xiao Wufeng shrugged. "It is all thanks to Sister Zixuan's eloquence and detailed explanations. Each item left a profound impression on me." "Flattery will get you nowhere." Zixuan rolled her eyes playfully. Turning to Jima Ju, "Sister must keep a close watch on your young master. Otherwise, with that silver tongue of his, he could easily deceive numerous young ladies." Jima Ju, with eyes as bright as stars, nodded earnestly, "Understood. Indeed, one must be vigilant." Zixuan's expression radiated a sense of, "This child can be taught," and the latter part of her thought, "Do not let him wreak havoc on good girls," remained unspoken. At that moment, Jima Ju earnestly added, "I will ensure a thorough selection process, rigorously vetting every woman my young master marries to ensure she is virtuous and worthy." Zixuan, taken aback, thought, "What? I did not mean it that way." With a slight sigh, she cast a glance at Xiao Wufeng and remarked, "Brother is truly fortunate." Jima Ju's beauty was unparalleled, though she presently donned simple attire and had not adorned herself with makeup, which diminished her radiance. Yet, her demeanor was measured, and she consistently considered things from Xiao Wufeng's perspective, offering him unwavering support. Having such a woman by his side, even without romantic involvement, could serve as a profound source of motivation for a man. Xiao Wufeng momentarily lost himself in thought before nodding in agreement, about to speak when Jima Ju interjected, "The young master is my blessing." She smiled sweetly. When other women made such declarations, they often did so in a coy manner, however. Jima Ju was quite different, her delicate features reminiscent of a refined jade egg paired with distant mountain-like brows, exuding a unique contrast of femininity and strength. In that instant, the entire hall dimmed, and the sound of the pipa played by the musicians seemed to fade away. Not far away, several attendants approached with trays bearing the items that Xiao Wufeng had specified. One male attendant, of considerable age, caught a glimpse of Jima Ju's bright smile resembling a clear sky, and his steps faltered, nearly causing him to stumble. A nearby female attendant quickly reached out to steady him, preventing him from falling and averting a potential disaster of spilled goods. Zixuan's light brown eyes widened in surprise. For the first time, she felt an oppressive presence from another woman, not due to status, cultivation, or anything else, but simply because of Jima Ju's exquisite beauty. After a brief silence, she exhaled a breath of stale air and turned, saying, "The items have arrived. Are you truly intent on purchasing them all?" "Wufeng, buy." Xiao Wufeng responded without a hint of hesitation. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly to confront the impending crisis. 120 portions of the black jade balm for muscle and bone refining, 120 sticks of soul-reinforcing incense, 120 portions of the dragon snake restorative medicine for medicinal baths, one sword forged primarily of profound ice, 3 sets of men's training attire that are warm in winter and cool in summer, 5 sets of women's garments woven from spring cicada silk, 3 sets each of jade hairpins, gold hairpins, and earrings, all with protective formations, and 1 space bracelet crafted from warm white jade. Additionally, 1 book on the elusive lightness technique and 1 detailed guide on tracking and counter-tracking techniques for survival in the wild. Zixuan's brows furrowed slightly as she calculated, finally stating, the total for all these items comes to 1,678 taels of gold. Considering it is your first visit and that you have not forgotten to purchase attire and jewelry for Jimaju, I shall offer you a substantial discount and only charge you 1,500 taels of gold. After a brief pause, she smiled and added, think again. Is there anything else you require? None for the moment. Xiao Wufeng shook his head. In truth, the phrase cultivation heart method flashed through his mind. The heart methods associated with the 6 veins of the world were of the highest caliber and were not sold to outsiders by the Jinyu Pavilion. Most of the cultivation methods available for selection were of dubious origin, not necessarily reputable, yet the significance of heart methods was paramount as they concerned the foundation of Xiao Wufeng's cultivation. Once practiced, they could not be taken lightly. Uncertain of the specifics, Xiao Wufeng was understandably reluctant to make a hasty choice. Moreover, 2 additional reasons dissuaded him from purchasing heart methods. First, the superior heart methods that had fallen into circulation were valued at a minimum of 10,000 taels of gold, a burden far beyond his current financial means. Second, the time required for heart methods was excessively long, making rapid advancement impossible. Xiao Wufeng's immediate priority was to rectify his shortcomings. He needed to enhance his survival capabilities in a short time frame. After much contemplation, he concluded that agility techniques were the best choice. They would allow him to pursue his targets when needed and evade danger when required. Thus, to avoid leaving a trace, he also decided to purchase a book on detailed techniques of tracking and counter-tracking. Knock. Knock, knock. The gentle tapping of fingers on the table brought Zixuan's attention back. Wufeng, with the amount of tonic you are acquiring, it is clear you intend to break through to the next realm in a short span. However, one must be cautious not to rush this process. Attaining the title of top hunter in the Xiao family already marks you as a leading figure among the younger generation. There is no need to expend your potential for a rapid surge in power. The Black Jade Bomb, soul-reinforcing incense, and dragon snake restorative medicine are all renowned treasures of the Jinyu Pavilion. Yet, do remember, the initial experience with the first 2 items is not painful, but as you progress, you must endure excruciating pain akin to being flayed alive and the torment of your soul leaving your body. Avoid excessively challenging your physical and mental limits. It is best to proceed according to what you can bear, maintaining a sense of moderation. As for the dragon snake restorative medicine, be absolutely cautious of overuse. This medicine is extraordinarily potent in restoring vitality. You may bathe in it only once a day. Exceeding this will lead to chaotic internal energies, resulting in a tragic fate of bloodshed and death. Xiao Wufeng nodded. Thank you for your concern, Sister Zixuan. I am well aware. Chapter 29. To wear the crown, one must bear the weight. Yuheng Lane. Number 19 Dingzi, Ji Shui Courtyard. Xiao Wufeng stood in the center of the courtyard, his upper body bare, his exposed skin coated with a layer of black jade balm. A gentle breeze caressed his cheeks as he closed his eyes tightly, his eyelashes fluttering. The beads of sweat on his forehead were concealed beneath the balm, and the ebony substance shimmered with a faint crimson hue, the potent medicinal energy searing into his body. The pain penetrated to his very marrow, akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. He gritted his teeth, enduring the last rays of the setting sun. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Xiao Wufeng labored to acclimate himself to the effects of the black jade balm. Its potency rivaled that of the Shui Ro Dan, yet its force was overwhelming, requiring a formidable will to withstand. Even though he was accustomed to pushing his limits, he found it challenging to cope. After all, this was the 3rd application of black jade balm he had used. Xiao Wufeng was not reckless. He merely aimed to test his endurance and ascertain how swiftly he could progress. After a moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath laced with a hint of blood. The sharp cracks echoed in succession, and after enduring considerable pain, he finally welcomed a soothing wave of rejuvenation. The black jade balm that enveloped his body visibly lost its color, transforming into a translucent gel. A gentle breeze swept through, and the gel-like substance morphed into a revitalizing essence, penetrating Xiao Wufeng's pores and flowing into his body. Just moments ago, it felt as though he were scorched by searing flames. Now, he was immersed in icy water. The stark contrast between fire and ice surpassed even the most divine of beings. Xiao Wufeng clenched his fists tightly, his feet shoulder-width apart, standing still and holding his breath. After a brief moment, the sounds emanating from his bones gradually faded away. He gently swayed his neck, moved his arms in circles, and then turned his gaze towards a nearby site. The small kitchen, constructed of azure bricks, sent wisps of smoke curling from its chimney, while through the half-open wooden door, a radiant smile adorned Ji Moju's face as she hummed an unfamiliar tune. Busily chopping and washing vegetables, tossing stir-fried dishes, and adding soy sauce to the simmering meat in the clay pot. The kitchen was pristine and spacious, far surpassing the diminutive earthen stove in Qingye courtyard. Sister Moju's joy is palpable, Xiao Wufeng mused, further affirming that his decision was indeed wise. Departing from the Xiao family sooner would lead to a more comfortable life. However, leaving the Xiao family also meant exposing his strength, making him susceptible to the impending storm. Xiao Lianxue and Tang Yunqi, who had always held themselves in high regard, had suffered a significant setback during the hunting ceremony. Retribution was inevitable, merely a matter of time. The Xiao and Tang families loomed like two formidable mountains, casting an immense weight of pressure. Yet, Xiao Wufeng felt no trace of fear within, for he firmly believed in a particular adage. Pressure itself is harmless. It is the belief that pressure is detrimental that is truly harmful. This saying is easily comprehensible. Without pressure, one often lacks motivation, yet excessive pressure can indeed crush a person, leading them to abandon all effort and become a mere sloth. Nonetheless, the pressures that people endure are rarely the true sources of their downfall. It is the mindset that perceives pressure as harmful and shies away from it that breeds a frenzy of negative emotions deep within, ultimately becoming the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back. If one wishes to achieve their ideals, they must often endure various hardships, witness the malevolence of human nature, or be toyed with by fate. Yet, only by withstanding sufficient pressure, without breaking the strings of their heart, can they behold the dawn's light after the night. They can transform into resilient springs, rebounding with vigor. From then on, they soar to accomplish feats unattainable by ordinary individuals. Such individuals are regarded as the strong in the eyes of the world. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Regardless of the time or space, this has always been the case. How can an ordinary person aspire to become strong? Xiao Wufeng's understanding was simple. Strength lies in effectively controlling one's emotions, mastering oneself, and bravely confronting pressure and fear. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the slanting sun on the horizon. Just using 3 portions of black jade balm, I can already feel a marked difference in my body. If I add soul-drawing incense and the dragon and snake tonic, the effects will surely be even more remarkable. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Xiao Wufeng murmured, practicing the sword 5,000 times a day might be a bit insufficient. I should increase it to 10,000 times daily at the earliest. Ji Moju emerged from the kitchen with bowls and dishes, her keen eyes narrowing slightly as she said, "Young master, don't always think about practicing the sword. It's almost time to eat, and you haven't even dried the sweat from your body." Immediately after, she hurried into the inner room, bringing out a basin of clean water, preparing to wipe Xiao Wufeng's body. "The meat is still simmering in the kitchen. Sister Moju, you must keep an eye on it." Xiao Wufeng waved his hands, indicating he could manage on his own. With a light hum of acknowledgement, Ji Moju turned back towards the kitchen. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of urgent knocking echoed. Xiao Wufeng frowned. Who could be visiting at this hour? Rising to his feet, he approached the door and heard the weak voice of a girl. "Is anyone home? Please open the door. I'm starving." Yuheng Alley was located in the bustling district of Bayou Capital, a frequent route for the Golden Guard's patrols, active throughout all 12 hours of the day. By all accounts, it was unusual for a beggar to come asking for food, with his brows slightly raised and a hint of wariness in his eyes. Xiao Wufeng's mind stirred. He retrieved the cold fragrant sword from his unblemished ring and secured the door latch with his other hand. As the courtyard door opened, the protective formation briefly lost its efficacy, and Xiao Wufeng found himself catching a girl, her distinctive bun hairstyle tilting as she collapsed into his arms. Her lips parted slightly, drool trickling down her chin, a shame for such a beautiful visage. I can't walk. I'm too weak from hunger. Please help me inside. This face seemed somewhat familiar. Xiao Wufeng stepped back slightly, pointing his sword forward, the tip mere inches from the girl's throat. Do you not have a shred of compassion? The girl rolled her eyes. And in an instant, her previously feeble body regained vigor. Pivoting on her waist, she swiftly darted behind Xiao Wufeng. Surely a student of the sword sect cannot be so destitute as to lack food? Xiao Wufeng shook his head, the unblemished ring on his finger shimmering faintly as he prepared to put away the cold, fragrant sword. So you recognized me, she said, extending her palm and spreading her fingers, casting a sidelong glance at the sword. Wait, did you find a suitable sword? Xiao Wufeng furrowed his brow, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion as he asked, why? Chen Xiaola tilted her bun, placing her hands behind her back and stepping back. I was just thinking of finding you for a duel. I can't take advantage of you. So I went to borrow a sword from Ermu. A duel? Then please step outside. We haven't tea eaten yet, Xiao Wufeng replied. How can one fight without a full stomach? Chen Xiaola clutched her abdomen with her left hand and pointed at the open courtyard door behind Xiao Wufeng with her right. Close the door quickly. Otherwise, the aroma of the dishes will escape, and who knows how many hungry souls it might attract. The way you say it, it seems I'll need to set an extra pair of chopsticks for you at our meal. And there's no room for negotiation, Xiao Wufeng rolled his eyes. Don't worry, I want to eat your rice for free, Chen Xiaola grinned, lowering her voice. I even brought you an invitation to the sword sect selection. Chapter 30. The finest taste and invitation. Xiao Wufeng flicked his wrist, the cold fragrance sword slicing through the air with a gust of wind. With a soft thud, the courtyard door closed, the protective formation reactivating. Dimples appeared on either side of Chen Xiaola's cheeks as she raised her finger, the tip curving slightly. Are you interested now? But it can't be given away for free. You'll have to duel me first. To obtain the invitation, he must win the duel. Xiao Wufeng nodded, understood. What do you think? An invitation that others would break their necks for is so easily presented to you. It's only fair to treat me to a meal. Chen Xiaola grinned. Xiao Wufeng thought, what? This concerns the selection qualifications for the sword sect. She certainly cannot make such decisions. The real decision-maker is ardent. This girl before him is merely a messenger. If one were to consider the extent of her involvement, it would only be to engage in a bit of sparring to test my strength. Shaking his head, Xiao Wufeng gazed at Chen Xiaola and teased, you certainly are quite familiar. That's right. Chen Xiaola lifted her chin slightly, unabashed and proud. Among the sword sect, she was known for her thick skin. Otherwise, how could she have swindled secret teachings from two elders with merely a few roasted rabbits? Xiao Wufeng was convinced that Chen Xiaola harbored no ill intentions. He turned and called out cheerily, Sister Moju. Please set an extra pair of chopsticks. Certainly, came Ji Moju's voice from the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wufeng arranged a square low table and 3 short-legged bamboo chairs. The 4 dishes and soup on the table perfectly exemplified the essence of culinary delight. The bright red oil, glistening sauce, and tender chunks of meat, sprinkled with fragrant peppercorns and chopped dried chilies, filled the air with an enticing aroma, causing his fingers to twitch involuntarily. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The sound of Chen Xiaola's protesting stomach echoed. But she showed no hint of embarrassment, giving a thumbs up with both hands. Incredible. Your cooking is simply too enticing, but perhaps the portions are a bit lacking. A rosy hue crept onto Ji Moju's cheeks as she lowered her gaze. Smiling softly, today, I prepared a bit more than usual since we have a new kitchen. Feel free to eat as much as you like. If you find it insufficient, there's more in the pot. That's splendid. Chen Xiaola's eyes sparkled with excitement. She then turned her gaze, eagerly looking at Xiao Wufeng. Xiao Wufeng raised his eyebrows slightly. Why are you staring at me? Is there rice on my face? Chen Xiaola swallowed hard. You should start eating. If you don't, I might lose control of my hands. Hold on, we haven't tea toasted yet. Xiao Wufeng lifted a cup filled with Ji Moju's homemade honey cane juice. This small cup of honey cane juice was made from the renowned cooling mountain honey, costing 3 to 5 times that of ordinary honey. This was not a frivolous expense, but a decision based on Xiao Wufeng's commitment to cultivation, knowing that nourishing the body was paramount. While precious medicinal herbs were essential, daily nutrition was equally critical. Since acquiring the space bracelet, she no longer had to worry about carrying groceries, and food stored within was less prone to spoilage than that left outside. The first thing she did after leaving the Jinyu Pavilion was to buy a large quantity of ingredients she had previously been reluctant to purchase. The 3 cups gently clinked together as Xiao Wufeng proclaimed, "Let us celebrate our new abode and commence our meal." Gurgle Chun Xiaola gulped down the honeycane juice, the sweet and refreshing taste igniting her appetite. Delicious. So delicious. Wow. With your culinary skills, Moju, you could open a restaurant anywhere and make a fortune. She mumbled as she ate, her words slightly unclear, even oblivious to the grains of rice stuck to the tip of her nose. Ji Moju smiled gently, "That's too much flattery. It's merely home-cooked dishes. Having consumed the meal you prepared, what am I to do? It seems that I may never taste it again. And I shall weep." Chun Xiaola vigorously shook her head, all the while not neglecting to chew the morsels of meat in her mouth. Once she swallowed, she fixed her gaze intently on Jima Ju and said, "Have you considered returning to the mountains with us?" Jima Ju smiled and turned to Xiao Wufeng, stating, "Wherever the young master goes, I shall follow." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaola beamed and nodded. It's a promise. She had long since noticed that her master held a deep admiration for Xiao Wufeng. There were 2 signs. Firstly, the Wuchen ring was a treasured item from her master's youth, gifted by a dear friend, imbued with special significance, and not easily bestowed upon others. Secondly, the very first invitation to Bai Yujing was expressly addressed to Xiao Wufeng. Both indicators suggested that Xiao Wufeng had indeed garnered Li Shishu's esteem. To win such admiration from Li Shishu was infinitely more challenging than simply receiving an invitation. In other years, had Xiao Wufeng not declined, he would have already joined the sword sect and become one of its members. However, this year's selection was a once-in-a-half-century celestial assessment, not merely aimed at choosing suitable disciples for the sword sect, but also imbued with deeper implications, seemingly linked to the mysteries of heaven and humanity. Thus, Li Shishu refrained from directly admitting Xiao Wufeng into the sect. After a meal, Xiao Wufeng's overall impression of Chun Xiaola was quite favorable. This girl was lively and spirited, with a voracious appetite, yet she possessed a sense of decorum that neither irritated nor repelled others. Rather, she exuded a natural charm as for her shortcomings. Xiao Wufeng glanced down at the wooden bucket by Chun Xiaola's feet, which was completely emptied of rice. The dishes on the table bore no remnants, having been entirely enveloped in rice and sauce, all consumed. Clearing his throat lightly, Xiao Wufeng remarked, "You do have quite the appetite." "Don Tu?" With her cheeks slightly flushed, Qin Xiaola raised her chin defiantly and retorted, "It's not that I can eat a lot. It's just that I haven't tasted the spicy flavors of home in ages. So I momentarily lost control." Furrowing his brows, Xiao Wufeng regarded her with skepticism. Qin Xiaola continued, "You truly don't understand. Li Shishu always orders the lightest dishes, emphasizing the natural sweetness and freshness of the ingredients. After following him for so many days, my palate has nearly dulled." After a brief pause, she suddenly sprang to her feet and exclaimed, "Moreover, Ju's cooking is simply exquisite. Don't you agree?" "Indeed, it is delightful. A true earthly delicacy," Xiao Wufeng replied, a smile gracing his lips. "Exactly. I feel almost ethereal after this meal, as if I am on the verge of a breakthrough." Chun Xiaola squinted her eyes, her hands gesturing animatedly. Suddenly, glancing at Xiao Wufeng and then at the still savoring Jima Ju, she exclaimed, "Wait, it's not just a feeling of a breakthrough. It's a real breakthrough. My cultivation level has truly advanced. From the late stage of the 8th rank to the peak of the 8th rank." With a whirl of energy beneath her feet, her aura condensed and refined, Chen Xiaola was convinced she was experiencing a breakthrough. Her blinking eyes sparkled like the evening stars, flickering incessantly. "This shouldn't be. Did you perhaps add some extraordinary tonic to the dish?" "The ingredients themselves possess some nourishing properties," Jima Ju replied. No. These ingredients are not the essence of dragons and phoenixes. Even the best wooden tea suffice." Qin Xiaola shook her head vigorously. "To reach the peak of the 8th rank, I should need a period of accumulation to fill my dantian with true essence. How could I possibly break through after just one meal?" At that moment, a line of text floated through Xiao Wufeng's mind, detailing his proficiency panel. Having consumed the dinner imbued with Jima Ju's joy, You have gained a special state enhancement. Dantian activation doubled. Duration, 15 minutes. Xiao Wufeng pondered, a realization dawning upon him. He had always believed that the proficiency panel was the source of the special state he experienced after meals. Yet it was evident that the state exhibited by Chen Xiaola was the direct result of the dinner. Thus, the true source of the special enhancement was not the proficiency panel, but rather, Sister Ju, Chapter 31. A touch of naivety and foolishness. The effect of the Dantian activation doubling was brief, yet remarkably potent. Although Xiao Wufeng had not yet entered the 9th rank and lacked true essence within his Dantian, he could still feel a warmth radiating from his lower abdomen, as if his entire being was a gradually warming furnace. He felt exceptionally well at that moment. Fragments of childhood memories flitted through his mind. It was a rather cold winter, when Xiao Wufeng and Jima Ju played in the snow, building snowballs. Su Chanyu was busy making dumplings, oblivious to their antics. Later that evening, it appeared that Jima Ju had caught a chill, coughing and sneezing incessantly. Though Xiao Wufeng's physical age was still young, being a transmigrator, his mind had matured long ago. The fragments of memory still retained vivid details. Jima Ju had a high fever, her forehead hot as if branded by a heated iron. Muttering incoherently, Su Chanyu cradled Jima Ju, soothing her until the early hours, at which point her cough gradually subsided. Afterward, the servants of the Xiao family departed, and Xiao Wufeng ceased to pay attention to the noises outside, falling asleep peacefully. However, when he later woke to visit the lavatory, he found Jima Ju seemingly possessed by a fox spirit, crawling and frolicking in the snow. Her spirit exuberant, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. Most astonishingly, 3 semi-illusory, plush tails sprouted from her rear, flickering with a ghostly purple flame. Xiao Wufeng was taken aback, unsure of how to respond, when he heard Su Chanyu's voice echoing in his ears. Wufeng, do not be afraid. Juer simply has a special bloodline. She means you no harm. Immediately thereafter, Su Chanyu reassured Jima Ju while adorning her with a pendant carved from a millennium-old ice jade. Su Chanyu specifically instructed, Wufeng, you must keep an eye on this. This pendant must not leave Juer's side. She should wear it at all times. Since that day, Xiao Wufeng had never seen Jima Ju manifest her foxfire tails again, and the ice jade pendant had become her most treasured possession, never leaving her neck. Xiao Wufeng crossed his arms, subtly casting a glance at Jima Ju. He had always known that there was something peculiar about her origins, but now it seemed the underlying issues were perhaps even more significant than he had previously surmised. Furrowing his brows, Xiao Wufeng's thoughts drifted to Xiao Lianxue. What if his interest in Sister Ju was not merely superficial? It was possible that Tang Yunxi had discovered some clues. After all, Tang Yunxi hailed from the Tang family, an ancient clan with a lineage spanning over 1,000 years. However, if she had indeed uncovered something, Tang Yunxi could have employed various more aggressive methods long before the hunting ceremony, without needing to wait. Shaking his head subtly, Xiao Wufeng mused, I must be overthinking things. After a brief silence, he internally resolved, nonetheless, I truly need to find a suitable opportunity to eliminate Xiao Lianxue. With her Dantian shattered and poisoned, a typical 9th rank individual would have perished long ago. Only someone like Xiao Lianxue, who had been immersed in the unique medicinal bombs of the Tang family since childhood, possessed sufficient resistance and self-healing capabilities. In truth, Xiao Wufeng refrained from killing Xiao Lianxue solely to prevent Tang Yunxi from being caught in a deadly entanglement. In a few days, when Xiao Lianxue was to be sent away from by Yu Jing, that would present the optimal moment to carry out his plans. Hey, what are you thinking about? Chen Xiaola waved her hand before Xiao Wufeng's face. You're not imagining that you've had a breakthrough like me, are you? I do not possess such fortuitous luck as you, Miss Xiaola. Xiao Wufeng shook his head. Oh really? I knew it. With a grin, Chen Xiaola gave Xiao Wufeng a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Well, I am all fueled up now. How about we spar a bit? Rest assured, I'm in a splendid mood and will give you a fair chance, so you won't look too shabby. Xiao Wufeng nodded. Shall we find another location? Surveying the surroundings, Chen Xiaola chuckled, patting her chest. No need. Right here in the courtyard will suffice. It won't take much effort. Jima Ju furrowed her brows slightly, her expression complex, as a senior disciple of the sword sect. Chen Xiaola must possess formidable strength, but that was no reason to underestimate the young master. Noticing her gaze, Chen Xiaola realized her words may have been too presumptuous. ruffling her hair into a bun. Xiao clarified, Ju, don't take it the wrong way. I meant no offense. After years of practicing swordsmanship, there are few peers who can make me take them seriously, so I've grown accustomed to saying such things. Jima Ju scrutinized her youthful face, discerning a certain naivete in her clear eyes, which indeed seemed devoid of ulterior motives. After a moment's contemplation, she emphasized, the young master is quite strong. Indeed, indeed. If he weren't strong, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to deliver the invitation. Xiao remarked, you may not know this, but when Li Shishu and I arrived at Baiyu Jing, he had yet to present the invitation to anyone else. This is the very first one. Hearing her praise Xiao Wufeng, Jima Ju's brows lifted slightly in delight. I shall go tidy up the bowls and pans. You two continue. Soon enough, Jima Ju retreated to the kitchen to clean up. The tables and chairs in the courtyard were swiftly moved aside, and Xiao Wufeng faced Xiao, standing a few paces apart. They agreed upon the rules for their sparring. Neither would utilize their cultivation, focusing solely on swordsmanship. With both hands cradling the hilt, Xiao slowly drew her sword. Her expression solemn as she stated, this sword of mine is named Qilian, measuring 3 feet 3 inches in length and weighing 24 pounds. Forged in the scorching fires of the earth, it has absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. And this sword has begun to embody a hint of spirituality. Only its rightful master may wield it. After a brief pause, she continued, what is the name of the sword you hold? Xiao Wufeng, momentarily taken aback, revealed an awkward yet polite smile. It is the cold fragrance sword, purchased from Jinyutang. Xiao fell silent for a considerable time, the veins on her forehead pulsing, and inquired, what else? After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Wufeng shrugged and said, the name cold fragrance signifies that the fragrance of the plum blossom comes from enduring bitter cold. This sword is worth 300 taels of gold. Xiao exclaimed, what? Exclamation point. Unable to restrain herself, she vociferously criticized, that's not right. It is crucial for masters to share the origins of their swords before a duel. Don't you value that? With a hint of naivety and foolishness. She thought it was rather embarrassing to engage in such a display before a match, suspecting he had read too many tales. Xiao Wufeng subtly shook his head and retorted, 300 taels of gold equates to a staggering 12,000 taels of silver. Sufficient for a common person to live comfortably without labor for a lifetime. Is that not enough to demonstrate the worth of this sword? Am I not valuing it enough? Xiaolu wanted to counter, but found herself at a loss, as deep down, she felt Xiao Wufeng had a point. After a long pause, she finally recalled the price of the crimson flame sword, tilting her head as she said, the sword in my possession is primarily made of crimson flame iron. With the market price of 1 pound being at least 80 taels of gold. I heard from my master that this sword consumed a total of 360 pounds of crimson flame iron. Which probably. This girl seemed to struggle with mathematics. Xiao Wufeng assisted her in calculating and then stated, at 80 taels of gold, the total price is 28,800 taels of gold. With wide eyes, Xiao gazed at Xiao Wufeng as if he were a monster. Are you sure about your calculations? The sword she carried was worth nearly 30,000 taels of gold, undeniably a little wealthy. Yet her intellect appeared lacking. Xiao Wufeng rolled his eyes and shifted the topic, asking, are we still going to fight? Yes. Xiaolu shook her head, discarding all the swirling numbers in her mind. With her sword pointed forward and held aloft, she struck a classical pose, declaring, I shall now employ the 13-star techniques, one of the essential sword techniques for disciples of the sword sect. Chapter 32. Mastery of the blade. The 13-star techniques consist of 13 commands: draw, lead, lift, block, strike, stab, point, collapse, stir, press, chop, cut. Washington, while seemingly unremarkable, they conceal profound secrets. As Xiao positioned her sword, she pointed forward with her front hand, a gust of sword wind rising from the ground yet remaining restrained. Immediately, her feet moved with lightning speed, interweaving erratically as she lunged forward. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of her steps resembled the clash of thunder, leaving no trace behind. Just as she was about to close in on Xiao Wufeng, she suddenly halted, unleashing the crimson flame sword with a powerful downward arc that released a dazzling display of sword light. Tracing an arc as elusive as an antelope's horn, a fierce sword wind surged forth. with the blade and the point exerting force through the chop and point commands. The forms of the sword winds differed. The former was grand and overwhelming, akin to a mountain pressing down, while the latter was condensed and focused, resembling a divine arrow piercing the sky. Furthermore, the two sword techniques had a subtle interval, making it easy for one to exploit an opening in the other's defense. Indeed, the essential sword techniques of the sword sect possess remarkable depth. Xiao Wufeng's eyes flickered as he raised his right arm. The cold fragrance sword, forged from mysterious ice, trembled slightly, summoning a gust of sword wind. It was not one, nor two, but an overwhelming wave, akin to the tide crashing against the shore. Xiao Wufeng's approach was straightforward yet brutal, recklessly unleashing an onslaught of sword wind, disregarding the intricacies concealed within the two sword techniques. You're not engaging in a contest of techniques with me, but rather seeing who can summon more sword wind? Chun Shaolu raised an eyebrow, convinced that her swordsmanship was superior. Thus Xiao Wufeng's choice to leverage his strengths against her weaknesses was a grave error. Drawing a deep breath, she released a sharp exhale in an instant. Her garments billowed wildly, her wrists spun rapidly, and a surge of cunning strength coursed through the blade, transmitting directly to the tip. Whoosh, 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 the turbulent sword wind transformed from formless to tangible, the edge of the crimson flame sword igniting with a blinding crimson glow. Be careful. My move is not merely an ordinary 13-star technique. Chun Shaolu warned loudly, fearing that Xiao Wufeng might be unable to withstand the force and would be compelled to endure it, resulting in severe injury or unconsciousness. The sword winds from both sides clashed first, devoid of any strange booming sound or violent tremors. Only an eerie stillness prevailed. This was unexpected. Her brows furrowed. Chun Shaolu sensed a momentary stagnation in the sword momentum she had unleashed. No need to hold back. Miss Shaolu, Xiao Wufeng remarked, his brow slightly furrowed as he swung the cold fragrance sword in a horizontal slash. The seemingly mundane motion carved an indelible scar through the air. The luminous moonlight cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the plum blossom patterns adorning the sword's surface. Clang! The cold fragrance sword and the crimson flame sword collided, the clash of their edges echoing, yet it felt as though the sound had been intentionally delayed, only reaching Chun Shaolu's ears at that moment. Subsequently, two torrents of sword wind that seemed to vanish into thin air erupted simultaneously, compressed within Xiao Wufeng's strike, unleashing fierce and concentrated power that surged through the crimson flame sword and straight into Chun Shaolu's palm. This overwhelming force arrived with a delay, causing her right hand, which gripped the sword, to tremble uncontrollably. Her pupils constricted as she dared not linger, retreating rapidly for 7 or 8 steps, her right arm swinging back to absorb the force. With a swift motion, the crimson flame sword barely embedded itself into the ground as Chun Shaolu gripped the hilt tightly, pulling it free while saying, "I see now. You cleverly concealed the sword wind and then returned it all to me. A remarkable sword technique? What is its name?" Xiao Wufeng shook his head. "My swordsmanship bears no name. Nor does it qualify as remarkable. It is merely the act of swinging the sword in such a way that allows the opposing sword winds to collide, absorbing the force with the cold fragrance sword and directing it towards the weak point of your blade. Cough. Cough, cough. Even after all that, you still deem it unremarkable? Achieving such a feat without employing any cultivation is already quite extraordinary, isn't it?" Chun Shaoli's lips twitched slightly as she reluctantly said, "Indeed not difficult. But I have yet to encounter many as young as you outside the mountains who can accomplish this. In truth, not only outside the mountains, even within the younger generation of the sword sect, there was perhaps only one candidate capable of such delicate technique without relying on cultivation, the undisputed chief of the sword sect, senior sister Linghu." Xiao Wufeng's expression remained impassive, his tone grave. The sword sect is one of the 6 great lineages in the world, revered as a sacred ground by countless sword practitioners for good reason. Before the hunting ritual, he would not have been able to achieve this, as there exists a significant difference between practicing swordplay and life-and-death combat. Through fierce battles amid the dense black mist, Xiao Wufeng developed his own understanding of swordsmanship. Swordplay is ultimately a technique for killing. Even when adorned with sword intent and heart, the essence of swordsmanship is not as glamorous as it seems. It is merely the skill of wielding a sword, enabling the wielder to conserve strength and move with agility during slaughter. Slightly moving his wrist, Xiao Wufeng lifted the cold fragrance sword, his demeanor no longer holding any semblance of jest. Once more. With that, she launched another assault, her mindset having undergone a clear transformation, now viewing Xiao Wufeng as a formidable opponent of equal strength. The integration of footwork and swordplay saw Chen Xiaola refraining from reckless strikes. Instead darting around Xiao Wufeng, only delivering a blow when she observed an opportune moment. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of their blades clashing echoed continuously as Chen Xiaola seemed to become an illusion. From the observer's perspective, it appeared as though there were two of her simultaneously. Xiao Wufeng, aware that his newly acquired footwork had yet to be practiced, understood that excessive movement would only expose his weaknesses. His feet remained planted, not entirely motionless, but confined within a small circle. Regardless of whether Chen Xiaolu attacked from above, below, or from any direction, Xiao Wufeng's response was always the same. A swing of his right arm, delivering the blade. For a whole instant's worth of time, no sword wind surrounded them, only the plain and unadorned clash of their swords. With no progress made, Chen Xiaoli's brows knitted tighter. Her expression growing increasingly serious. She had exerted all her strength to unleash her most ferocious offense without utilizing her cultivation. Yet, Xiao Wufeng stood like a towering mountain, not a bead of sweat adorning his forehead, his footwork scarcely shifting. The peripheral vision caught sight of the grass beneath Xiao Wufeng's feet. The impressions left were numerous yet all confined within a small circle. Each time he counters my attack, he does not require significant movement. He is completely at ease. Thus, I have yet to compel him to reveal his full swordsmanship. Thoughts swirled in Qian Shaoli's mind, involuntarily recalling a familiar scene. Her master had once taught her in an even more exaggerated manner. Remaining stationary and not bothering to move, even refraining from upper body evasive actions. You are distracted, Xiao Wufeng suddenly spoke. The edge of the cold fragrance sword sliced through the air, severing the strands of hair on Chen Xiaolu's forehead, transforming her V-shaped bangs into a straight fringe. Ah! Chen Xiaolu shivered, retreating her sword and leaping back, creating a distance of 3 zhang between them. This could not possibly be the strength of a high-ranking disciple of the sword sect. Could it be that she was experiencing her monthly cycle? Xiao Wufeng pondered for a moment before saying, "If you are feeling unwell, perhaps we should postpone our sparring for another day." Chen Xiaola discerned the concern in Xiao Wufeng's eyes. However, in this moment, that concern resembled the benevolence of a strong individual towards the weak. Her pride felt as though it had been ruthlessly pierced by a sharp sword, prompting her to hastily shake her head and assert, "There is no need to postpone. I am already aware of your prowess from the earlier test. You are indeed impressive. Henceforth, I shall employ the ancestral sword techniques imparted to me, and you should not hold back. Unleash your strongest strike." It was merely a test, yet it was evident she was keen to ascertain my true capabilities. Xiao Wufeng thought, nodding in agreement, "Very well, I shall give my all in this strike." Chapter 33. Damn it, you treacherous master. How dare you deliberately provoke me? Chen Xiaola exclaimed, raising her thumb in encouragement. Feel free to unleash your full power. Previously, her aggressive attempts had failed to breach Xiao Wufeng's defenses, and she was determined to reclaim her honor. Her strategy was straightforward. As she had failed to break through, she would now allow Xiao Wufeng to attack her, ensuring he too could not penetrate her defenses. Xiao Wufeng nodded in acknowledgement, parting his lips slightly to expel the stale air from his lungs. Realizing this, Chen Xiaola understood that he was gathering strength, and his posture signified an intent to concentrate all his power into a single blow. Upon glancing at the torn skin on her right hand, she recognized that had she not possessed an 8th-tier physique, her resilience would have faltered under the impact of their earlier clash. Her wrist and palm trembled ever so slightly, reminding her that she must not underestimate the situation. She had to employ her most formidable technique. With a light smile, Chen Xiaola grasped the hilt of her sword. The Chilean sword hovered before her chest, its blade pointed skyward, as wisps of sword energy surged and converged from all directions. The technique she was about to execute stemmed from her childhood encounters, a rare ancient skill bestowed upon her by the elders of the sword sect. This technique, known as absolute defense, allowed her to manipulate sword energy into a protective barrier akin to the shell of a mystical tortoise. It was expressly designed for defense, particularly effective against concentrated strikes, and after absorbing the entirety of her opponent's attack, It could unleash a counterstrike of formidable power known as infinite sword slash. However, the subsequent technique, infinite sword slash, was notoriously difficult to control. She could only manage its general direction without the precision needed for fine-tuning. Raising her gaze to Xiao Wufeng, Chen Xiaola's lips curled into a smile, her cheeks adorned with shallow dimples as she declared, "This technique was imparted to me by my second grandmaster, and very few within the sword sect possess this knowledge. Are you listening closely? If I strike, do not move recklessly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wufeng comprehended. This forthcoming strike would be the culmination of their sparring session. With a slight flare of his nostrils, he inhaled deeply, akin to a whale drawing in water, and his fingers coiled around the sword hilt. Then he swiftly flicked his wrist. Buzz, the cold, fragrant sword emitted a clear and melodious hum in response to Xiao Wufeng's motion. Immediately, the sword glimmered with an icy blue light, the plum blossom patterns on its surface lighting up one after another. A magical artifact? Chen Xiaola raised an eyebrow, but in the next instant, she dismissed her own speculation. No, it is not a magical artifact. That is sword energy. Xiao Wufeng's swordsmanship transcended mere sword wind. He was operating at the level of sword energy. A foreboding sensation washed over Chen Xiaola as she shouted, "Absolute defense." The Qilian sword plunged into the ground as the swirling sword winds around her coalesced into a tangible form, creating a massive semi-transparent tortoise shell before her. A mysterious aura seemed to flow across the shell, with a yellowish glow radiating outward like ripples across water. At that moment, Xiao Wufeng's mind was devoid of distractions. He did not contemplate the outcome of his impending strike, nor did he fret over whether he would secure the invitation he sought. His eyes locked onto Chen Xiaola as he raised his right arm, the cold, fragrant sword aimed squarely at the heavens. The moonlight seemingly drawn to the blade, encircling it in a mystical embrace. "Rise, rise, rise, keep rising," Xiao Wufeng whispered under his breath, audible only to himself. Then, the cold, fragrant sword appeared to expand several-fold, and his sword energy, modeled after the sword, coalesced into a colossal surge of sword energy towering over 7 or 8 stories high. Good heavens! This could not possibly land without catastrophic consequences. Chen Xiaola stood aghast, her jaw nearly unhinged in disbelief. The exaggerated sword energy hovering above Xiao Wufeng extended beyond Tianyuan, creating an imposing visual effect. Standing beneath the sword energy, Chen Xiaola felt as though she were but a diminutive ant. "Damn it!" she exclaimed, her irritation manifesting in her hometown dialect. "You treacherous master, how dare you deliberately provoke me?" To gather such formidable sword energy typically requires substantial cultivation. Yet, Xiao Wufeng had not yet reached the 9th tier. The fact that he could condense such terrifying sword energy was due solely to his extraordinary swordsmanship, far exceeding the level of mere sword wind. His sword energy was remarkably solid, the gargantuan cold fragrant sword formed from it possessing an almost tangible quality. In that moment, Chen Xiaola finally grasped the truth. Xiao Wufeng's displayed prowess during the hunting ceremony was merely the tip of the iceberg. Having endured cold reception within the Xiao clan, and without complete assurance of his ability to extricate himself from his family's grasp, he had no choice but to conceal his true strength for self-preservation. At that moment, Xiao Wufeng swung his arm, the cold fragrant sword descending in a fierce slash. The vast sword energy compressed and condensed, causing the air to tremble and the moonlight to distort, while the evening breeze stirred up a cascade of ripples. Such power, utterly absurd. Chen Xiaola's lips twitched, her dimples contorting like twisted dough. "I must withstand this." The echoes of her hometown dialect reverberated within her mind, bolstering her resolve. Consequently, the colossal sword energy collided with the tortoiseshell shield formed by her absolute defense. The air fell silent for a moment, the evening wind howling sharply, as a crescendo of shattering sounds rose from low to high, filling the courtyard. The defensive formations above and around the courtyard flickered into existence, dense blue runes materializing to obscure most of the commotion within, only a subtle tremor emanating from the ground. Lasting less than 3 breaths. "It is futile. I cannot withstand it." Chen Xiaola watched helplessly as her trump card, absolute defense, was utterly shattered by the unreasonable might of the gigantic sword energy. Instinctively, She felt the surge of true essence that had been compressed within her Dantian erupt violently, flooding her entire being. The intense activation of her true essence caused several hair ties atop her head to snap. With a rustle, the buns she had styled on either side unraveled, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall. Chen Xiaola paid no mind to the disarray, gripping the sword hilt with both hands. Drawing the Chilean sword from the ground with fierce determination, the blade sliced upward at an angle, barely managing to intercept the massive sword energy that threatened her face. Gritting her teeth, her muscles tensed as she crouched low, channeling all her physical strength and the maximum true essence she could muster. From the early stages of the 9th tier to the peak, her cultivation surged, her essence swirling upward, shattering the giant sword energy. Yet she could not afford to relax, for from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the cold fragrant sword, adorned with the plum blossom pattern, descending upon her. Clang! The downward strike of the cold fragrant sword was slightly delayed. Yet it aligned perfectly with the fleeting moment of Chen Xiaola's waning strength. Oh no! Chen Xiaola felt a tingling sensation in her hands, her wrist weakening as she watched the Chilean sword slip from her grasp. Her heart racing as she internally screamed, "Little Chilean, return to me!" Chapter 34 Chen Xiaola. Oh Chen Xiaola, how could you possibly? For a swordsman, losing grip of one's sword in the heat of battle is akin to the excruciating embarrassment of being caught writing a cringe-worthy fantasy novel in school, only to have the teacher discover it and read it aloud to the entire class with dramatic flair. With a distance of between Chen Xiaola and Xiao Wufeng, the air fell into an eerie silence. Save for the white noise of the Chilean sword spinning in midair. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The sentient sword, unable to withstand Chen Xiaola's mental call, awakened and swiftly altered its trajectory in the air. Just as the blade was about to touch down, it spun upward, completing a full rotation before returning to Chen Xiaola's presence. The sword tip pointed downwards, the hilt facing up, as the Chilean sword hovered in midair. Radiating a brilliant red light that flickered enticingly, it seemed to complain about Chen Xiaola's inadequate strength, lamenting that it had been bested by someone without a realm of cultivation, to the extent that its own wielder could not maintain her grip. Chen Xiaola's lips twitched, and she silently bared her teeth, casting a fierce glare at the Chilean sword. Then, she grasped the hilt, sheathed the sword, and turned to Xiao Wufeng, breaking the silence first, in both offense and defense. Your swordsmanship is truly exceptional. After a brief pause, Chen Xiaola raised her hands and pinched her cheeks vigorously, leaving 2 red imprints before continuing. In terms of swordsmanship, I cannot surpass you. I concede defeat in this spar. Xiao Wufeng maintained a polite yet awkward smile. He had come to realize that the young lady before him indeed possessed an 8th tier cultivation level, but her swordsmanship was far less formidable than he had initially imagined. She had merely reached the pinnacle of sword wind, still a half step away from the realm of sword energy. Had he known her skill was not so advanced, he certainly would not have struck with such intensity. At this moment, no words of consolation from Xiao Wufeng would suffice. They would only come across as the boastful proclamations of a victor. He raised his hand in salute, saying, "I am honored." As he stood there blinking, a sudden clarity dawned upon Chen Xiaola. This was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by Li Ji. With his 2nd-tier swordsmanship and the refined sword heart, even through the observation mirror, it would be effortless for him to discern the true level of Xiao Wufeng's swordsmanship. The master uncle deliberately chose to conceal this information and had me deliver an invitation letter to Xiao Wufeng, clearly intending for me to witness the genius beyond the mountains and to experience some setbacks, thereby igniting my fighting spirit. Oh, my surprise! While Master Li appeared earnest, he was filled with mischief. No less than my venerable master. Humph, am I, Chen Xiaola, so easily deciphered? As long as I maintain a positive mindset, I shall not fall into the pit that my uncle has skillfully dug. Chen Xiaola shook her head vigorously, her adorable face bobbing back and forth, her features nearly blurring into a fleeting shadow. Oh no, could the impact be too great, and might my spirit suffer a setback? A dark line formed on Xiao Wufeng's forehead as he fretted over how to counsel Chen Xiaola at this moment. Suddenly, Chen Xiaola ceased, her head shaking, her brow brimming with vitality as she flashed a bright smile. "So, you saw that my sword can return to me automatically, right?" Following her lead, Xiao Wufeng replied, "I did." As if completely forgetting everything that had transpired, Chun Xiaola animatedly declared, "Let me tell you, this is not an isolated incident. Our sword sect offers exceptional treatment. Once one becomes an official disciple, every sword they wield possesses sentience. Moreover, there are techniques from ancient sword immortals that allow one to sever heads from 1,000 miles away. Most importantly, our masters, uncles, and ancestors are all exceptionally kind-hearted and protective. In the face of unexpected circumstances, the calmer one appears, the more chaotic their inner turmoil often is. However, Chun Xiaola was not one to fit this mold. Naturally cheerful and optimistic, she was renowned within the sword sect for relying on her innate talent, coasting along as if a lazy fish. Whether she could break through her current realm depended entirely on fate. Your swordsmanship has exceeded my expectations. During my journey down the mountain, this is the first time I've encountered someone who can condense sword energy at just 16 years of age, especially under such conditions. Today, she managed to find the Ji Shui courtyard precisely because she had previously sought out the Tianji building to investigate Xiao Wufeng's current residence. In the process, she had also delved into his past, and upon comparison, her circumstances far surpassed his in countless ways. She asked herself, if their situations were reversed, would she ever have the chance to practice swordsmanship? Chun Xiaola pouted, her brow slightly furrowed as she extended her index finger and whispered, "I'm genuinely curious. When did you start practicing swordsmanship? Surely, it couldn't have been since you were in your mother's womb? Would you prefer the truth or a fabrication?" Xiao Wufeng countered. "Of course. The truth." Chun Xiaola bit her lip lightly. "Feel free to share. As long as you are willing to speak, I shall believe you." After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Wufeng responded, "I haven't practiced swordsmanship for long, and the techniques I learned came from a fragmented sword manual that I acquired for merely 15 taels of silver. Almost all the techniques in that manual are false, with only one being usable." "What? To casually throw in one usable technique while the rest are mere deceptions? That's just the norm for counterfeit goods in the martial world." Chun Xiaola's mind momentarily stalled, her lips lightly clashing. She suddenly felt a vague inner drive. How perilous Xiao Wufeng's environment must have been, yet he bore no complaints, managing to cultivate sword energy solely from a fake manual. Standing before him, Chun Xiaola felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Oh, Chun Xiaola, how can you face him? Look at him, and then at yourself. Having grown up in the sword sect, one could say you were raised amidst sword energy. Yet, your swordsmanship remains at the level of sword wind. How shameful. You must return and practice diligently." Her thoughts raced, and after a considerable pause, she regained her composure and cleared her throat. "Shouldn't you have had someone guiding you all along, merely concealing your true prowess?" "Most people likely think so." Xiao Wufeng chuckled and shook his head. "Since you say so, I will believe you." Chun Xiaola gazed into the boy's pure eyes. "But if that were the case, your talent would be too extraordinary. This should be a card you keep close to your chest, never to be revealed to others. Why tell me?" "It's not that serious," Xiao Wufeng replied, shaking his head. "As long as one is determined to investigate, they can discover the precise time I began my sword practice. As it took me a full decade to save those 30 taels with Mju, that's entirely beyond fabrication. Moreover, I've seen relevant literature at the JNY Pavilion. Throughout history, many have made rapid progress in their early swordsmanship. My case, while perhaps admirable over a few decades, isn't particularly extraordinary when viewed through a longer lens." "I believe you, not." Chun Xiaola raised an eyebrow and pressed on, "What about the Taoist Bai Yun you mentioned during the hunt ceremony?" Xiao Wufeng replied, "He is indeed a fraud and a scoundrel who has committed numerous vile deeds. Thus, during the hunt ceremony, directing my grievances at Taoist Bai Yun served a dual purpose. It would waste Tang Yunqi's time and energy while also encouraging those with a vested interest to thoroughly investigate him." "Who would have thought you had such a warm heart?" Chun Xiaola grinned widely. Xiao Wufeng shook his head. "It's primarily because he swindled my money. If I can cause him a bit of trouble in return, I'd be more than happy." "Hee hee, your mind isn't rigid, that's good." Chun Xiaola playfully laughed, lightly patting Xiao Wufeng's shoulder. "In fact, regardless of the outcome of our sparring, the invitation letter is yours." She opened her right hand, revealing a letter gently resting within her palm. The invitation was white at its base, adorned with inkwash illustrations of 10 distinct swords. Some were heavy and blunt, others swift and sharp, and some soft and enigmatic. Together, the swords formed a majestic mountain, with a radiant golden ring inscribed at its peak. The invitation was crafted from an exceptionally unique material. Though it appeared to be mere paper, it was remarkably resilient and durable, giving the impression that it could not be torn even with the utmost effort. The letter felt substantial in hand, suggesting that it contained more than met the eye. Xiao Wufeng glanced at the cover of the invitation and remarked, "Is this the mountain gate of the sword sect?" Chen Xiaola nodded proudly, her eyes dancing with delight. The essence captured in the illustration hardly conveys the grandeur of our sword sect's mountain gate. Tilting his chin slightly, Xiao Wufeng said, "I hope to see it in person someday." "You will." "You will," Chen Xiaola replied with a smile, dimples appearing on her cheeks. "Hurry and open the invitation to see what the token inside looks like. Weren't you the one delivering it? Didn't you take a peek beforehand?" Xiao Wufeng raised the letter. With a slight roll of her eyes, Chen Xiaola pouted. "I wouldn't dare. Masterly has surely infused the letter with a strand of sword intent to ensure it won't be snatched by outsiders. And it would also reveal any of my little antics." "Then how do you know there is a token inside?" Xiao Wufeng inquired while opening the invitation. "It's been the same old rule for hundreds of years." "Naturally." "I know." Chen Xiaola spread her arms wide. "Quickly open it and see what type of token it is. There's a lot of significance to it, and I'll explain it to you in detail." Xiao Wufeng nodded. Tearing open the invitation, whoosh, a faintly glowing sword intent leaped out from within the invitation. The spectral sword intent was over 10 feet long, resembling the heavy sword commonly wielded by Li Ji. It spun in midair, its sharp aura radiating outward in all directions. The courtyard walls and the air above the small courtyard shimmered with a translucent protective array, revealing a dense array of runes. The protective strength of the array had reached its maximum, yet Li Ji's sword intent merely manifested itself, without unleashing its full power. Such formidable sword cultivators, even when not present, could exert such terrifying power with just a wisp of their sword intent. How could this not inspire admiration? "See? My uncle is always meticulous in his endeavors." Chen Xiaola shrugged her shoulders, sticking out her tongue. "This sword intent won't be wasted. If you encounter an overpowering adversary, it will be fully activated, likely helping you escape from peril." After a brief pause, she murmured, "However, it may not be effective against foes of insufficient strength. It might not see the need to unleash its power." "What constitutes strong?" Xiao Wufeng asked. Puzzled, bringing her thumb and index finger together to gently pinch her chin, Chen Xiaola replied, "At the very least, one must reach the threshold of the 3rd tier. Those in the 4th tier might suffice. But for the 5th and 6th tiers, it would depend on luck. Those below the 3rd tier will definitely not trigger it. However, do not misunderstand. This sword intent is not a special favor for you. Rather, it is due to the extensive nature of the heavenly selection assessment, which pertains to the mysteries of heaven and the relics of ancient deities. Whether it be thousand-year-old clans, enigmatic secret organizations, or the noble houses within the Daiqian court, no one is not coveting it. It seems that 3 or 5 centuries ago, there were unreasonable old fellows who covertly acted, killing young individuals who had qualified for the heavenly selection assessment, resulting in significant upheaval at the secret location of the assessment. A portion of the ancient deity's relics awakened, causing anomalies in the world and allowing a celestial being to descend unnoticed in their true form. At this point, Chen Xiaola shivered, as if recalling a harrowing scene. She refrained from continuing, for the subsequent details involved the sword sect's secrets, only accessible to disciples upon their initial entry into the Wu Jian pool, where they could witness the harrowing history inscribed on the mural of memories. Xiao Wufeng discerned that Chen Xiaola's countenance was amiss, as if she was grappling with tumultuous emotions. He refrained from probing further, choosing instead to await her self-recovery. "I apologize. I was reminded of some rather unpleasant memories." Chen Xiaola eventually returned to her senses, nodding an apology. "The details pertain to the secrets of the sword sect, and I am not at liberty to disclose them at this moment. I hope for your understanding." She had entered the enlightenment pool at the tender age of 10, and the vivid recollections of the mural scenes were indelibly etched in the recesses of her mind. As though she had personally traversed that ancient battlefield, celestial beings descended from the heavens, bringing not auspicious omens and salvation, but bloodshed and carnage. The sword sect, the academy, the Taoist sect, Ling Mountain, the martial prison, and Fengdu were collectively revered as the 6 sources of power in the world. receiving the utmost respect and deference from all. While their formidable strength was one reason for this reverence, those who understood the deeper truths genuinely esteemed the principles of righteousness that they upheld. For millennia, as celestial beings harried the mortal realm, had it not been for the ancestors of these 6 power sources, who sacrificed their lives on the front lines, the world would have long since devolved into a hunting ground for celestial whims. In the past, when Xiao Wufeng was ensnared within the Xiao Manor and faced dire financial straits, he had contemplated the possibility of encountering a fragment of a celestial being's soul. Thus, he was no stranger to the term celestial being. Since the establishment of the Qin dynasty, a bounty notice had perpetually hung, targeting celestial fragments, with the entirety of the mortal realm as the area of pursuit. Those who could provide credible and reliable leads were promised a reward of 1,000 taels of gold. Should one succeed in slaying a celestial fragment, even the most notorious criminal could attain clemency, along with the prospect of riches and glory unattainable by ordinary means. Xiao Wufeng remarked, "The celestial fragment's essence must be vastly different from that of the true celestial being. Miss Xiaola, you need not articulate it. I can well imagine the brutality of the battle you refer to." Their gazes locked for a moment of silence, after which Chun Xiaola spoke. From that moment forth, any invitation sent must be accompanied by a corresponding means of self-preservation. Uncle Li's sword intent safeguards not only against avaricious old fools, but also against the rabble of the celestial cult. Those traitors to humanity are all madmen, employing any means necessary. However, you need not worry excessively. As long as they do not possess those special tokens, the rabid dogs of the celestial cult will not easily emerge to trouble you. Xiao Wufeng lightly nodded, raising his gaze to the sword intent manifesting as a heavy door-shaped sword. "It seems the token is enveloped by the sword intent. How should I retrieve it?" Chun Xiaola replied, "You need not retrieve it. Simply wait until the sword intent quiets down." As if comprehending her words, the sword intent manifested door slowly diminished in size, drifting towards Xiao Wufeng. He opened his palm, and above his hand hovered the object stripped of its sword intent shell. It was a crimson token, its surface etched with a sun obscuring the heavens, at the center of which a 3-legged divine bird flickered into view. "The golden crow token," Chun Xiaola exclaimed, smiting her forehead with her right hand. "I had thought Uncle would reserve this token for the end. How did it come to be presented with the very first invitation to Baiyu Jing? Is there any particular significance?" Xiao Wufeng inquired. "What differentiates this token from others?" Chun Xiaola bit her lip, furrowing her brow in contemplation for a while before responding. "Since Uncle has bestowed this token upon you, I shall divulge a modicum of the underlying circumstances. The tokens within the invitation are divided into 2 types, one ordinary and one special. Both are crafted from fragments of ancient divine remains sourced from a secret land, with the latter containing a trace of ancient divine blood. Should you possess this type of token and enter the secret land, you will be graced by the legacy of the ancient gods, granting you a significant advantage in the heavenly selection examination." Xiao Wufeng furrowed his brow slightly. "It seems this pertains solely to the heavenly selection examination. Why then does it attract the celestial cult?" Chun Xiaola ground her teeth, spitting in disdain, and emphasized, "The celestial cult are traitors to our kind, despicable scum. They absurdly believe that celestial beings are superior life forms, and that by serving them well, they too may one day ascend to become celestial beings. These rascals do not engage in honorable pursuits. Instead, they assist celestial fragments in identifying outstanding talents among humanity. Yet, to fully integrate a celestial fragment into the body of a human prodigy, one must draw upon the blood of ancient gods through a specific ritual. For over 1,000 years, celestial fragments have surreptitiously descended into the mortal realm, but their lack of physical form has limited the extent of their threat. However, once a celestial fragment merges with the body of a human prodigy, it can conceal itself until it has matured completely. Should such a scenario transpire, the danger posed would be nearly on par with the true celestial being descending into the mortal realm. At that moment, Ji Moju came out of the kitchen and remarked, "The token is exceedingly perilous. Merely a sword intent is utterly insufficient to contend with it." Xiao Wufeng turned to see her face etched with concern. Chun Xiaola waved her hand dismissively, grinning lightly, her dimples showing a carefree attitude. The invitation and token are not mandatory. You may choose to decline. Though I did forget to mention, the bearer of a special token is favored by the fortunes of heaven and earth, with the most tangible and straightforward manifestation being a qualitative leap in cultivation speed. This is precisely what young Master Wufeng lacks. She turned to face Xiao Wufeng, continuing, "Uncle has bestowed the Golden Crow token upon you so early, likely to compensate for this deficiency. After all, your cultivation level is exceedingly low. If you cannot advance to the 9th grade before the heavenly selection examination, your body may not suffice for entering the secret land." Ji Moju ceased speaking, her gaze fixed on Xiao Wufeng's face. The significant decisions of this household had always rested upon his shoulders. Xiao Wufeng reassured Ji Moju with a glance, then declared aloud, "With the Golden Crow token in hand, I can accelerate my cultivation, gain the protection of Mr. Li's sword intent, and qualify for the heavenly selection examination. I truly cannot think of a reason to refuse." Gently patting Xiao Wufeng's shoulder, Qin Shaola tilted her head and laughed brightly. "Perhaps when we enter the secret land, we can even be teammates." Xiao Wufeng was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "How many special tokens are there in total?" "2. Qin Shaola held up 2 fingers, her expression grave. "One is the Golden Crow token, and the other is the Candle Dragon token. You are holding the Golden Crow token, which represents the Yang and is issued by our sword sect, as the last recipient of this token was indeed one of our own. The Candle Dragon token represents the Yin and is traditionally distributed by the emissaries of Fengdu. You must exercise utmost caution regarding their selection. In some respects, that individual may be even more intent on eliminating you than the mad dogs of the celestial cult. The interplay of Yin and Yang is the essence of the Tao," Xiao Wufeng mused. "If one could simultaneously wield both tokens, it would surely yield tremendous fortune." "Indeed, however," Qin Shaola shrugged, "those chosen by the emissaries of Fengdu typically have tragic backgrounds and erratic temperaments, akin to super lunatics who are exceedingly cruel to themselves. It is best not to engage with them before entering the secret land." "Understood. I shall take note of that." Xiao Wufeng responded with a smile, feeling that Qin Shaola truly considered him one of her own. Qin Shaola turned and waved, "All right, I've delivered the items. I must take my leave." The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the evening stars flickered in a tranquil courtyard by the royal city of Baiyujing. A soft creak announced the barely perceptible sound of a door being pushed open, as Qin Shaola stealthily slipped through the doorway, tiptoeing through the corridor. "What are you up to?" Sneaking around like a thief, a rich voice from a middle-aged man drifted down from the roof nearby. Qin Shaola turned her head, her face contorted in a grimace. "Uncle, are you out here enjoying the moon?" Li Ji chuckled and shook his head. "Come up for some tea." "No thanks, I just delivered something and I'm quite tired." Qin Shaola waved her hands. Li Ji insisted, "You should come up." In the next moment, the heavy door-shaped sword soared through the air. Lifting Qin Shaola up to the rooftop, Li Ji gestured towards the tea table before him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "You lost, didn't you?" After a prolonged silence, Qin Shaola sat across from him, gulping down her cup of tea in one go, conceding, "I lost, utterly defeated." Not bad. This girl seems to be in better shape than I expected." Li Ji subtly shook his head. "This is fine tea I procured from the royal city. How could you drink it like that, completely ruining it?" Qin Shaola remained silent. Li Ji's finger quivered slightly, and the teapot remained steadily on the table as the tea flowed out in an arc, landing in Qin Shaola's cup. "Drink a couple more cups, but take your time. Reflect on how you were defeated. Then share it with me." "Uncle, you are utterly unreasonable." Qin Shaola's brows knitted, her lips pressed down, the dimples on her cheeks vanishing entirely. "This is akin to rubbing salt in the wounds of my heart." Li Ji lightly tapped the table, his smile radiant. "Exactly, that's the effect I was aiming for." Qin Shaola, with a resentful gaze fixated on Li Ji, she cradled her teacup and sipped the tea slowly. After a moment, she recounted her battle with Xiao Wufeng. Tapping her fingers against the side of her cup, Li Ji listened attentively, his peripheral vision occasionally darting towards the gash on Qin Shaola's hand. Qin Shaola fidgeted, spinning her cup to conceal the wound on her palm. "You lost your sword, didn't you?" Li Ji suddenly inquired. "Ah," Qin Shaola's lips parted slightly, reluctant to answer the question. Li smiled. No worries. Just place the Chilean sword on the table, and I shall inquire with it myself. Chen Xiaola lowered her head. Disheartened. I did lose it. How intriguing. A dignified 8th-rank sword cultivator bested by a mere youth devoid of any realm. Li Ji shook his head, his eyes brimming with mockery. Chen Xiaola let out a soft huff. Master Uncle, if you continue to tease me like this, no need to fret. Feeling a sense of shame is a good thing. Li Ji poured her another cup of fragrant tea, his gaze softening. In this world, no one is invincible. Recognizing where one falters and striving for improvement is essential. Only by knowing shame can one truly become strong. Indeed. Chen Xiaola nodded vigorously. Li Ji inquired, now, tell me, how did that sword slip from your grasp? What issues did you encounter during the spar? Chapter 36. A spirit of challenge. Chen Xiaola cradled the teacup in her hands, her gaze fixated on the emerald green tea leaves standing upright in the center of the cup. His sword energy was remarkably potent, effortlessly shattering my defenses in the blink of an eye. By the time I attempted to bolster my core energy, it was already too late. Moreover, I cannot ascertain whether it is his exceptionally solid swordsmanship or an unusually keen battle instinct. He always seems to seize upon moments that leave me feeling quite uncomfortable. During that exchange when my sword was disarmed, although he breached my defenses, his own sword energy must have been depleted as well. Typically, it is challenging for most to continue their offensive in such circumstances, or their resolve may not be as unwavering, and their sword momentum would lack ferocity. But he was different, showing no hesitation and exuding an air of fearlessness. Chen Xiaola subtly shook her head, placing the teacup on the table, then spread her hands wide. The skin at the base of her right hand was torn, revealing a distinct impression of a sword hilt, with blood seeping from the surrounding area. Li Ji chuckled, tossing her a packet of healing powder. Do you believe your defeat stemmed from overconfidence? Before returning, I certainly thought so, Chen Xiaola nodded. But after sipping a few cups of tea and reflecting on the spar, a vivid image lingered in my mind. Before he unleashed his sword energy, we both condensed our sword winds and exchanged a strike. Oh! Li Ji stroked his chin, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Chen Xiaola continued, at that moment, he skillfully gathered our respective sword winds onto his own sword, then struck at the weak point of the Chilean sword with what appeared to be an unremarkable sword technique. It was from that strike onward that I realized he was no ordinary opponent, and I could no longer afford to be careless. Li Ji nodded. The two strikes, one preceding the other, share a common technique. Thus, this is no mere coincidence. He raised his gaze slightly, a knowing smile on his lips as he regarded Chen Xiaola. It is precisely because it is not a coincidence that makes it all the more difficult for you to accept. You must find it baffling, as a disciple of the sword sect. Having been exposed to the most advanced swordsmanship since childhood, how could his understanding of sword techniques surpass yours? Indeed, Chen Xiaola pouted in agreement, and he explicitly stated that he has not practiced swordsmanship for long. He only began training after obtaining a fake sword manual a month ago. Did you not suspect he was lying? Li Ji countered. Chen Xiaola shook her head. His hands bear a clear distinction. The calluses on his right hand are quite pronounced. Generally speaking, those who train with weapons undergo 3 stages. The first stage involves initial practice, where the skin on the hands suffers daily damage, only to heal and form calluses, resulting in a slight difference from an ordinary person's hands. The second stage, after prolonged practice, leads to the formation of thicker, more pronounced calluses, further distinguishing their hands. The third stage sees the calluses shed, revealing skin as smooth as jade, appearing as if the individual has never trained. Flashing a broad smile, Li Ji remarked, "You have a keen eye. At least your eyes have not been in vain." After a brief pause, he continued, "Xiao Wufeng has not practiced swordsmanship for long, and his comprehension of sword techniques could not possibly surpass yours. Yet during our spar, I distinctly felt a sense of discomfort, as though my performance was restricted." Nodding vigorously, Chen Xiaola raised her voice, yes, when fighting him, it even felt somewhat like being bullied by senior sister Ling Hu. Precisely. Both he and she possess an innate battle instinct that is extraordinary. Li Ji nodded, then shook his head. No, to simply call it battle instinct is too narrow. Rather, One could say that both Linghu and Xiao Wufeng are imbued with a profound spirit of challenge. Their immediate reaction to difficulties is to confront them head-on. This mindset, when manifested in battle, enhances their ability to seize opportunities beyond the ordinary, akin to a naturally gifted warrior with an exceptionally sharp battle instinct. However, one must not conflate a naturally gifted warrior with individuals like them. Furrowing her brow, Chen Xiaola queried, "Why does it seem as though you look down on naturally gifted warriors?" After sipping a few more mouthfuls of tea, Li Ji allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he replied, "A naturally gifted warrior merely possesses superior physique and reflexes. Thus their ability to seize opportunities is stronger than that of others. However, such talent is a double-edged sword. Throughout their growth, they often rely on their innate advantages, which can lead to an excessive trust in their senses. Against ordinary masters, this may not pose significant issues, but when faced with true powerhouses, they may find themselves ensnared by the very advantages they rely upon. Once they step into such traps, the consequences can be dire. From that point on, their confidence wanes, as they cannot be certain whether their opponent will set another trap in their next encounter. They must remain vigilant. The moment they begin to guard against, their sensory advantages diminish, and by that day, they may struggle to surpass even an ordinary master. Master Uncle, do not deceive me," Chen Xiaola replied with skepticism. "I see other sects clamoring for naturally gifted warriors. Those individuals are indeed in high demand." Li Ji shrugged. "I have dispatched no fewer than 30 naturally gifted warriors, and I truly see nothing desirable about them. Instead, individuals like Xiao Wufeng and your senior sister Linghu, who possess an inherent spirit of challenge, are truly rare." Furrowing her brows, Chen Xiaola pressed, "Are you so certain?" "Having walked this path in my youth, I am indeed certain," Li Ji affirmed. "No wonder you bestowed the Golden Crow Order upon Xiao Wufeng," Chen Xiaola realized suddenly. "Do not let the matter of the Golden Crow Order leak out," Li Ji reminded with a gentle smile. Chen Xiaola rolled her eyes. "I know, but do you not think it was too soon to give it? There are still several months left." Li Ji raised his right hand, fingers pointing toward his eyes, and declared, "I will not misjudge. Perhaps there are many in the younger generation stronger than Xiao Wufeng with greater talent, but only he can stir up a significant storm." After a brief pause, he inquired with a smile, "So, do you not find it surprising?" "Indeed, it is quite surprising. I was thoroughly startled." Chen Xiaola pouted, her eyes filled with resentment as she gazed at Li Ji. "Master Uncle, you were clearly aware that his swordsmanship has reached the level of sword energy, yet you deliberately withheld that information from me." Li Ji rolled his eyes and waved a hand. "Your master sent you to me to provide you with some stimulation. How does it feel now?" "Humph. Not great." Chen Xiaola stood, patting her backside, made a face, and then leapt off the rooftop. Moments later, Li Ji's ears twitched, hearing the gentle sound of a sword blade in the courtyard, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Wei Qing will surely be quite surprised. Her lazy apprentice is actually practicing swordsmanship at midnight. Chapter 37. Reflection and Goals. Yuheng Alley. Jishui Courtyard, Bathhouse. The mist swirled and billowed, filling the air with the potent aroma of traditional Chinese herbal medicine. Inside a massive wooden tub, filled to the brim with hot water infused with nourishing herbs, Xiao Wufeng sat, his entire body submerged save for his head. The dragon snake nourishing elixir was indeed extraordinary. Merely sitting in the tub, he could feel the medicinal properties permeating through him, as if countless ethereal hands were simultaneously massaging him, stimulating all his acupoints, his upper, middle, and lower dantians, as well as the various acupoints along his spine, were receiving particular attention from the medicinal power. At this moment, his extraordinary meridians and 12 primary channels were swelling with energy, rapidly dispelling his fatigue both internally and externally. Xiao Wufeng's handsome face flushed a vibrant red, his temples throbbing. As the duration of his soak increased, he gradually felt a slight ache in his veins. This was not a negative sign, for the potent medicine facilitated rapid recovery while also aiding in the expansion of his meridians. Of course, the dragon snake nourishing elixir could not compare to the divine treasures of heaven and earth. Unable to compensate for the resources Xiao Wufeng had lacked over the years, however, with consistent use over time, it could help bridge the gap in the beneficial transformation of cultivation resources for the body. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Wufeng heard the voice of Ji Miao from outside. "Young master, If you can't endure any longer, just call for me. I'll be right here at the door. Xiao Wufeng replied, I'm fine. Sister Miauk? You should go to sleep. Ji Miauk responded with a light hum, yet her footsteps did not recede. Xiao Wufeng called out cheerfully, Sister Miauk, this dragon snake nourishing elixir is completely painless. It feels rather like someone is helping me with a massage. I assure you, I am truly fine. Is that so? Ji Miauk's voice carried a hint of concern. Subsequently, Xiao Wufeng repeatedly assured her that he would call her if he felt any discomfort. Only then did Ji Moju agree to distance herself. Approximately a stick of incense later, the medicinal energy coursing through his meridians gradually settled. Xiao Wufeng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, stretching his arms over the edge of the bath. Raising his gaze to the luminous stone sphere suspended from the ceiling, he squinted slightly, replaying the sparring match with Chun Xiaola in his mind. His expression remained calm, devoid of any joy over victory. Instead, he focused intently on the shortcomings he had exhibited during their duel, identifying several key points. First, he had yet to practice his body technique. His footwork was confined to a circle, and while he managed to repel Chun Xiaola's onslaught with a flurry of sword strikes, it appeared graceful but was, in truth, a desperate measure. Had this been a real fight, if Chun Xiaola had chosen to turn and flee, Xiao Wufeng would have been utterly unable to restrain her. After all, she was a highly accomplished disciple of the sword sect. Her swordplay, footwork, and mental technique were unparalleled in the world, far surpassing the likes of Xiao Lianxue and Shi Yuan. Particularly during the intense exchange. When Chun Xiaola launched a fierce assault around him, the memory was indelibly etched in his mind. He could distinctly sense that if he had attempted to gather strength at that moment, he would have been pierced through by Chun Xiaola's sword, turning him into a beehive. Second, the absence of a sound mental technique was not to be overlooked. The image of his sword strike, where he channeled all his sword energy, echoed in his mind. Although Chun Xiaola had lost her sword, she still retained the majority of her strength. It was merely due to their previously agreed-upon rules that she begrudgingly accepted defeat. Had she not suppressed her cultivation from the outset, Xiao Wufeng doubted he would have survived the initial wave of her concentrated assaults. With her tiered sword winds, superior sword techniques, agile footwork, and 8th-grade cultivation, coupled with a sword that could slice through iron as if it were mud and possessed sentience, Xiao Wufeng envisioned their sparring match as a life-and-death battle, simulating it in his mind with the chilling mantra, death, 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 death. If this were a true life-and-death confrontation, she would undoubtedly possess elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts as her trump cards. No matter how I might respond now, the ultimate outcome would be death, merely a different manner of demise. A frown creased Xiao Wufeng's brow as an image of Tang Yunxi's ever-lofty visage flashed through his mind. This esteemed lady hails from the Tang family, renowned for their expertise in concealed weapons, poisons, and traps. Any assassins sent to seek me out will surely be more formidable than Miss Xiaola. Now that the hunting ritual has just concluded, news of my departure from the Xiao family has spread like wildfire in Bayou Capital. Other noble families within Bayou Capital, such as the Champion Marquis Huo residence, the Old Duke Zhang residence, the Monitoring Heaven Institute, the Qingzhou Academy, the Wuchang Division, even that figure within the Imperial Palace, may not immediately express their stance, but when the time comes, should the heinous crime of harming one's own children be laid upon them, even Xiaomo might find it hard to bear. Tang Yunxi is not a fool. She certainly won't dispatch assassins immediately, as that would be too obvious. However, after a month or so, given her vengeful nature, just the fact that I severely injured Xiao Lianxue and brought her disgrace would compel her to seek an opportunity to eliminate me. Gurgling sounds emerged as Xiao Wufeng submerged his head in the warm water, completely blocking his ears, his eyes tightly shut. While his vision and hearing were momentarily sealed, his mind remained as clear as a mirror. Enhancing my strength is of utmost urgency. Beyond practicing my swordsmanship and footwork daily, I must also augment my combat experience. During the hunting ritual, Xiao Wufeng made another astonishing discovery. The act of wielding a sword in sparring was fundamentally different from wielding it in a life-or-death scenario. In the latter case, the proficiency of his unnamed sword technique had evidently increased significantly. At this moment, his proficiency level reached 160,000, a substantial rise from the 120,000 prior to the hunting ritual. indicating an increase of 40,000 proficiency. Without needing to ponder, Xiao Wufeng knew he could not have swung his sword over 40,000 times in merely 2 days. The remarkable improvement could only be attributed to the insights gained from a life-and-death experience. With a splash, his head emerged from the water as he shook it vigorously, his resolute eyes shining brightly. No matter when Tang Yunxi comes to trouble me, I shall focus solely on enhancing my strength. Since she cannot act openly, the assassins she sends should not be too formidable. They may serve as excellent practical training targets. However, to wait idly for her to dispatch assassins would be far too slow. I must devise other methods to gain combat experience. After some contemplation, Xiao Wufeng firmly established a plan for himself. He would rest well that night, and at the break of dawn the next day, begin practicing the unnamed sword technique and study the newly acquired 2 manuals. Once he had addressed his shortcomings in footwork and became capable of both combat and evasion, he would engage in actual combat. As for the nature of that combat, it was quite simple. Reputable organizations in the martial world, such as Jinyu Pavilion and Tianji Tower, frequently issued bounties. He could disguise himself and accept these bounties under a different identity. Chapter 38. Running away from home in the days that followed. Xiao Wufeng maintained an exceptionally regular routine. Rising before dawn and retiring as midnight approached, each day was filled to the brim with activities, encompassing eating, sleeping, and training without interruption from dawn till dusk. Before long, deep autumn had arrived, and the hardy camellias began to bloom just the day before. Early in the morning, the first rays of sunlight poured into the tranquil courtyard. The handsome youth practiced his swordplay, his feet darting across the grassy ground, his form shifting unpredictably, akin to flowing water and gentle breezes, exuding an air of natural grace. In a moment, he flicked his wrist, lightly tapping the sword's edge forward. Slicing through a flurry of falling leaves, the crisp ring of the sword lingered for a heartbeat, the leaves reduced to powder by the sword energy, scattering into the wind and soaring beyond the wall. Firmly establishing his stance and regulating his breath, Xiao Wufeng concluded his morning practice before breakfast. Sweat drenched his garments, the black attire with silver trim clinging to his skin as he inhaled the faint fragrance of camellias in the air. A hint of joy gracing his countenance. I've done it. At this moment, a unique proficiency panel appeared in his retina, visible only to him. Name: Xiao Wufeng. Age: 16 years. Realm: none. Dao method: none. Extraordinary techniques: soul pursuit and spirit subdual technique. Martial arts: nameless sword technique, 8 directions free step. Nameless sword technique, proficiency: 560,001, 000, level, mastery, current techniques, sword swing technique. Technique description: you have developed your own unique sword style. Continue to refine and never cease. For one day you shall comprehend the essence of swordsmanship. 8 directions free step, proficiency: 11,000, level, mastery, description: 800 years ago, the Taoist prodigy Ming Wui created this renowned technique, emphasizing the concept of freedom at heart. My body unconfined, winds from all directions cannot ensnare me. The path is boundless. I seek only to be carefree, and the myriad of heaven and earth cannot disturb me. However, its entry difficulty is exceedingly high, requiring a state of unity between heaven and man to comprehend, leading to a lack of successors and dwindling interest, even causing future generations to doubt its efficacy. Soul pursuit and spirit subdual technique. Proficiency: 89. 100, 000, level. Integration. Description: one of the 72 extraordinary techniques widely circulated in Fengdu. It allows one to sense the soul traces imperceptible to ordinary beings through the interaction of living beings and their environment, and is also adept at erasing one's own subtle traces, a masterful technique for reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Mastering this technique is no easy feat, and those wishing to delve deeper must personally journey to Fengdu's purgatory. However, you are different. As long as you frequently investigate soul traces in your daily life, you can steadily enhance your proficiency and progress towards higher levels. Xiao Wufeng nodded in satisfaction, storing the cold fragrance sword into his dustless ring, then casting a glance at the golden crow token in his palm. Since acquiring this item, he had noticeably felt an enhanced capacity for absorbing medicinal energies, as well as a significant increase in efficiency of utilization. Perhaps this was one of the effects of possessing the golden crow token. which augmented his strength and granted him a fortuitous boon. There were deeper applications yet to be explored, which he had not yet uncovered. However, his greatest gain lay not in external objects, but rather in his personal growth. Based on the information Xiao Qingfeng provided during a visit for a meal, Xiao Wufeng was certain that his seemingly casual remarks had achieved a certain effect. Tang Yunxi had dispatched Elder Xiao Ming to covertly investigate Taoist Baiyun, a matter that should not have been known to outsiders. However, as Elder Xiao Ming, a mid-tier elder of the Xiao family, led a team to apprehend Taoist Baiyun at Qingliang Mountain, they returned empty-handed. Moreover, one of the 8 black-clad attendants he brought perished on the spot, while 2 others returned to the Xiao residence only to succumb to their injuries. And Elder Xiao Ming himself sustained significant wounds. The emergence of such unforeseen circumstances, coupled with Xiao Lianchua's serious injuries, led Tang Yunxi to invite the old poison master of the Tang family to use secret methods to reconstruct Xiao Lianchua's body, thus ensuring that she remained unconscious. Xiao Wufeng's proficiency in sword techniques had remained undisclosed to Tang Yunxi, granting him a rare period of cultivation time. During this tranquil span of 40 days, the black jade paste and soul-attracting incense were entirely consumed, resulting in a substantial improvement of his physical foundation. Both his vitality and spirit were exceedingly harmonious and robust. In fact, he had realized 10 days prior that the effects of these 2 cultivation resources were becoming increasingly negligible. Likewise, the efficacy of the dragon and snake restoration pills in expanding his meridians had also diminished, yet their ability to restore energy remained remarkably potent. Regardless of how fatigued he felt after training, a medicinal bath would leave him rejuvenated the next day, brimming with vitality. After ensuring he had the necessary resources for his cultivation, Xiao Wufeng meticulously executed the training regimen he had devised. Mastering the 2 manuals he had purchased from the Jinyu Pavilion to the extent he had initially envisioned, particularly in the realm of agility, he experienced a remarkable qualitative leap upon achieving a profound understanding. At this very moment, Xiao Wufeng was confident that even if he encountered an assassin with superior agility skills compared to Qin Xiaola, he could still hold his ground and had a considerable chance of vanquishing them. This particular method, the 8 directions of carefree steps, was exceedingly difficult to grasp at the outset, yet once perfected, it yielded exceptional results, far surpassing the majority of light body techniques in the world. The existence of such a transcendent skill, available for the mere price of 100 taels of gold, was largely thanks to the esteemed scholar of the academy. He was among the most likely individuals capable of transcending the first rank and attaining the realm of immortality, having foreseen a great calamity befalling the world over 6 decades ago. Thus, he painstakingly visited various sects, noble families, and organizations of the Jianghu, as well as the Emperor of Deqian, persuading them to relinquish their so-called secret techniques and share a portion of their own manuals for the benefit of all. Wufeng. Breakfast is ready, came the melodious voice of Jima Ju, akin to the sweet song of an early spring oriole. Over the past month, Xiao Wufeng had insisted that she refrain from addressing him as young master, and at last, Jima Ju had acquiesced. Very well, I shall change into a clean set of clothes and be right there. With that, Xiao Wufeng returned to his room, freshened himself, and donned a pristine, simple blue practice outfit. After relishing the delightful breakfast prepared with care by Jima Ju, a line of text flashed through his mind. Having consumed the meticulously prepared breakfast by Jima Ju, you have received a special status enhancement, doubled insight. Duration, 12 hours. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Xiao Wufeng looked up at Jima Ju and said, Sister Ju, I will be stepping out shortly, so I won't be returning for lunch. Why this sudden departure today? Jima Ju inquired, her brows knitting together with a hint of concern. Throughout the past month, Xiao Wufeng had dedicated his mornings solely to sword practice, ensuring that he completed his daily quota of 10,000 sword swings before the sun reached its zenith, without fail, regardless of the weather. This abrupt change was clearly unsettling for Jima Ju. The time had come. Certain matters needed to be addressed. Xiao Wufeng smiled, poised to clarify his intentions when a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door, accompanied by the anxious voice of an elderly servant. Is young Master Wufeng in? Upon opening the door, Xiao Wufeng recognized the elder, who had long been tasked with calling Xiao Qingfeng home for meals. The old man's surname was Wang, though Xiao Wufeng had never heard anyone address him by his given name. Thus he referred to him as Uncle Wang, as Xiao Qingfeng did. At this moment, Uncle Wang leaned heavily on his knee, his back arched, gasping for breath. Uncle Wang, did you come running here? What could be so urgent? Please, come in and have a glass of water. Xiao Wufeng stepped aside to allow him entry into the courtyard. Shaking his head like a pendulum, Uncle Wang, ignoring his need to catch his breath, asked with an anxious expression, "Has young Master Qingfeng come looking for you recently?" "No," Xiao Wufeng replied, turning to Jima Ju, who was busy clearing the table. "Sister Ju, has Qingfeng come to knock on the door while I was away?" Jima Ju responded, "No, he always arrives precisely for lunch or dinner." With a deep sigh, Uncle Wang clutched his clothing tightly with his left hand, fixing his gaze on Xiao Wufeng's eyes. "You truly haven't seen young Master Qingfeng? If you doubt me, you are welcome to search. He is indeed not here." Xiao Wufeng extended his hand, gesturing for Uncle Wang to enter. Seeing his demeanor, beads of sweat appeared on Uncle Wang's forehead. "If you haven't hidden him away, then young Master Qingfeng must have truly run away from home." With a loud clap, Uncle Wang banged his thigh, his face a mask of despair. "Since 3 days ago, young Master Qingfeng has not returned to the Xiao residence. What are we to do?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wufeng raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Does the Lu family know?" Uncle Wang nodded. "The lady is aware. She not only sent me to you, young Master Wufeng, but has also dispatched many others to search." "She directly dispatched people to search for him?" Xiao Wufeng questioned, puzzled. "Lady Lu is not one to act impulsively. In the past, Qingfeng has occasionally not returned home for a day or two. There was no need for such a commotion." "It's different this time," Uncle Wang replied with a bitter smile. 3 days ago, the lady had a quarrel with young Master Qingfeng, and then he left home." "What happened?" "Qingfeng wouldn't leave home without a reason." Xiao Wufeng pressed for details. Then Uncle Wang swiftly explained the situation. Over the past month, numerous invitations had been sent out by the sword sect, yet none had arrived at the Xiao family. Ardent. Upon arriving in Baiyujing, first scrutinized the Xiao household, but after many days without receiving an invitation, his stance had become quite clear. Lu Qinghan had initially believed that Xiao Qingfeng would receive an invitation to participate in the examination, and upon learning the outcome, she was understandably disappointed, casually mentioning it during dinner that evening. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Xiao Qingfeng and Lu Qinghan had a heated argument, leading him to storm out. After listening to Uncle Wang's account, Xiao Wufeng furrowed his brow in contemplation, recalling a late-night conversation from 5 days prior. At that time, he and Xiao Qingfeng had sat upon the rooftop, enjoying skewers together, during which Xiao Qingfeng had shared his recent training progress. He had reached a bottleneck in the dual-wielding technique, and with just a little more practice, he could achieve a level comparable to sword-wind techniques, yet he lacked practical experience. His vitality had neared a breakthrough point, and the effects of the water-softening pill were waning. He had exhausted all the training resources available for purchase in Baiyujing, and now had no choice but to rely on time to refine his skills. If he remained comfortably within the Xiao residence, he might not achieve a breakthrough within a year. Yet the bottleneck felt tantalizingly close, as if it could be pierced with just a bit of effort. Being young and impetuous, Xiao Qingfeng had inquired if Xiao Wufeng had any better avenues to explore. As they conversed, they had ventured into discussions about bounty tasks, whether accepting rewards from the government or from well-regarded organizations in the Jianghu such as Jinyu Pavilion and Tianji Tower. One had to be registered as an official escort. The clues brought by Uncle Wang connected with Xiao Wufeng's memories like a bolt of lightning, forming a very concrete image in his mind. That evening, although Xiao Qingfeng had not consumed alcohol, he had indulged in plenty of fruit juice, appearing somewhat tipsy as he stood on the rooftop, pointed at the bright moon, and confidently declared, "Brother, soon it will be Mother's 40th birthday. I want to give her a grand surprise." According to the customs of Deqian, ordinary birthdays would only involve gatherings with close family, rarely extravagant celebrations. However, there was a notion of men celebrating their 40th, 50th, and 60th birthdays, while women celebrated their 40th, 50th, and 60th milestones. Lu Qinghan, hailing from the illustrious Lu family, had grown accustomed to worldly splendor since childhood. She appreciated gifts from her son regardless of their value. Yet, to achieve the element of surprise, mere material gifts would likely fall short. Xiao Wufeng's eyes sparkled with realization. "I may have an inkling of where Qingfeng has gone." "Really? Truly? If you, young Master Wufeng, are unaware, then it is unlikely anyone else would know. This is truly wonderful." Uncle Wang's eyes widened, his words tumbling forth, the worry in his brow easing somewhat. Always having followed Xiao Qingfeng. He had previously served as a barrier between the brotherly bond of Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Qingfeng. However, since Xiao Wufeng had showcased his brilliance during the hunting ceremony, Lu Qinghan no longer restricted their interactions, allowing Uncle Wang to step back. If anyone understood Xiao Qingfeng's trust in Xiao Wufeng, it would surely be Uncle Wang. At this moment, Uncle Wang's fluctuating breath finally settled. He clasped his hands together, raising them above his head and bowed, saying, "Please, young Master Wufeng, enlighten me." Supporting Uncle Wang's arm with one hand, Xiao Wufeng replied, "Isn't Lu's 40th birthday approaching soon? Qingfeng must have gone to prepare a birthday gift for his mother." "Ah, but that's still 20 days away. Surely, young Master Qingfeng would to leave home for that long." Uncle Wang frowned. Xiao Wufeng continued, "Though Qingfeng appears obedient, he possesses a strong inner resolve. While I am unaware of the exact details of his quarrel with Lu, it likely stemmed from a mother's hopes for her son and a son's eagerness to prove himself, resulting in some verbal conflict. I shall set out immediately to search for him. Should I receive any concrete information, I will have Miss Xixin from Jinyu Pavilion send word to Lu." After a brief pause, he added, "Uncle Wang, you should return to report to Lu. Those who need to search for Qingfeng should continue their efforts. As my thoughts are merely speculative, that shall have to suffice." Uncle Wang regarded Xiao Wufeng, unable to suppress a sigh. Young Master Wufeng's mature disposition and steadfast approach were indeed uncommon. Chapter 39. Clues and Surprises in the Grand Hall of Jinyu Pavilion. Xiao Wufeng conveyed his purpose to the attendant and soon found himself in the presence of Miss Xixin. Dressed in a delicate lavender gown, draped in a cascading shawl, her hair adorned with 3 golden hairpins that swayed gently as she moved. She resembled a blooming peony. "Wufeng, I have inquired. Your younger brother is not registered as an escort in our Jinyu Pavilion." She approached swiftly, offering a graceful bow, the 3 hairpins on her head gently swaying. "Not registered?" Xiao Wufeng furrowed his brow. "Then I must make a trip to the Wuchang office in Tianji Tower. To accept legitimate bounties, one must first be registered as an escort. In the vast Bayou Jing, there were only 3 places to register. Besides Jinyu Pavilion, there were Tianji Tower and the Wuchang office under the Duchian Court." Xiao Wufeng clasped his hands in gratitude and was about to turn to leave when the maiden Zixuan interjected, "Hold on, young sir. There is no need for you to make multiple trips. The names of the couriers are shared in the registry between our 2 establishments." A smile played at the corners of her lips as she continued, "Although I am unaware of your intentions, I have taken the liberty to investigate the recently registered couriers, and I found no mention of Xiao Qingfeng. Are you suggesting he has assumed an alias?" Xiao Wufeng furrowed his brow. "Indeed, there are 2 types of couriers, those registered under their real names, and those who undertake tasks anonymously through a pledge of secrecy, known in the industry as hidden faces." Zixuan then elaborated on the distinctions between the 2 categories. While couriers with real names merely pay a fee to register, hidden face couriers are quite the opposite. Their moniker derives from their tendency to conceal their identities with masks or through other mystical means. The majority of hidden face couriers hail from distinguished backgrounds, which is why they prefer to remain in the shadows, necessitating that they select from a limited number of tasks to gain recognition after fulfilling specific requirements. Pausing briefly, Zixuan handed over a note with a gentle smile, saying, "I have thoroughly investigated the recent pledge tasks. You may peruse them at your leisure." "Thank you." Xiao Wufeng nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly scanning the contents of the note. There were 5 pledged tasks in total, 3 of which were exceedingly challenging, designated for experts of the 3rd rank or higher, requiring that the task-taker venture far from Bayou Jing to the frigid north to vanquish rampaging demons. The remaining 2 tasks were situated near Yujing, deep within the outskirts of Qingliang Mountain. Task 1 entailed submitting a feather or an egg from the 7-colored oriole, while Task 2 involved locating the entrance to a cave once inhabited by immortals, said to have existed since the previous epoch. Xiao Wufeng inquired, "Though these 2 tasks seem disparate, they must indeed bear some correlation, as they both reside deep within Qingliang Mountain. What is the connection?" "Your deduction is astute." Zixuan nodded. Qingliang Mountain is not particularly large, yet it enjoys a temperate climate, remaining warm in winter and cool in summer. Remarkably, even in the depths of winter, the heart of Qingliang Mountain showcases a spring-like beauty, which has led some sages to speculate that the mountain harbors secrets. More than 50 years ago, a young nobleman from a fallen family, fleeing from enemies, inadvertently stumbled into the immortal cave of Qingliang Mountain. Within a single day, he traversed several states within the realm of Daqian, reaching the distant border at Dahuang Pass in the southwest. Eventually, he emerged from the cave, entered the 10,000 Great Mountains, and became a distinguished guest of the barbarian king, later marrying the king's eldest daughter. This individual is now the ruler of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a barbarian king of pure Central Plains lineage, Xiao Wufeng. After a brief pause, she lowered her voice. At that time, the head of the Xue family was revered as the foremost among the 10 great generals. Yet he ultimately met with a tragic end, with only his youngest son surviving, who barely touched the threshold of the 9th rank and had no hope of escaping Daqian. I have heard of him, Xiao Wufeng remarked, his brow furrowing deeply. The barbarian king Xiao Wufeng is a rare practitioner of the 3 disciplines. Zixuan nodded. Indeed, he mastered the secret martial arts of the Xue family, honed the enigmatic techniques of Fengdu, and acquired the shamanic heritage within the barbarian tribes. His simultaneous mastery of 3 disciplines, rather than merely learning a few techniques, has piqued the curiosity of countless powerful figures. To be frank, even the 10 leaders of our Golden Jade Pavilion have issued a collective directive to uncover the reasons behind Xiao Wufeng's rise and how he managed to leave Daqian. Shaking her head subtly, she chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet no matter how others investigate, they cannot find a satisfactory answer. In the end, it was Xiao Wufeng himself who revealed to the world that there exists an immortal cave within Qingliang Mountain, where he encountered an extraordinary fortune, blessed by great luck, and thus traversed the ancient formations within the cave to arrive at the southwestern border. It is no wonder that discovering the cave would allow for the completion of the pledge task, Xiao Wufeng remarked. But what connection does it have to the 7-colored oriole? Zixuan replied, the immortal cave is invariably guarded by extraordinary beasts, one of which is the 7-colored oriole, due to its resplendent plumage and remarkable bloodline potential. When well nurtured, it can rival a practitioner of the 3rd rank upon reaching maturity, thus securing its fame. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wufeng felt increasingly convinced that Xiao Qingfeng had ventured alone to Qingliang Mountain. After entrusting Zixuan to relay the information to Lu Qinghan, he procured some medicinal ointments for healing and talismans for protection before hastily departing from the Golden Jade Pavilion. As he walked along the road out of the city, Xiao Wufeng traversed a secluded alley devoid of any passers-by, only to spot a stall set up not far ahead. The vendor, adorned with colorful face paint and disheveled hair, sat in a rather carefree posture, with one leg crossed inward and the other slightly bent. Before him lay a piece of black cloth, approximately 10 feet long and 3 feet wide, displaying an assortment of antiquated trinkets, a rusted arrowhead of indeterminate age, a bronze ding inscribed with Taotai patterns, a peculiar dagger strung with copper coins, and a wooden mask carved into the visage of a colorful beast. Good sir, have a heart and spare a thought for me, a humble villager who has come to Baiyu Jing to seek fortune. I spent 10 taels of silver to rent this stall filled with trinkets, yet no one has shown the faintest interest in 2 days. If I cannot sell these, how will I return home to face my parents? Could you? What sort of person would set up a stall in such a remote location? It seemed rather odd. Xiao Wufeng did not allow the vendor to finish his sentence. He turned on his heel and quickened his pace without hesitation. The vendor's painted face froze abruptly as he snatched the copper dagger from the black cloth. Clang! The dagger plunged straight down, embedding itself into the ground. Almost immediately, the narrow alley was shrouded in shadow. Dark clouds seemingly pressing down from the heavens, causing the earth beneath to tremble slightly, releasing wisps of energy. Within just 2 or 3 breaths, the entire alley would be encircled by a peculiar barrier. Indeed, something is amiss. Without looking back, Xiao Wufeng executed the 8 directions carefree step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His pace was as swift as the wind, his form flowing like water, accelerating and leaving behind a lingering shadow as he burst from the alley. The barrier enveloped him a moment too late, completely catching the vendor off guard. He hurriedly stood. Yet there was no trace of Xiao Wufeng to be found. Left standing in silence, the vendor's form gradually shifted, transforming into a young man with hair half black and half white. Clad in Taoist robes, holding a whisk, his youthful visage belied the depth of experience reflected in his eyes. as if he had lived through centuries of mortal affairs. Should Xiao Wufeng have seen him, he might not have recognized him immediately, yet he would certainly perceive a resemblance to Taoist Baiyun. Gazing at the throngs of people flowing through the alley, the Taoist's eyes held a profound meaning. Xiao Wufeng, you have landed my doppelganger in quite the predicament. Do not think you can simply dismiss this, for we shall have another opportunity to meet. With that, he raised a hand, drawing the Bagua mirror from the black cloth into his grasp. Within the Taoist's eyes, the dual energies of yin and yang swirled, forming a taiji symbol, as he gestured with one hand, proclaiming, swiftly, as the law commands, depart. In the next instant, a Bagua formation emerged from the ground, lifting the Taoist skyward. Whoosh, 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 3 arrows sliced through the air, piercing the barrier surrounding the alley, aimed directly at the Taoist's visage. The hounds of Wuchang are indeed swift. But capturing me will not be so simple. The Taoist scoffed, allowing the arrows to pass through his ephemeral form, while leisurely waving to a bow-wielding woman atop a distant pavilion. No need for a send-off. Next time, do try to be quicker. As his words fell, the Taoist vanished without a trace, and the piece of black cloth rolled up, disappearing alongside him. The bow-wielding woman, her expression inscrutable, coiled her legs and leaped high into the air. In an instant, ghostly flames ignited around her, propelling her speed to a level beyond the naked eye, as if she had traversed a great distance in a heartbeat, landing directly within the alley. She retrieved the 3 arrows embedded in the wall, her expression unchanging as she surveyed her surroundings. The scent of a half-demon is still potent, and coupled with that signature teleportation, there is no doubt he is a sure Hun. Such a being cannot possibly disturb the ley lines without reason. He must have a motive. Fixating on the copper dagger embedded in the ground, the woman crouched to extract it, then extended her other hand, intertwining her fingers as she touched the earth, meticulously gauging distances as though assessing some trace. Before long, she advanced 3 steps inward from the mouth of the alley. Her delicate brows knitted slightly, and she murmured, there was another person in the alley at the time. Shurhun came for that individual. She was the most talented ghost envoy of Wuchang in the past decade, having cultivated the methods of Fengdu, and was particularly adept at tracing clues. Bowing her head, she approached the mouth of the alley, wholly engrossed in her investigation. Step, 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 step. Armored warriors surrounded the alley, and a commander clad in black gold armor, wielding a long spear, rode up beside her. I am a subordinate officer of the Jinwu Guard. Before the armored commander could announce his name, the woman looked up, her eyes flashing with a chilling light. Your horse is treading upon something it should not. Glancing down at his horse, which was not stepping on anything at all, he bellowed, nonsense, there is nothing on this ground. The woman frowned, uttering a single word, scram. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you even know who you are addressing? Where has a fierce general ever endured such humiliation? His eyes widened in fury, a surge of blood courage swelling within him as he raised his long spear, ready to strike down. At that moment, the woman lifted her right hand and gently tapped the horse's belly. With a mighty heave, the horse reared up, shaking its head violently, casting the armored general off its back. Thud, thud, thud. The woman unleashed 3 swift strikes, and a fierce wind swept through the alley. The fallen armored general, startled, along with the towering steed and over a dozen accompanying soldiers, was pushed back several paces. In an instant, a clear space emerged at the alley's entrance, while the woman remained crouched, searching for the second person's trail. She paid no heed to the fallen golden guards, her eyes half closed as if perceiving a realm invisible to ordinary mortals. In this ethereal space, traces of the past lingered, revealing information unattainable to outsiders. At that moment, where her fingers touched the ground, a faint, half-real, half-illusory footprint materialized. The woman raised her gaze and spotted a second footprint not far off, its mark even more pronounced, followed by a third. Then a fourth. When she finally beheld the 7th footprint, she discerned a young figure standing above it, his back turned to her, obscuring his features. His attire was unremarkable, merely the practiced garb of an ordinary martial artist. Taking a few more steps forward, the youth suddenly froze, as if recollecting something, and crouched down, brushing his hand across the ground. The expected 10th footprint abruptly ceased to exist, as if it had never been there at all. "I've lost the trail here too," the woman exclaimed. Her eyes suddenly wide, a shadow of concern crossing her brow. The soul used a teleportation technique to escape, which is acceptable, but that young man has actually mastered the soul pursuit and spirit stealth technique, and has made significant progress. Judging by his sudden erasure of traces, he must have only recently acquired this skill, she murmured softly, casting one last glance at the fallen golden guards before shouldering her long bow and departing. Thud! The fallen armored general struggled to his feet, intending to shout once more, "At this moment." A young man clad in luxurious attire approached, holding a teapot, and poured an entire pot of cold tea over the general's head. The tea cascaded down through the crevices of his armor, soaking his face, prompting the general to remove his helmet and curse. "What the hell? Who do you think you are?" "What do you think?" the young man replied, a smirk on his face. "Imo-een." The general was taken aback, hastily explaining, I wasn't just—" "No need for further words," Imo-een chuckled. "I did not intend to humiliate you, merely to help you regain your composure and avoid courting death." The general cleared his throat, bowing his head in silence, for who could blame him when Imo-een's father was the commander of the Golden Guards? The empty teapot was handed to the general, and Imo-een shook his head, gazing after the retreating figure of the bow-wielding woman. The woman donned a white cap and wore a long gown of white silk, her slender legs enveloped in fitted trousers. Even from behind, she was a breathtaking sight. With a slight roll of his eyes, Imo-een remarked, "If you cannot even recognize her, perhaps it's best to seek a different occupation, lest you one day cross paths with someone you ought not to, endangering your entire family. I am indeed dull-witted. I beseech you, Master Imo-een, to enlighten me," the general replied, beads of perspiration or perhaps tea glistening on his brow. A man approached, clad in tiger skin, and with a hearty slap on the general's shoulder, he grinned. "That woman's name is Lin Yuyu, the most formidable ghost emissary of the Impermanence Office in recent years, likely to become a judge before reaching 20. Her future is limitless. However, she is truly ruthless, killing without a second thought, even more ferocious than I." Upon hearing this, the general felt a shiver run down his spine, as though he were plunged into the icy grasp of winter, gazing upon the towering gates of the underworld. "Thank you, Master Imo-een, for saving my life," he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Yet, Imo-een paid him no mind, walking alongside the man in tiger skin, pursuing the beautiful youth ahead. The handsome youth, with an enchanting visage and alluring eyes, turned his head and said, "It can't be wrong. This path seems to lead out of the city." The most dangerous place is often the safest blind spot, Xiao Wufeng thought as he slipped away from the alley, merging into the crowd, but did not immediately distance himself from the alley's entrance. He traversed through the throng into a shop across the street, feigning interest in a straw hat displayed at the entrance, while his attention remained entirely focused on the alley. The swift flight of 3 arrows, the aerial assault of the bow-wielding woman, her confrontation with the Golden Guards, and the familiar young masters advising the general against seeking death all replayed vividly in his mind until the bow-wielding woman shook her head and departed. Allowing Xiao Wufeng's anxious heart to settle, his gaze fell upon the straw hat, and he mentally replayed the events. The appearance of that mysterious vendor in the dark alley was no coincidence. He specifically came to find me. The vendor's methods are peculiar. They are neither mechanical traps nor poisonous ambushes, but rather resemble techniques of the metaphysical realm. Such a person does not seem to be sent by Tang Yunxi, yet one cannot rule out the possibility that Tang Yunxi sought to divert attention by employing such individuals. The image of the Taoist priest who had swindled him out of 15 taels of silver flashed through his mind. And Xiao Wufeng murmured, "Could it be him?" Doubts began to spread in his mind, and due to a lack of information, he could not make an accurate judgment. He decided to skip this line of thought and continue his deductions. The vendor's extraordinary abilities allowed him to transform the alley into an isolated space in a short span of time. Had it not been for the 8th direction's unfettered steps, Xiao Wufeng would surely have been captured. Logically, since the vendor had taken the initiative to reveal himself, he would not easily give up. The vendor's retreat was primarily due to the arrival of the bow-wielding woman. Adorned with black hair bound in a dark style, dressed in stark white or pure black, her back embellished with a vivid red chain circle depicting a fierce blaze against the contrasting background, She bore the insignia of the ghost emissaries of the impermanence office. Xiao Wufeng's brows furrowed slightly as he reflected, given the woman's demeanor towards the golden guards and her overwhelming strength, she is certainly not a nameless figure. The vendor must have feared her prowess, thus abandoning the pursuit. For now, I should be safe. The enhanced perception granted by his training became evident as he recalled the woman's peculiar actions at the alley's entrance. She had seemed to measure the ground carefully, as if searching for a person. If the vendor had engaged her directly, she would undoubtedly have had no time to seek anyone else, indicating that the vendor must have utilized other means to escape. Frowning deeply, Xiao Wufeng felt increasingly perplexed. The ghost emissary's target is the vendor, which indicates the vendor is a dangerous individual. She must be eager to capture him. Yet after his escape, she instead busied herself with peculiar tasks. This defies logic, unless she was not searching for the ghost emissary at that moment, but rather. The thought surged in his mind, and Xiao Wufeng's eyes widened in realization. She was not looking for the vendor in the alley, but for me. At that moment, he suddenly recognized the value of the soul pursuit and spirit stealth technique. After bursting out of the alley, he had taken the opportunity to employ the spirit stealth technique, obscuring his traces initially to guard against that enigmatic vendor's pursuit. The vendor's failure to pursue had inadvertently hindered the bow-wielding woman's subsequent investigation. Had she found him, Xiao Wufeng would have been unable to provide a clear explanation in a short time and would have had no choice but to pay a visit to the impermanence office. Crack with a forceful pinch, the edge of the straw hat in Xiao Wufeng's hand crumbled slightly. Esteemed guest, the shopkeeper with a handlebar mustache approached swiftly, his gaze lingering on the flaw in the hat. Disrupted from his thoughts, Xiao Wufeng regained his composure and smiled. I will purchase it. Excellent. The shopkeeper responded eagerly, his shrewd eyes narrowing into slits. The daylight outside is fading, and it seems dark clouds are rolling in. It won't be long before it rains. Might I suggest you also take a raincoat? Xiao Wufeng nodded in agreement, and a fire starter as well. Qingliang Mountain is located 30 miles outside Baiyujing, divided into northern and southern peaks. The northern slope is relatively gentle with several secluded valleys, remaining warm like spring even in early November, making it the preferred destination for many leisurely travelers. The southern slope, however, is steep and treacherous, often necessitating the use of hands and feet to ascend. Rain poured down in torrents, resembling a barrage of arrows striking the leaves, quickly turning the mountain path into a muddy quagmire. The few tourists who had ventured out scanned the area, seeking shelter under trees to escape the rain and recite poetry or discussing alternative places to visit. Unwilling to continue their ascent in the downpour, dressed in a straw hat and raincoat, Xiao Wufeng stood out among the crowd. He positioned himself beneath a crooked tree that had shed all its leaves. Before him lay a muddy mountain path winding into the depths of the forest. Curving his fingers, he gently tapped his brow with the second joint, as a faint wash of ink-like hues enveloped his vision, dulling all colors. This was the ability gained from cultivating the soul pursuit and spirit stealth technique, tracking the traces of souls. 1, 2, 3, 4. Xiao Wufeng silently counted his breaths. The unified level of the soul pursuit technique allowed him to probe for soul traces within 7 days during 49 breaths. Soon, he began to perceive a multitude of ink-stained silhouettes. He meticulously distinguished these visible soul traces that had not been deliberately concealed, spending the time it took for a stick of incense to burn before finally gaining clarity. A shorter youth, bearing a sword, had indeed traversed the northern mountain along the very path beneath the crooked tree. There can be no mistake. Qingfeng has truly passed through here. Closing his eyes to steady his breaths, Xiao Wufeng reopened them and stepped onto the muddy mountain path. The mountain path appeared strikingly familiar. He was certain he could not be mistaken. It was along this very trail that he had ascended to find the Qingfeng Mingyue Temple. Taoist Baiyun. Could it be that there are truly other issues at play? A flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Wufeng's mind, yet his steps forward did not falter in the slightest. The rain intensified, escalating to 3 times its initial ferocity since the moment he had entered the mountains. The narrow path beneath his feet had nearly transformed into a muddy stream, yet Xiao Wufeng, having achieved a modicum of skill and lightness, found his soles caked in mud while his shoes remained dry. However, continuing onward was not a viable option. Even with a bamboo hat and a raincoat, he would inevitably be drenched like a drowned rat. After searching for a while, he discovered a stone cave that offered refuge from the rain. The cavern was spacious and tall, perfectly sheltered from the downpour, with only a faint, unpleasant odor lingering within. Almost devoid of other flaws, scattered inside were dry branches, just right for kindling a fire. Removing his raincoat and hat, Xiao Wufeng ignited a makeshift bonfire with a fire starter, only to hear footsteps approaching from outside. Thud, 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 thud. Thud accompanying the footsteps were the faint sounds of conversation among three individuals. Here we are. Look at the size of this cave entrance. It must be the lair of a bear or a tiger. Nonsense, your nose is sharper than a dog's. Quite impressive to pinpoint this. Wait. There's a flicker of fire inside. It seems someone is present. The outsiders soon realized that someone occupied the cave. Xiao Wufeng quickly donned his raincoat, and with a thought, summoned the Lungxiang sword from his wuchenji, concealing it beneath the raincoat. Crackle, crackle, pop, pop, pop. The bonfire crackled gently as three drenched figures entered the cave in succession. The first, clad in a yellow silk robe and sporting a friendly smile, bowed and introduced himself. I am Imoyin. I hope you will forgive my intrusion. No harm done. This place is not my residence, Xiao Wufeng replied nonchalantly. Why all the formalities? Come closer to the fire, Hu Yin said hastily. Pushing past Imoyin to warm himself, he loosened the tiger skin wrapped around his waist and, with a casual gesture, gave Xiao Wufeng a thumbs up, pointing to his own nose as he proclaimed, I am Hu Yin. As in Hu Yan's nonsensical words. At this moment, Wu Ming stepped into the cave, offering a token bow and stating, Pardon the disturbance. Three individuals, three remarks, three simple gestures. Xiao Wufeng gleaned a general understanding of their personalities. Imoyin was worldly and shrewd. Hu Yin was informal and carefree. The third, whose hair was nearly all black save for two streaks of white framing his forehead, had eyes that seemed to flutter between closed and open. It was difficult to discern his gender, yet his voice clearly belonged to an adolescent boy whose pride was unmasked. You three may make yourselves comfortable. There is no need to mind me, Xiao Wufeng replied. His inner tension remaining taut, he recognized these three were not strangers, and having just been attacked by a vendor, he could not afford to let down his guard. Shifting his shoulders, Hu Yin remarked, Thanks for the fire. Care for some bread? He produced several pieces of flatbread from his pocket. Grinning when he saw Xiao Wufeng shake his head in refusal, undeterred, he turned to his companions, tossing two pieces to them before complaining, Why can we predict which path to take, yet fail to foresee this downpour? The handsome youth. Wu Ming scoffed softly, offering no response. Moyin interjected, All right, unforeseen circumstances are inevitable, as long as it does not impede our search for someone. Searching for someone? Could they also be seeking Qingfeng? A glimmer of insight sparked in Xiao Wufeng's eyes as he reassessed the trio. They exhibited no particular aura, making it difficult to gauge their cultivation level. Brother, you seem quite intrigued by our conversation, Imoyin remarked, suddenly turning his gaze toward Xiao Wufeng. Xiao Wufeng frowned, merely a curiosity. It is human nature. Is that so? I perceive that your skills are rather remarkable, Imoyin replied, narrowing his eyes, his lips curling into a slightly comical grin. Xiao Wufeng countered, Are you doubting me? Imoyin nodded, saying, With such heavy rainfall outside and the path so muddy, there are hardly any footprints inside or out. Your lightness skill is quite extraordinary. Coupled with your youthful visage, you must have some background worth revealing. Why all this chatter? Let us simply engage. Hu Yin exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he devoured the last of his flatbread. The handsome youth, Wu Ming, opened his eyes, declaring, His lightness is too formidable. We cannot let him leave freely. We shall capture him first and interrogate him later. 2 votes in favor. I shall not hold back, Hu Yin said. In unison, the two leapt over the bonfire, charging at Xiao Wufeng. Since you are unwilling to disclose your origins, we must take offense, Imoyin uttered as he rose to join Hu Yan's assault. Cutting off Xiao Wufeng's route to the left, behind them, Wu Ming deftly approached, coordinating their attack to block Xiao Wufeng's escape to the right. The three of them worked in tandem to seal off the path to the cave entrance, forcing Xiao Wufeng to confront their combined strikes. Just then, Xiao Wufeng shook off his raincoat, brandishing his sword forward. Buzz the Lungxiang sword emitted a soft hum, slicing through the air with a flash of white. A flurry of sword winds surged forth, numerous and overwhelming. The three attackers instinctively retreated, narrowly avoiding the initial wave of sword energy. Hu Yan's thick brows shot up in excitement as he exclaimed, "Are there still masters among the younger generation?" "Excellent." Crouching low to gather strength, he leapt into the air again, his fingers coalescing into a half-solid, half-ethereal white energy, transforming into a tiger's claw the size of a hand fan. Whoosh, whoosh. The tiger claw energy struck in rapid succession, creating ripples in the air. Xiao Wufeng neither retreated nor evaded, swinging his long sword. A strand of sword energy clung to the sword's edge, and as the Lungxiang sword collided with the tiger claw energy, Xiao Wufeng raised an eyebrow, declaring, "Step aside." "What the hell? This isn't right." Hu Yin exclaimed, his mouth agape as he prepared to roar like a tiger to counter Xiao Wufeng's sword force. However, in an instant, Xiao Wufeng transformed into a faint shadow, disappearing from his sight. Just then, Hu Yin felt a kick land on his backside, sending him flying sideways into Wu Ming. The two who had been backing him up were prepared, with Wu Ming catching Hu Yan's back and Moing gripping his right foot to help him maintain balance. The trio quickly reformed their stance, and Moing cautioned, "Do not act recklessly. His footwork is too adept. We must coordinate to truly restrain him." Hu Yin nodded, lowering his voice. "My strength should surpass his, yet in that fleeting moment, I was utterly unable to resist." "You likely exposed your own vulnerabilities," Wu Ming retorted, annoyance lacing his words. "Your movements have always been full of openings." As the three conversed, Xiao Wufeng shook his head and called out, "Are you not concerned about striking the wrong person?" Wu Ming scoffed, "And if we do? We shall simply apologize afterward." "Very well, I understand now." With a raised brow, Xiao Wufeng executed the Bafang Xiaoyao step, swiftly closing in on Wu Ming. He moved so quickly that he almost left behind only a fleeting shadow, far exceeding the trio's line of sight. Wu Ming recognized Xiao Wufeng's footwork, his eyes widening as he warned, "Be careful. He practices the Bafang Xiaoyao step, a supreme lightness skill of my sect." "Too late," Hu Yin replied. His back turned to Mo Yin and Wu Ming, a hint of resignation in his tone. At that moment, the cold edge of a sword pressed against his throat. A mere nudge forward would extinguish his life. Suddenly, Xiao Wufeng altered his attack, striking Hu Yin on the forehead with the hilt of his sword, leaving a large bump. Stars danced before Hu Yin's eyes as he gritted his teeth, unwilling to succumb to unconsciousness. Xiao Wufeng seized the back of his neck with his left hand and hooked his left foot behind Hu Yan's heel, employing a deft maneuver to send Hu Yin tumbling forward. Landing in a heap. In an instant, Xiao Wufeng vanished once more, with no sign of him in sight. Mo Yin felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple as he shouted, "Run, Wu Ming! You must flee. This man is not to be trifled with. I have misjudged him." Bang, bang, bang. Wu Ming's response never came. Instead, 3 dull thuds echoed through the cave. "This is bad," Mo Yin thought, feeling a sharp blow to the back of his head as darkness enveloped him. Xiao Wufeng dragged the ankles of the 3 men, arranging them neatly by the bonfire before continuing to roast his meat. Waiting for the rain to abate, before long, Mo Yin slowly regained consciousness, his eyes unfocused as he stared at the jagged rocks above. Xiao Wufeng sat by the fire, devouring roasted bear meat with gusto. Teasing, the youth certainly enjoys a good quality of sleep. Chapter 41. So it turns out they are allies. Flexing his fingers and toes to ensure his limbs were intact, Mo Yin sat upright and began inspecting himself. "Rest assured, I have no interest in the trinkets upon you," Xiao Wufeng remarked, shaking his head as he continued to munch on the roasted bear meat. Mo Yin furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Xiao Wufeng. "Since you have neither slain us nor bound us, it seems you are not a villain. We 3 have acted rashly. Whether one is a villain depends on your stance." Xiao Wufeng shrugged. "Speak. What brings you to search for Xiao Qingfeng? And who commissioned you?" Mo Yin hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Wu Ming is tasked by his aunt to help locate Xiao Qingfeng's whereabouts. Hu and I are his friends, simply joining in the search." "Aunt?" Xiao Wufeng raised an eyebrow. Mo Yin explained, "She is the second wife of General Xiao, Lu Qinghan." This man was worldly and smooth-tongued, making it difficult to discern the truth of his words. Xiao Wufeng chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Very well. Wait here while I inquire with the other 2. At his words, Mo Yin felt his tension ease, for he could see the corners of Xiao Wufeng's lips curling upward in a smile. The youth is most likely an ally. Indeed, this is, shaking his head. He cast a disdainful glance at the still unconscious Hu Yin. Initially, when Moin had abruptly pointed out Xiao Wufeng's exceptional lightness skill, he had not yet concluded that Xiao Wufeng was an adversary. He merely sought to ascertain the identity of the individual before him. However, Hu Yan's belligerent nature escalated the conflict, leaving Moin with no choice but to instinctively regard the youth as an enemy. Moments later, Hu Yan and Wu Ming accepted Xiao Wufeng's inquiry, ultimately aligning their statements. Xiao Wufeng asked, "Do you possess any items that can verify your identity?" Hu Yan and Moin simultaneously turned their gaze toward Wu Ming, exclaiming in unison, "Do you have any?" Wu Ming replied, "Duh." After a brief hesitation, he retrieved a small vial from his pocket, uncapped it, and poured out a single water-soft pill. This is a proprietary elixir of the Lu family from Jiangnan, due to the extreme difficulty in cultivating one of its primary ingredients. Its numbers have always been limited. Nonetheless, this elixir is gentle in nature yet remarkably effective, making it particularly suitable for those who have yet to step into the 8th rank, hence the persistent demand. Such elixirs are rarely bestowed upon outsiders. Only those with a close relationship to the Lu family may acquire them. Xiao Wufeng glanced over and nodded. The water-soft pill is indeed rather uncommon. In a moment of silence, he raised his gaze and chuckled lightly. However, that is still insufficient. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a tense quiet, a chilling aura enveloping them as an unseen pressure emanated from the subtle sword and tint. "I know who you are," Moin exclaimed, loudly proclaiming Xiao Wufeng's name. Xiao Wufeng nodded. "It is I." Smack Hu Yin slapped his forehead, rolling his eyes. "Well, it turns out you're one of us, so why were we fighting so fiercely just now? Isn't that your fault?" Moin sighed. The warmonger ought to reflect on his actions. "Thank you very much." Hu Yin awkwardly coughed twice, lowered his head, and shifted the topic. "Then how do you prove your identity?" With a sidelong glance at the dustless ring on Xiao Wufeng's hand, Wu Ming stated, "There is but one dustless ring in existence. Wearing it is the best proof." Indeed, Moin nodded. The dustless ring gifted by Mr. Li, and even if someone dared to seize it, they would at least have to wait until he leaves the capital. Hu Yin, he covered his mouth with both hands, berating himself internally. Why was he so prone to speaking? If he couldn't keep quiet, he should just shut up. No one considers you mute. Just then, his stomach growled audibly, like a giant beast roaring, startlingly loud. The cave was small, and the echo effect was particularly pronounced. Wu Ming and Moin exchanged glances. Understanding the shared sentiment in their eyes, they shouldn't have let Hu Yin come along. What a troublesome addition! Xiao Wufeng chuckled and extended a steaming chunk of bear tenderloin. "This bear is far too large for me to consume alone. Why not sit down and enjoy it together?" "Absolutely." Hu Yin beamed. Scooting beside Xiao Wufeng, effortlessly accepting the tenderloin, "Brother Xiao, it seems we have become friends through this encounter." "Ha ha ha. No, you are merely the one being beaten," Wu Ming retorted, unimpressed. Hu Yin rolled his eyes. "Neither of us can mock the other. We are both equally incapable of withstanding Brother Xiao's prowess." Suddenly slapping his forehead, Hu Yin seemed to recall something and turned to Xiao Wufeng. "Brother Xiao, in fact, even during our first encounter, the three of us could not block your path to the cave's exit. You could have simply charged out if you wished." Shrugging his shoulders, Xiao Wufeng replied, "The rain was too heavy outside at that time. I did not wish to get drenched." "Fool, refrain from asking pointless questions." Wu Ming sighed, facepalming. Moin patted Hu Yan's shoulder, deeply exhaling. "Stop stabbing yourself in the heart." "All right." Hu Yan tilted his head, making a rather unintelligent expression as he responded with a nasal hum. Reluctantly, Moin lowered his voice. "Together, the three of us were effortlessly subdued by Brother Xiao. Why would he need to flee?" The bear tenderloin in Hu Yan's hands suddenly lost its appeal. He glanced left and right. Feeling somewhat awkward, that moment, Xiao Wufeng remarked, "The Lu family must have dispatched a large number of people. Why would they still commission you?" "This brother is helping me out." A glimmer of gratitude appeared in Hu Yan's eyes as he said, "Wu Ming is adept at divination. In the absence of clues, he is even more effective than a divine investigator." Casting a deep look at Wu Ming, Xiao Wufeng smiled. "In that case, let us form a team. Our efficiency in finding people will be greatly enhanced. Young individuals are prone to conflicts, yet they are equally quick to resolve them. With Xiao Wufeng's unmatched prowess, he swiftly subdued the trio, revealing a warm demeanor, and soon the four of them engaged in friendly conversation. Sitting beside the campfire, they shared the roasted bear meat while chatting, and Xiao Wufeng gradually discerned the identities and general strengths of the three. Tianyuan, Moin, and Wu Ming were all at a similar level. Likely in the mid-ninth rank, that Tianyuan had grown up in the mountains and unexpectedly gained the protection of a tiger spirit, following the path of the martial prison lineage. Moin could be considered a half-local of Bayou capital. Having arrived with his father, the newly appointed commander of the Golden Wu Guard, about 7 or 8 months ago, practicing the unique martial arts of the Mo family, an amalgamation of mechanisms, gunpowder, and martial disciplines. Wu Ming, whose full name was Li Wuming, had abandoned his surname to signify his solitary journey into the mortal realm. This act was not seen as rebellion within the Li family, but rather a family tradition. After several years, should he attain success, he could return to the family. If he failed, he would remain nameless and never rejoin the clan. Li is a common surname, but with such peculiar customs, there is only one possibility: the 1,000-year-old Qinghe Li family. The Qinghe Li family is renowned throughout the Tianyuan Continent for their divination and calculation skills, said to be particularly adept at evading calamities. Therefore, the Qinghe Li family is also known as the oldest among the 1,000-year-old families. Looking at Wu Ming, Xiao Wufeng found him considerably more agreeable. After the rain, many subtle traces in the forest would be erased, and the soul traces would be even harder to find. Wu Ming's divination skills could serve as a perfect supplement. Rising to his feet, Xiao Wufeng approached the cave entrance, observing the rain that had gradually ceased outside, and proposed, "We should go search for them." Chapter 42. Brother, what brings you here? The four emerged from the cave. Resuming their search for Xiao Qingfeng, Xiao Wufeng pursued the traces of the soul. Wu Ming performed divination, and Hu Yin possessed a nose keener than a hound's. The combination of the three significantly enhanced their efficiency. Soon, they had scaled several steep cliffs and traversed dense thickets, arriving at a small valley. The valley was devoid of vegetation, only strewn with yellow sand and gravel, along with a stone wall just 3 zhang away. The stone wall was broad and high, its surface gleaming like a mirror, as if a sword had been cleaved down from the heavens, slicing away a portion in a straight line. What is going on? Is the path blocked? Wu Ming frowned, turning to look at the scratching-headed Huyan. Yin spun around in place, his nose twitching repeatedly. Indeed, I've caught a whiff of a faint blood scent, just ahead. He raised his hand, pointing directly at the resplendent wall. Perhaps it is an illusion, Moin suggested. Xiao Wufeng nodded. Qingliang Mountain is rumored to conceal the abode of immortals. Qingfeng, eager to break through, may have headed there. Perhaps he truly has the fortune to find it. At that moment, Wu Ming stepped up to the radiant stone wall, producing a divination plate. With a furrowed brow, he began to divine, his expression changing drastically after 3 breaths. Stumbling back, he teetered on the brink of falling. There is something unusual here. I cannot divine. Are you all right? Moin supported Wu Ming. Wu Ming waved his hand. I'm fine, just my heartstrings are disturbed, and I cannot divine any further for the time being. Let me try. With his sword-like brows furrowed, Xiao Wufeng focused intently on the stone wall. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. His vision became veiled with a faint wash of ink, and he observed clear traces of souls. The soul traces were not singular. After a moment of discernment, he saw a youth bearing a sword and following some tall, slender figures, all of whom walked toward the stone wall with their eyes closed. Qingfeng should be up ahead. It seems he followed someone in, and the method of entry is simply to walk forward with closed eyes. Xiao Wufeng stated, then stepped forward, shutting his eyes and walking straight ahead. Yin raised his arm, about to speak, but Moin hurriedly covered his mouth and placed a finger to his lips. Shaking his head, Shu, step, step, step. Xiao Wufeng counted his steps, estimating the distance, and after 10 paces, he suddenly opened his eyes. That moment. In the eyes of the 3 behind him, Xiao Wufeng's form completely melded into the stone wall, ripples spreading across its surface. The 4 subsequently entered the unique space behind the stone wall. Wu Ming frowned and remarked, "The stone wall is tangible when visible, yet intangible when not. This technique is quite impressive. Indeed, there is more than meets the eye. Hu Yen exclaimed, raising his arms. Wow, wow, the old man with missing teeth certainly did not mislead me. He sent me to Bayou Capital, claiming there would be great fortune. And lo and behold, I have entered the abode of immortals. Smack! A slap landed on his back as Imo In shook his head. First, take a good look around. Don't indulge in fanciful dreams. With his sword in hand, Xiao Wufeng's expression turned serious. Everyone, be alert. We may be near the lair of the seven-colored nightingale. Above them, the azure sky. Beneath, the verdant grass. Surrounding them were barren trees, with corpses, both human and beast, hanging from the branches, creating a disconcertingly discordant tableau. Hu Yen's mind seemed to lag, and only after witnessing the multitude of corpses did he register the overwhelming stench of blood surrounding him. With both hands clasped over his nose, he retched and uttered, "This is unbearable. I can smell nothing but blood." Xiao Wufeng replied, "No need to smell, just follow me." The footprints on the ground were not discernible to the average person, but from the perspective of a soul chaser, Xiao Wufeng could clearly see Xiao Qingfeng, armed with swords, pursuing someone in the distance. After running forward for about 100 paces, the unmistakable sound of metal clashing reached his ears. "It's just ahead. Quicken your pace." Xiao Wufeng surged ahead, his steps as swift as lightning, and soon he beheld the confrontation in the distance. 8 exceptionally tall and gaunt figures clad in Taoist attire surrounded Xiao Qingfeng. 3 of them engaged in a fierce assault. Blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Qingfeng's mouth as he parried with both swords, managing to fend off 2 attackers, yet he could not defend against the third. At that moment, his face was ashen, his arms trembled from fatigue, and his footing became unsteady. The remaining 5 Taoists watched nearby, some perched on stones, others hanging from branches, while they loudly speculated, "Master has left no tasks for us. Directly seeking trouble with that colorful Oriole. We were just lamenting our idleness, and now this fellow has come to entertain us. Ha ha ha, what a twist of fate. This lad has been with us for merely a day, and we just discovered him. If Master were to hold us accountable, it would not bode well. Hee hee, then let us kill him. After all, Master requires materials for crafting flesh puppets, and this young Master's tender flesh is quite suitable. Don't stifle the pain in your throat. Scream out, let us have some fun. A air, a san, a sea, you lot have had your fill of play. It's time for someone else to take the stage." The insufferable Taoists continued their bizarre rotation. Having switched out 5 or 6 times already, Xiao Qingfeng clenched his teeth, unable to utter a word more. His strength was nearly depleted, and he could hold on for only half a stick of incense longer. "Kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps your brother will spare your life." The Taoist with 2 growths on his forehead guffawed. Thud, thud, thud. Xiao Wufeng executed the 8 directions of freedom step, his speed far outpacing the 3 behind him, swiftly creating a distance of 20 to 30 paces. That moment, the dialogue from both sides of the conflict was carried to him by the wind, and Xiao Wufeng heard every word clearly. Clenching his fingers around the hilt of his sword, he suddenly swung his right arm, unleashing a tremendous sword energy that descended like a crescent moon crashing to the ground. Utterly devoid of mercy, boom, boom, boom. The violent waves of sword energy compressed the air, and a sharp wind scattered chaotically. The 5 Taoists watching were sent flying like springs. The Taoist with 2 growths on his head chuckled ominously. "Warning, a air, a san, a sea, you better run fast, or you might end up dead." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the piercing sword energy swept past, freezing the 3 Taoists who had been observing Xiao Qingfeng in place. The wounds left by the sword energy pierced through their backs, blood dripping incessantly. "Tsk, how tragic, to lose a life just like that." The Taoist with the growths recoiled, glancing towards the source of the sword energy. "Oh, this young man looks somewhat familiar." Ignoring the grotesque Taoist, Xiao Wufeng swept his sword, sending the 3 affected Taoists flying, and approached Xiao Qingfeng with a warm smile. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head, brushing away the blood and sweat from his forehead, and finally recognized his brother's face. "Brother, why are you here?" Thud. A sharp smack resounded as Xiao Wufeng raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Isn't it because you ran away from home?" Xiao Qingfeng protested, What was that for? I'm injured, and you still hit my head? To make you remember. Xiao Wufeng lifted his arm, mimicking the gesture of a smack. Xiao Qingfeng stepped back, forcing a smile. Please, don't hit me. There are so many people watching. Chapter 43. I am not merely a believer. In the distance, Huyen murmured while running, Brother Xiao is likely not using his full strength against us. With such lightness and movement, such swordsmanship, how many in the younger generation can rival him? Emoine sighed, shaking his head. Perhaps only the direct descendants of the six veins could compete. As their pace faltered for a brief moment before returning to normal, Wuming remarked, he is indeed formidable, but once I learn swordsmanship, I shall surely catch up. The three hastened their steps, arriving beside Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng scrutinized the trio and pointed at Wuming. You look a bit familiar. Haven't we met before? Wuming raised an eyebrow. Cousin? Your memory is quite poor. 3 years ago, you and Aunt Qinghan visited Qinghe, and in a sparring match, you lost to me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng's eyes widened. No way, you've grown taller. Xiao Qingfeng and Wuming were of the same age. With Wuming being 2 months younger. 3 years prior, both had been short, with Wuming the shortest, and Xiao Qingfeng coming in second. Now, Wuming stood over 5 feet tall, approximately 1.6 meters, clearly half a head taller than Xiao Qingfeng, who barely reached 5 feet, about 1.5 meters. Wuming's lips twitched, as he seemed reluctant to engage with Xiao Qingfeng, instead gazing at the nearby Taoists. What are these fellows attacking you for? I stumbled upon their nefarious deeds. Xiao Qingfeng shrugged and quickly explained the situation. After entering Qingliang Mountain, he had scaled several cliffs and discovered a smooth stone wall. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his research, he heard footsteps approaching and found a place to hide. Shortly thereafter, an elderly Taoist with snow-white hair and 8 Taoists had dragged a rare treasure-hunting rat to the smooth stone wall. From their conversation, Xiao Qingfeng learned that the treasure-hunting rat was a local spirit beast of Qingliang Mountain. But the elderly Taoist had insisted it assist in locating a cave of immortals, which it adamantly refused. Eventually, the elderly Taoist performed a sinister ritual, contaminating it right before the stone wall. The treasure-hunting rat died on the spot, and the old Taoist extracted its soul's memories. Subsequently, the old Taoist and the Taoist closed their eyes and entered the stone wall. Xiao Qingfeng stealthily followed them inside. Smack! Huyen slapped his thigh, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he glared at the nearby Taoists. A bunch of scoundrels. The treasure-hunting rat is famously docile. Couldn't you have asked it nicely? That rat had awakened its intelligence. It refused to speak or lead the way if Master had not stumbled upon those beasts entering the stone wall by chance. We would have never located the precise spot. The Taoist with 2 growths on his head chuckled slyly. Oin shook his head. The treasure-hunting rat is an exceedingly rare spirit beast. If one could tame it for their own use, its value would be immeasurable. To kill it like this is truly wanton waste. Hee, you are all mere mortals, completely unaware of our Master's capabilities. Adao is right. Once Master deals with the colorful Oriole, it will be your demise. Fools, don't divulge too much information. The group of Taoists chattered chaotically, clearly not considering Xiao Wufeng and the others a threat. Their faces bore strange smiles, their gaunt and tall frames swaying in the wind like noodles. Your master is Baiyun Thief Dao. Isnt he? Xiao Wufeng furrowed his brow. He, indeed. He is a 3rd-grade master, and when he arrives, you will all perish. The Taoist with the growths grinned, pride radiating from his gaunt face as he stroked the 2 lumps on his forehead. If you don't run now, you will miss your chance. Wuming scoffed, admonishing, with your meager skills, it won't be too late to kill you after we're done. A day. Look, this young man seems quite angry. Let us kill him to help him relieve his frustration. Shall we? Sure. The leader of the Taoists, named Ade, nodded vigorously, his smile growing increasingly deranged. As the words fell, the 5 Taoists simultaneously stripped off their upper garments, revealing skin covered in strange runes. Don't be too careless, Xiao Wufeng warned. Taking a couple of steps forward, his sword aimed at Ade. What about the other Taoist, Xiao Lu? Here. Xiao Lu is right here. The 5 Taoists opened their mouths in unison, their left index fingers pointing into their dark throats. Ade proclaimed, he leaked some of Master's secrets, and was handed over to us 8 for disposal. Then we slowly peeled his skin off. You've likely never tasted that flavor. It's entirely different from the delicate skin of a tender young girl. It's tough like beast hide and not palatable. Is he dead? Xiao Wufeng inquired. Ade shook his head. Of course not. Death is but the easiest form of release. Master would never let him off easily. If you care so much for him, we can help you call him out. As the words left his lips, Ade's eyes glimmered with a strange light, the brightness retracting inward, forming a circular symbol in his sclera. Sinister scars erupted across their bodies, releasing tendrils of blood mist. Soon, the other Taoists experienced the same transformation. Even the 3 Taoists who had been felled by the sword energy were no exception. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled violently, as if it had turned liquid, making it difficult to stand. The corpses of a air, a san, and a sea sank into the earth, opening a cylindrical passage. A grotesque, flesh-formed puppet sprang forth, reeking of decay. Its bloated torso formed from the amalgamation of dozens of gaunt human remains, with incomplete limbs attached to one end of the torso, the other flailing aimlessly in the air. The faces of Xiao Lu, Aer, and others adorned the belly of the flesh puppet, their expressions one of rapture. Xiao Wufeng raised an eyebrow. The information I obtained from Xiao Lu over a month ago did not include this part. What a repulsive thing. Xiao Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, covering his mouth and nose. Mo Yin's expression turned grave. This behemoth seems formidable. Hu Yin clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself to refrain from acting impulsively, repeatedly reminding himself within. He must wait for the right opportunity. Come on. It's quite comfortable there. Everyone is merging in flesh and blood, and soon we can all attain enlightenment together. Let us depart. A flicker of caution crossed Wu Ming's eyes. This method of flesh integration is not simple. That old Taoist is likely one of the followers of the corpse soul. It would be wise for us to avoid direct confrontation. Let us first leave Qingliang Mountain and return to the capital to spread the word, summoning more capable individuals. If you don't understand, refrain from babbling nonsense. I am not merely a follower. The flesh puppet opened its maw wide, speaking in a voice that was ancient and frail. It was indeed by Yun. Xiao Wufeng recognized the aged tone. Suddenly, a torrent of filth spewed forth from the flesh puppet, filling the circular opening beneath its body. Immediately after, 5 young Taoists retreated in different directions, encircling an enormous area of 20 zhong. The inside and outside of the giant circle seemed divided into 2 worlds, utterly inaccessible to one another. The visage of the flesh puppet gradually transformed into that of the Taoist priest by Yun. Xiao Wufeng, you are indeed quite capable. The Taoist master bestowed upon you a false sword manual, and yet you managed to cultivate something. Chapter 44. Not much better than mud. Xiao Wufeng gazed at the flesh puppet, clasped his hands together, and replied nonchalantly, Thank you. Thank you, my foot. By Yun's face, lined with deep creases and filled with malice, resembled that of a ferocious demon. I shall slaughter you alive shortly. What animosity is this? Xiao Wufeng retorted. Bai Yun's face was animated, his fury manifesting through his eyes. If it weren't for your inexplicable mastery of sword winds, I would still be well engaged in crafting the Qingfeng Mingyue Temple. If it weren't for your nonsensical ramblings, how would I have been pursued by the Tang family, the Xiao family, and the ghostly officials of the Wuchang division? If it weren't for your deliberate slander, how would that fool Xiao Lianxue and his dim-witted mother think I am a remnant of the Su family? Xiao Wufeng's expression turned peculiar. I can concede to the first 2 points, but the third is likely a product of their own imaginations. It truly has nothing to do with me. Still dare to laugh? Bai Yun's face turned cold as over a dozen limbs behind the flesh puppet formed a hollow fiery ring of the sun. Instantly, a foul aura emerged from the ground, outlining a pale purple crescent moon. The pale purple crescent and the fiery ring of the sun clashed, creating a vast expanse of pale ghostly fire in an instant. The ghostly flames surged in all directions, enveloping an area of several dozen zhong, forming a binding bagua pattern within. He is sealing our retreat, Mo Yin reminded, promptly pulling out a thunder fire and hurling it afar. Boom! The thunder fire exploded at the edge of the bagua pattern, igniting the pale ghostly flames, and the 2 different fires clashed and neutralized each other, incinerating the grass beneath. leaving only blackened scorch marks. A massive tiger spirit emerged above Hu Yan's head. The tiger's face bore human-like features, its gaze towards Bai Yun filled with apprehension. The winds are picking up, hurry and shout. Hu Yan felt a voice from deep within, primal instincts filled with fear, his calves trembling. Smack Xiao Wufeng forcefully slapped his shoulder. Do not overly trust your instincts. At times, they can deceive you. The intense pain roused Hu Yan, who wiped the fine cold sweat from his forehead. Thank you. With swords held before him. Xiao Qingfeng declared, it merely looks intimidating. Don't overthink it. We shall charge together and shatter it to pieces. I will take the lead. You all provide support? Xiao Wufeng nodded, stepping forward. That may prove quite difficult to withstand. Wu Ming's eyes brimmed with fear. I know what he is. Oh. Bai Yun's voice rose slightly, as he commanded the flesh puppet to bow its form, chuckling. For one so young, your insight is indeed remarkable. If you are willing to become my disciple, then kneel and kowtow 100 times. Kowtow 100 times. Kowtow 100. Outside the pale ghostly fire, the 5 young Taoists clamored, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony. Bai Yun cast a sidelong glance and shook his head, almost forgot. 3 bizarre limbs reached towards his chest, tearing off the 3 young Taoists from the flesh puppet's torso and tossing them away. After being scorched by the pale ghostly fire, the 3 Taoists fell to the ground, their robes nearly entirely burnt away, barely covering their vital areas. Bai Yun scolded, Are you not awake yet? The fallen Taoist shivered, suddenly standing up in a daze, with ghostly fire coalescing into soul orbs floating above their heads. 8 young Taoists presided over the ghostly fire bagua, significantly strengthening the formation's integrity. Bai Yun turned to Wu Ming, his smile both gentle and wicked. Young friend, do enlighten us. What exactly is the Taoist master? A strand of white hair, hung with beads of sweat from Wu Ming's forehead. Glancing at his companions nearby. Not here, yet a fragment of his soul is entrusted to the flesh puppet. The red sun imprint and the purple moon imprint resonate, giving birth to pale ghostly fire. All these signs correspond to a singular name, corpse soul. Turning to face Bai Yun's ancient visage, Wu Ming continued, You are not merely his follower. You are him, the corporeal manifestation of the corpse soul. All correct. Bai Yun grinned. The limbs of the flesh puppet applauding in unison, but you are only partially right. I do not appreciate your answer. After a brief pause, he proclaimed loudly, I am an independent entity. I possess my own personality, and although I was born as a manifestation of the corpse soul, I am not merely his avatar. All my actions are my own volition, do you understand? Thud, thud, thud. Emoine stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. How can it be him? He is the greatest rebel of the Taoist sect, a madman attempting to reopen the universe with the dual energies of yin and yang. Swallowing hard, Wu Ming nodded. I cannot be mistaken. This individual has countless manifestations, widely dispersed across the Tianyuan Continent, acting without reason yet always bringing endless calamity. That statement is incorrect, Bai Yun grinned. The corpse soul acts with purpose. As long as the world is sufficiently chaotic, this realm can transform into chaos, thereby allowing the re-establishment of yin and yang and reopening the universe. However, I am different. I am independent. I merely relish the pleasure of deception and tormenting others. Ha 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 ha. His prolonged laughter was interrupted by a flurry of sword energy, as Xiao Wufeng wielded his cold, fragrant sword, relentlessly severing the lower limbs of the flesh puppet. Do not panic. What we face is not the corpse soul, but merely a fragment, and this fragment has merely attached a wisp of soul thought to the flesh puppet. Xiao Wufeng, you are indeed quite bold. Bai Yun scoffed, raising a blood wall a half-foot in front of him to block the incoming sword energy. However, the sword energy delayed in its explosion, the blood wall showing signs of damage, as though it could scarcely endure. What the hell are you? To cultivate sword energy from a false sword manual? Bai Yun exclaimed in astonishment. The information he had received indicated that Xiao Wufeng had mastered sword winds. The difference between sword winds and sword energy was not trivial. A flicker of wariness crossed Bai Yun's eyes as he raised 3 fingers, mustering his courage to say, 3 of the Taoist master's young disciples have perished. Whoever wishes to kneel and kowtow may keep their life. Keep your mother selling fried dough twists. Begone, foul cow nostrils. Xiao Qingfeng shouted loudly. Another one who wouldn't be deceived. Bai Yun fumed, narrowing his eyes. You wish to be the first to die? The Taoist master shall grant your wish. Tch. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. His true self was still battling the seven-colored nightingale, merely communicating with the flesh puppet through a wisp of soul thought. His power at most equivalent to the peak of the 9th grade. If Xiao Qingfeng were to exhibit anything unusual, showcasing strength akin to Xiao Wufeng, it would be impossible to leave all these young ones behind today. With this thought in mind, Bai Yun braced himself, the flesh puppet adopting a defensive stance. Raising an eyebrow and clicking his tongue, Xiao Qingfeng swiftly darted behind Xiao Wufeng. Brother, I lack strength. No matter, take some medicine to recover your energy first. Xiao Wufeng smiled and shook his head. Bai Yun, what is happening? Do you two think the Taoist master is made of clay, daring to toy with me like this? Xiao Wufeng raised his hand, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword energy, which shattered the blood wall into countless droplets of blood. The attack of the sword energy clearly overflowed, surging forward and carving a deep line into the ground. On the other side of that line, a small piece of the flesh puppet's left side was missing. Numerous dismembered limbs thrown into the air, churned into a mushy pulp by the sword energy. Bai Yun turned in bewilderment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao Qingfeng peeked out, scoffing, doesn't seem much better than mud. Bai Yun glared furiously, his back teeth itching. Chapter 45. United we stand. The banter between the two brothers caused Bai Yun's terrifying image to collapse in an instant. Moin murmured. The corpse soul is not synonymous with Bai Yun. Fight! 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 Hu Yen shouted loudly, the tiger spirit fully unleashed. His face merged with the tiger spirit's large flowered visage, his hair billowing wildly, transitioning from deep black at the roots to a flaxen white at the tips. He moved with astonishing speed, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards the flesh puppet, a mindless fool, charging in recklessly. Moin retorted sarcastically, his waist belt shimmering with light as a five-eyed musket fell into his hands. Supporting the heavy barrel with his left hand, he channeled energy into his right palm. Immediately thereafter, he poured in 5 pellets the size of pebbles. Thud, 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 thud. With the loading complete, Moin aimed at the head of the flesh puppet and pulled the trigger. Boom! The flesh puppet raised its arms, multiple limbs intertwining, yet they could not withstand the onslaught of the pellets. A gaping cavity emerged, half of the puppet's head reduced to a grotesque mess. Bai Yun bellowed furiously, if you cannot appreciate my mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With a grim expression, Bai Yun muttered indistinctly, as if reciting some incantation. Suddenly, he let out a muffled groan. His chant interrupted. A wisp of soul essence nearly drifted out from the top of the flesh puppet's head. Spitting out a mouthful of thick phlegm, Bai Yun cursed while stuffing the soul essence back. Damn you! Wretched creature! How dare you spoil my plans? Xiao Wufeng seized the moment to extend his cold fragrant sword, severing over a dozen limbs that obstructed the flesh puppet. My thunder talisman can at least restrain it for 5 breaths. Wu Ming leaped into the air. His body suspended, a golden thunder talisman igniting on his chest. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Sparks crackled and intertwined. Golden lightning erupted in all directions, weaving a massive electric net around the flesh puppet. At last, the kid has done something useful. Hu Yen laughed heartily, his arms swinging out phantoms, continuously clawing at the puppet's limbs. The 5-eyed gun, thunder talismans, tiger soul, sword chi, each of them employed their respective techniques, while Xiao Qingfeng quickened his breathing, hastily swallowing various pills as if they were mere candies. As the situation grew increasingly dire, it was evident that the flesh puppet would soon be reduced to mere fragments. Bai Yun grinned menacingly, I shall no longer play with you. Upon finishing his words, a roaring sound emanated from within the flesh puppet, its torso rapidly swelling. The desiccated corpses, now drained of nutrients, fell one after another, crumbling into heaps of ash. A peculiar network seemed to emerge from the ground, gradually becoming clearer, enveloping the entirety of the ghost fire. 8 trigrams. 8 Peculiar Taoist youths simultaneously slashed their wrists, offering their blood in sacrifice. Drip, drip, drip. Thick blood drenched the ghost fire. 8 trigrams, and the pale ghost flames greedily absorbed it, causing the youth's faces to visibly thin. The pale ghost flames blazed fiercely, igniting the 8 cardinal points above the formation. Crimson and pale intertwined, transforming into 8 striking characters: Qian, Kuren, Kan, Li, Zhen, Sun, Jin, Dui. The characters surged into the body of the flesh puppet, which had already expanded into a ballooning mass, causing it to explode with a thunderous clap. Blood-red arrows shot forth in all directions, forming an all-encompassing barrage, leaving no possibility of evasion for those within the ghost fire. 8 trigrams. Hu Yin, caught off guard, could only unleash the tiger soul, all 4 limbs hitting the ground as if he had truly transformed into a tiger. At that moment, a golden glow enveloped his body, temporarily shielding him from the barrage of blood arrows. "Move to the back," Xiao Wufeng called out, raising his hand to unleash a series of sword qi, countering a multitude of blood arrows. "Thank you," Hu Yin nodded in appreciation, swiftly creating distance with a 3-fold leap. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion of the flesh puppet was far from over, as sharp white bone shards shot forth like spears, piercing through the gaps in the sword qi. At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng completed his breathing adjustment, opened his eyes, and forcefully threw the mirror water sword. The blade spun and flew out, colliding with the edge of a white bone spear just in time, causing its trajectory to veer off course. The mirror water sword was sent flying, seemingly destined for the distance. Xiao Wufeng extended the cold, fragrant sword, skillfully reeling it back in, with his left hand grasping the mirror water sword. Xiao Wufeng drew back both swords. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The density of the sword qi surged exponentially, forming an impenetrable wall of sword energy before Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Qingfeng. Blood arrows and white bone spears were obliterated, creating a vast empty zone 3 paces in front of Xiao Wufeng. The wisp of Bai Yun's soul essence lingered in midair, gazing down at those within the ghost fire. 8 trigrams. The blood explosion had no effect. "I must ensure at least one of you perishes." With a mere thought, all blood arrows and bone spears froze in midair, abruptly changing direction, charging towards Wu Ming and Mo Ind. Wu Ming widened his eyes. "My thunder talisman isn't finished yet. I can't move." "Do not panic. My father provided me with a secret treasure." Mo Ind struck the ground with both hands, and a square box emerged from his spatial belt, embedding itself deeply into the earth. With the sound of mechanical parts grinding, the box swiftly unfolded, transforming into a metallic wall. The wall extended upwards and sideways, towering before Mo Ind and Wu Ming, withstanding the onslaught of blood arrows and bone spears. Moments later, the flesh puppet vanished without a trace. Returning the mirror water sword to Xiao Qingfeng, Xiao Wufeng raised his cold, fragrant sword, pointing at the faint wisp of Bai Yun's soul essence from afar. "You have no further tricks up your sleeve, do you?" Casting a fierce glare at Xiao Wufeng, Bai Yun coldly retorted, "You arrogant brat. Do not get too pleased with yourself. If I had not been delayed by the 7-colored aureole, you would all be dead by now." At this moment, the phantom of his soul essence flickered, as if the signal were unstable. Xiao Wufeng's wrist trembled slightly, and the sword's edge unleashed a surge of sword qi, piercing through Bai Yun's soul phantom. "You youngsters hold them off. I shall return shortly to settle the score." Enraged, Bai Yun let out a furious roar, leaving a final remark for the 8 Taoist youths before his phantom dissipated like fireworks. Outside the ghost fire. 8 trigrams, 5 Taoist youths with their own consciousness exchanged glances. Remaining silent, the blood sacrifices could not cease. If they did, the formation would collapse, and their demise would come swifter. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In unison, the youths swallowed hard, their expressions resembling those who had just wept. "Master, please hurry." Ado rubbed the fleshy bump on his forehead, his face etched with concern. He then produced a silver dagger, slicing off 2 of the fleshy bumps as a sacrifice to the ghost fire. 8 trigrams. The other 4 Taoist youths followed suit, cutting away their own abnormal parts as offerings. Some opened their robes to sever their festering bellies, while others removed their cloth shoes to amputate their 10-toed feet. As for the 3 Taoist youths who had already lost their lives, their corpses were thrown into the pale ghost flames, completely reduced to ash. The pale ghost flames blazed fiercely, the intensity extraordinary. Chapter 46. "I shall apply more pressure," Ada shouted. "This is all your fault. My 10 years of cultivation have gone to waste. When Master captures you, I will ensure you suffer 1,000 cuts. We cannot let this group go unpunished. 1,000 cuts are far from enough. Not enough. Then let their insides rot, and we shall tie their intestines into knots. Still insufficient. They are too vile. We must devour them whole, and then excrete them, using filth to mold their forms and imprison their souls. The other 4 Taoist youths chimed in loudly. Venting their wrath at this moment, Hu Yin attempted to break the formation, cupping his hands to his mouth to form a trumpet shape, compressing his chest and abdomen forcefully to unleash a tiger's roar. The sound waves coalesced, becoming visible to the naked eye, forming a semi-transparent shockwave. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwave collided with the pale ghost flames, the two canceling each other out, resulting in a slight weakening of the energy surrounding the ghost fire 8 trigrams. However, as the blood of the 5 Taoist youths continued to flow into the formation, this minor loss was quickly replenished. It seems to have no effect. Hu Yin frowned. Allow me to try. Mo In stowed the metallic block, drawing the 5-eyed gun and firing 10 consecutive rounds. His expression darkened as he said, "It's still useless. Are we to be trapped here forever?" Not far away, the pale ghost flames were rapidly repairing the holes created by the 5-eyed gun, their speed unabated. Twisting a strand of his black and white hair, Wu Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, "That wicked Taoist must be at least of the 3rd-tier realm if he truly arrives in person. We may find it difficult to even die." Standing outside the formation, Ada, clutching his forehead wound, sneered coldly, "Heh heh heh, now you know fear? It's too late." After a brief pause, he began to chant incantations mockingly. "It's too late. Too late. You shall all become our meal, and then be turned into filthy puppets. Ha ha ha." Xiao Qingfeng glanced around. "Perhaps we need to consider other methods. Every formation has a focal point. If we can find it, breaking the formation will be significantly easier," Wu Ming replied. "There is indeed a focal point, but can you find it?" "Ha ha ha ha. Fools are still fools, thinking they can locate the focal point, simply ignorant of their own demise." Clutching his stomach with his left hand and pointing at Wu Ming with his right index finger, Ada laughed uproariously. "What are you laughing at?" Wu Ming's lips twitched. "I am well versed in divination. At worst, I will take a reading." "No need to divine." Xiao Wufeng pressed down on Wu Ming's wrist, signaling him to retract the divination disc in his palm. "What does Brother Xiao mean? Shall we simply wait idly?" Hu Yin raised an eyebrow, tilting his head in inquiry. Xiao Wufeng shook his head. Remaining silent for the moment, he stepped forward, standing at the edge of the formation. The pale ghost flames were merely 3 feet away from him as he furrowed his brow, gazing at the ghost flames. He raised the cold, fragrant sword, the blade enveloped in sword chi, precisely striking the barrier formed by the pale ghost flames. The sword chi dispersed this small area of ghost flames, fully revealing the translucent energy wall of the barrier. A dense array of cracks spread out, resembling overlapping spider webs. With a slight exertion of his wrist, the sword's edge thrust forward, the sharp blade carrying a fierce sword chi, directly piercing through the barrier wall behind the pale ghost flames. Immediately, the sword energy dispelled the pale ghostly flames, revealing more cracks in the barrier wall with each exposed section. Xiao Wufeng circled around, and wherever the blade passed, the ghostly flames temporarily dissipated, unveiling the barrier wall marred by numerous fine fissures. "Ah, it turns out to be an illusion," Wu Ming remarked, stroking his chin, and after careful consideration, explained, "The pale ghostly flames did not repair themselves in an instant. They merely transferred the damage temporarily, dispersing it in all directions, and then obscured our vision with flames." Zai Qingfeng grinned widely, displaying a benevolent smile. "Once again, we have sacrifices and self-mutilation, which appear rather intimidating, yet, to my surprise, it is all a ruse." Fresh blood trickled down from his forehead and cheeks, causing Ada's mouth to twitch involuntarily. Before he could speak, Xiao Wufeng twisted the sword's edge and suddenly unleashed a massive crescent-shaped sword energy. The sword energy slashed upward at an angle, leaving cracks on the barrier wall. And the pale ghostly flames reignited, attempting to transfer the damage caused by the sword marks to the entire barrier wall. Xiao Wufeng smiled lightly and said, "Allow me to apply a bit more pressure." In the next instant, Xiao Wufeng's right arm swung out, casting shadows of the sword as sword images and energies poured forth. With a splatter, Ardent spat out a large mouthful of blood, staggering and ultimately collapsing to the ground. The other 4 disciples were in no better condition, all sprawled on the ground, blood gushing from their wounds. The pale ghostly flames, akin to greedy children, paid no heed to their survival, ravenously absorbing blood to mend the barrier wall. Xiao Wufeng turned to his companions. What are you still dawdling for? Put in some effort. We shall soon be free. Absolutely. Zai Qingfeng raised both hands, taking the lead in responding. Moin and Hu Yin each employed their techniques, launching consecutive assaults on the barrier wall behind the ghostly flames. Wu Ming thought to himself, observing the ghostly flames and the 8 trigrams. A flicker of understanding began to form in his mind. Yet he remained perplexed. At this moment, Xiao Wufeng's brute force method was evidently more effective, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Stop, stop. You want to be able to get out? Adai lamented, his body nearly drained of blood, his voice tinged with a cry. Before long, the pale ghostly flames erupted in a violent dissipation, and the barrier ceased to exist. Cough, 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 cough. Several disciples lay prone on the ground, unable to even cough up blood. Their bodies had become mere skin and bones, hardly distinguishable from mummies. Watching the other disciples' breaths fade, their vitality extinguished, Ada crawled before them, kneeling on the ground, prostrating himself and stammering, spare me, esteemed sirs, please let me go. I too was misled by that demon. Enough? Wu Ming glared. Who knows how many innocents your remains have claimed? Adai shook his head. Coughing as he spoke, I know the secrets of the demon. I can reveal the location of the immortal's cave within the secret realm. I can tell you everything, as long as how much of the information Baiyun revealed to you can be deemed true? Xiao Wufeng shook his head, swiftly severing Ada's head with his sword. The bodies of Adai, a air, a San, a sea, and a Wu decayed into ash, and a resounding roar echoed from afar. I shall not spare you. Regardless of where you hide, you shall undoubtedly perish. Soon after, a violet crescent moon ascended, transforming into a half-open, half-closed peculiar eye that gazed intently. Be cautious. This should be a unique counterspell of the skeletal souls, Wu Ming warned, only to be struck by the spell, a purple crescent-eyed mark appearing on the back of his left hand. The spell moved with incredible speed, impervious to any form of obstruction. Everyone else, except him, fell prey to it. Glancing at the mark on his left hand, Xiao Wufeng raised his gaze and inquired, Wu Ming, do you know what sort of spell we have been afflicted with? It is not particularly complex. Nor will it cause immediate death, Wu Ming mumbled as he pondered, pausing for 3 breaths before continuing. It should be a tracking spell. Every so often, the Baiyun demon will be able to ascertain our location.